Okay. Okay. So this once again lost the 50-50 on the roll. I guess I'm going to use the reroll stuff here when I get it to max. Now, 2 artifacts that need buff into max. Let's see if it, well, at least. Okay. 7.8. Nice. That's pretty fucking nice. Here I don't have anything.
Time to roll.
Let's see. 3 energy recharges. 5.9 or something. Okay, well, sure. Sure. No, 35, 41. Yeah, it's fine. Energy recharge is a bit too much, maybe. Okay. I have something I want to watch. The Agents of Delusion have been dripped. 2.6. This is a drip market by J. Shoya. Shoya.
Back into anomaly-centric content. So let's break it down, and I even have a tier list of potential Angels of Delusion synergy and anti-synergy characters that we're going to break down, because we already know the archetypes of the characters, and that's going to help us break down everything we need to know about the Angels. Let's get right to it. Alrighty, folks, let us start with the officially dripped character, and that being Suna, or aka who we would have previously known to be Chinatsu. And Suna, arguably one of the cutest members, if not for her clumsy demeanor. But Suna is coming to us as a limited physical support character. Now we can determine that she is a limited or an S rank character. Let's put S rank to it, because specifically her trailer moves. That's really it. I'm being so straight up honest, because her animation actually moves within the trailer. It signifies that she is going to be an S rank character. This also goes to the next character, Arya, and we'll pull her up right here. You can see that Arya also moves. This signifying that Arya is going to be the second half S rank character, leaving you, Nomin Yu. I forgot her full name. I'm just gonna call her Yu. But leaving you to be the A rank character, most likely, unless they set a very interesting precedent where all three of them are S rank. It could be. They haven't officially teased them yet, and you know, you can come berate me in the comments, you know, for not knowing in the future. Let's get back to brass tacks and let's talk about Suna. So Suna, being a physical support, unfortunately or fortunately, is not necessarily going to be power creeping most of the supports in the game. She might clash a little bit
Want to train with me sometime?
potentially with Yuzuha, as you would assume. She is orienting herself around potentially some anomaly characters, aka her Angels of Delusion sisters.
Why
You
is
can
she
very
not stunned? I wonder. She was supposed to be stunned, no?
Much assume that she is going to have something to do with both anomaly and even stunning, which you guys might be wondering, Josh, she's a support, what are you talking about stunning? Where is this coming from? Well, we can very easily take a look at the new drive set, the Shining Arya, that not only promotes anomaly proficiency, but it also promotes stun damage multipliers. So as we rotate into this new era of anomaly content has been quite pushed down. You know, I would say in the past around 6 months or so, ever since 2.x came around, even with the introduction of Alice and Yuzu, they weren't really enough to push the needle fully for the rest of the class to, you know, holistically rise up above the average content. And what I mean by that is that the average content, now being Miasma, has mainly favored not only rupture units, but stunner units. Of course, attackers
Gotta make sure I don't
are
die.
beneficiaries, but you could see the stunner class just being so highlighted between both the ruptures and attacks. That's why I call it the stunner meta, weirdly. But regardless, ruptures run the game. Yashin Guang, Yishe, they run the game. Is a new dawn of a new era of anomalies. Now, am I saying that anomalies are going to be holistically changed because of these particular units? Not necessarily, but it is an indicator that we are rotating back. It is a cyclical process, right? We started with anomaly, and then we go to rupture, or we started with attack, excuse me. We started with attack, then we go anomaly, rupture, anomaly, maybe some attack, you know, whatever. You could do that circle however you want, left or right, clockwise, counterclockwise. But you're rotating back into anomaly-based content with 3 units who are generally anomaly-based. And physical support is an amazing archetype to be as an anomaly support. You take a look at some of the strongest anomaly drivers: Alice, Jane, and of course the F2P Piper. All 3 of them are incredibly strong in their own right because of the assault attribute anomaly. We could see some shenanigans not only with attribute anomalies, but with stuns and stun multipliers. Could Suna be our first support that also contributes a little bit of stun? Could we see her adding in some additional stun damage multipliers, incentivizing you to push towards stun windows with your anomaly teams? That's something we haven't really been incentivized outside of the comps of Mono Ice. And funny enough, because of the presence of Miyabi, we've been really pushing down Mono Ice. We've been really just like anti-Ice, anti-Miyabi, anti-Anomaly. But now it's coming back around, coming to an head where we're actually combining these two elements of where Miyabi became so successful. And we're putting it potentially into a whole new group of characters. And now it wouldn't be an anomaly based class without an anomaly character. So let's head on over to Arya, who is going to be a dual form character. Now, I assume that this dual form is going to be much more of a dual form than Ye Guang. I understand that a lot of people were somewhat disappointed in the actual combat aspect of Ye Guang's base form. Now, again, the inline state, mega OP, its peak, we get it. But the base form, just basically doing EXs and, you know, the whole basic and whatnot, is very tame to what we would have expected as you were trying to advertise, or as Zenless was trying to advertise a dual form. I think that Arya is going to be a much more true to form, a dual form type of character, in which she sets up either anomalies or like sets up stun with one form and then goes into her anomaly in the stun form. And again, this is all stemming from, in particular, the Shining Arya set. And as you guys can see here, with the Shining Arya, you gain 2-piece ether damage bonus by 10%. The 4-piece, when Equipter's basic attack hits an enemy's, their anomaly proficiency increases by X amount. Then repeated triggers during the duration. When they are stunned, the Equipter's damage increases by an additional amount by 25% for 18 seconds, which is essentially a whole stun window. So what I assume with Arya is that she starts in base form in non-stun windows, and then she can transform into her, you know, robot state within the stun form and then go dummy sicko mode with the damage. Essentially, she becomes a burst anomaly character, and I think the precedent of that is really freaking fun. Outside of that, she is very exciting. I don't think she is going to be a power creep to Vivian at all. That was another conversation that I need to get to. I don't think she's going to be a Vivian power creep. I think she's going to synergize actually with Vivian. And you take a look at some of the characters, and I think this is a great time to rotate into our synergy list here. Let's bring in the Angels of Delusion. And again, we're not particularly sure what Yu is going to be, cough, but we already know that we have a physical support and we have an ether anomaly character. So let's start off with the synergies. And hey folks, this is Post Edit Josh here, just to make sure this is my speculations on the synergies of the characters. I understand that a lot of people have already seen beta content, so you guys have a much better idea, but as of this recording, this was my very first impression, so I apologize if it might give off a somewhat wrong or potentially right impression, but most of my assumptions are in the ballpark, just as a disclaimer. So thanks for understanding. As I mentioned just earlier, let's start with Vivian. Vivian is going to be absolutely disgusting with this group. I can see Vivian doing incredibly well, and if not for them using the bloom mechanic, Vivian being able to supply a blooms for, you know, any potential rotation of these characters is going to, you know, increase the damage by a significant amount because of how blooms work. And I assume based off of how some of these, you know, based off how Arya might potentially function, them both feeding into ether, they're going to be able to bloom off each other, and thus the ether blooms are just going to be massive. So I'm very excited about a mono ether anomaly comp coming out of this. And then we can easily just slot in Yuzu Ha. Yuzu Ha is going to be very strong. I could interestingly see a double support anomaly comp. We've never really seen that outside of potentially the wheelchair with Miyabi. So you can go Miyabi, Astro Yao, and then an anomaly Nicole. that has been somewhat viable, but this is more of a purist support where we can see Arya being the front loader of Anomaly, Chinatsu, or the, oh, Jesus Christ, Suna being the one to supply, you know, stun damage multipliers or something, and then we have, again, the backloaded extra ether application with Yuzuha with her with their candies. I forgot what the hard candy shots. So that could be an interesting combination. Again, we have to see how you actually, you know, fixes into any of these permutations. So I'm just basing off of the main two S ranks that we have so far. And then next, another character that I definitely want to highlight is all of the physical characters. All of the physical characters, I do want to see how well they do with their new Ether Anomaly pairing. And if it's anything close to how well they synergize with Vivian, they're going to have a field day with the Angels of Delusion. These three physical units are. And don't forget that we already have Suna as a physical support. This is going to bode very, very well for the physical class, and potentially even a monophysical variations of any of these three. And don't forget, there's a possibility for you guys to run an additional 12 cost team. Could we see a new form of the monophysical comp? And again, where Yuzuha is more of a generalist, we could see Suna feeding into a specific type of playstyle that might either benefit or somewhat detract depending on the interactions either between the bosses or the stages. So again, yet to be determined, but the proposition is exciting.
On my mark.
Then let's go over to some of the other characters like Yanagi being able to polarize disorder. She is going to be incredible. We already understand why Yanagi is so polarizing for her ability for on-demand disorders. It's it is quite strong. And then talking about more disorders, of course we have to add in Miyabi. I already talked about it earlier. These new characters of the Angel of the Delusion are going to introduce aspects of Anomaly, and they're going to introduce aspects of potential stun or getting into stun. What character benefits from anomalies and loves to be in a stun window? And that's Miyabi. And that's Miyabi 100%. Where'd you go? I lost her. There she is. So we're going to put her in big synergy up here. Very, very excited. And then don't forget about the new characters, or I should say the newly reworked characters, and that is Bernice and Grace, both of whom which gain the ability to bloom, and whether it be on field or off field or on field. I was pointing at the wrong characters. That don't necessarily pace the same as a Vivian, but they'll still do really, really well. And if you guys pick them up during one of the spending event banners, or you know, maybe you get Grace off of a standard, you're going to do really, really well to slot them in with some of your your F2P Piper squads. Maybe you picked up Yuzuha or Alice previously. I mean, Alice is coming back in the rerun banner in 2 weeks plus, so any variations of these ladies you can see doing very well with the Angels of Delusion. And weirdly, may I introduce to you some extra units that I think are going to be very sought after. And one of the units is actually going to be Yi Shen. Now, Yi Shen has always been the more just oppressive, rough and tough, just bow, bow, bow. You toss your cloud shapers, you toss your ult, you toss your chains. But a comp that I'm very, very intrigued in, and I've always been intrigued with Yi Shen, is the Ether, is her Orc, Ink, and Ether disorder comp. That's right. We've seen her work with Vivian before, and for those of you who are unaware, Miasmic Fiend can actually be cleared by Yi Shen and Vivian. They're actually pretty strong. It's not the greatest, most pure synergy in the world, but there could be a world where, again, a character like you or a character like Suna is able to supplement whatever a Yishen would need to get into her stun windows, and then, you know, kind of bounce in between her and then the burst form of Arya. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I'm very, very intrigued about Yishen and how she's able to interact with some of these characters. I think she's going to be a sleeper. Maybe I'll put an okay tier, but I think she's going to be a sleeper. And then Trigger, of course. Trigger is the Anomalies stunner. It has been proven time and time again where she gets to slot into a lot of the hyper carry comps, such as hyper carry Alice, hyper carry Miyabi, mono electric with Yanagi. Trigger is going to have a field day with some of these characters if you don't pull potentially for the other supporting cast and you just go for Arya. But Trigger, again, just having extra, you know, standardized multipliers. Of course, the defense and the crit do somewhat matter. But overall, her contributions as an aftershocker don't get detracted by the fact that she loses out on her additional ability. So Trigger is going to be a really, really solid candidate here. I could also see Orphe being an off-field aftershock fire contributor. Not, I would say, not to the level of a Trigger, but I think is still going to provide quite a bit. And you could see potentially, again, her working with, I believe it's a stunner or support, I believe is what her additional passive is, or it might just be attack and stun, but I forget. But then, you know, let's say Yu is a stunner, then you could easily see Arya, Yu and Orphe could be an interesting composition. And then Dialin is always going to be an interesting one because she doesn't necessarily rely on said additional ability. She can still do a lot of damage and a lot of stuns, and the fact that she can turn a chain into an ult, she can have an on-demand ult with her customer complaint stack, could bode well for a burst style of Anomaly play style, composition, yada yada XYZ. Bringing in the rest of the cast, I think we're gonna have a field day with Astrid Yao. I think Anomaly Nicole is going to do well. I think Seth could have you know, an uptick in play, especially at you know, the more budget player level. We could see Anomaly Sakaku showing up. We could see Lycon pairing with her as well. Let's see who else we got on the list. Anomaly Lighter has been showing up in small bursts. Of course, it's not the strongest composition for Lighter, but you could always see Lighter showing up potentially. And then I think that's most of the characters that I really wanted to mention. Ye Guang, I don't know if we're going to see a synergy with Ye Guang. Is Suna going to be a character pulled out of left field and she actually turns out to be a Zhao power creep? I highly, highly doubt so. But if it is so the case, then we could see the synergy with Ye Guang. But I'll reserve my thoughts on Ye Guang for now. But overall, I think that should be the list of characters. And with that, folks, what do you guys think of our new idol faction, the Angels of Delusion? We have Suna, Arya, and then I assume Arya is officially going to be announced tomorrow, as well as you. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think, and we'll see you guys in the next video. Whew. They're coming fast. They are arriving fast. I am excited. Woo.
Mm-hmm.
guess what, everybody? I like Sonic Heroes. In fact, I'd go as far as to say it's my favorite Sonic game. You don't hear that very often. Most people think Sonic Heroes is a bloated mess that glitches every 30 seconds and makes you play every level 4 times to get the real ending. And while all of that's true, I do still think Heroes is my easiest Sonic game to just pick up and play for hours on end. I should stress though, I'm mostly talking about Team Sonic's story. The other teams definitely have their moments, but they pale in comparison to the pacing of Sonic's levels. I recently finished a 100% playthrough of the game, which in Sonic Heroes involves beating every mission with an A rank. It's not just the main campaign either. Every team has special B missions for each level, so you could really say the game requires you to play every level 8 times if you want the final reward. And that final reward is Super Hard Mode, a new layout for all of Team Sonic stages. Basically, you get to play every level for a 9th time if you're somehow still in the mood. I can confidently say the completionist experience for Sonic Heroes is not worth it. These super hard layouts really just should have been the B missions for Team Sonic instead of what we really got, which were time trials for their vanilla layouts. Still, a bad time playing Sonic Heroes is a good time in my book. I just love this game. It has so much charm and soul. I love how every zone introduces a new enemy to complicate the combat loop. I love the janky pinball level, Frog Forest, even Rail Canyon when its central mechanic decides to work properly. Listen, back in my day, we just kinda had to cope with games that barely worked. You kids complain about games releasing in broken states today, but at least they get patched. Sonic Heroes hasn't even been re-released in the United States, let alone received any bug fixes. Why does Europe get a PS3 port of Sonic Heroes anyway? What makes them so special? Well, I looked into this, and apparently European PlayStation 3s did not have backwards compatibility. This forced Sony to re-release select PS2 games as digital downloads with the PS2 emulator built in. You know, with how buggy the PS2 version of Heroes already was, and with how spotty PS2 emulation was back in 2012, I'm not sure we're actually missing much here, but it's the principle of the matter. The rest of the world deserves Sonic Heroes Digital. Wait, it was released digitally in the Asian markets too in 2014? For God's sake, just put it on the Switch already. Just throw the widescreen hack on and I'll be happy. Whatever. I could go on and on about how great Heroes is. The soundtrack is phenomenal. The game's so colorful. It's the closest a 3D game has ever come to capturing that classic Sonic magic. And yes, I know about Sonic Superstars, but I'm not just here to review Sonic Heroes. No, I'm here to talk about something with way more mass appeal. The Sonic Heroes Manual. I've been building up my physical media library for the past year. It was kind of my goal for 2025. Some of these are my childhood copies of the games, but a lot of them needed new boxes or manuals. When I got my new manual for Sonic Heroes, I flipped through it for a minute, felt nostalgia, and realized, man, this looks like shit. The screenshots are so crunchy and monotone, it's impossible to see what's happening in the game. Not only that, but the manual's just weird. I always remember thinking it was strange that Heroes saw it fit to finally give the characters canon ages. I guess Sonic being 15 feels about right for the Dreamcast era, but Tails being 8 was definitely a curveball. I guess I always pictured him around like 12, just a bit younger than Sonic, but that honor goes to Amy, which makes all these panty shots from the adventure games very upsetting, but I digress. I think it's funny they straight up refuse to give Shadow an age. Like, I know he spent 50 years in slumber, but would it be so hard to imagine he's mentally 15 like Sonic? Then again, Maria was like a sister to him. How long did he spend on the Ark before it was shut down? When did Gerald finish making him? Wait a minute. Is Shadow like 2 years old? Maybe it was smart to leave his age ambiguous. Rouge is 17. Seriously, guys? When it's that close, just put 18, especially when she's supposed to be the sexy one. Are you trying to tell me the president hired a 17-year-old jewel thief to infiltrate the space colony Ark? I can suspend my disbelief to accept talking animals, but are there no labor laws in this world? Oh, sorry. She's a part-time government spy. She better not have worked more than 20 hours a week on the Ark, is all I'm saying. God, these bios are so painfully 2000s. Don't let his docile appearance deceive you. This cute twin-tailed fox is an absolute mecha maniac with skills rivaling those of Dr. Eggman. Humble about his abilities, he always does his best to help out Sonic, who sees him as something of a cute kid brother. Tails can spin his tails like a rotor blade, enabling him to fly. This is back when they still put tails in quotes, by the way, because his Christian name is Miles. The Japanese releases used to call him Miles all the time, which I always found interesting. Miles per hour is a much better complimentary name to Sonic, if I'm being honest. Tails and Knuckles are just naming them after their most prominent body parts. It's a good thing they ditched that naming scheme before they got to Espio and named him Horny. I love how Vector's bio goes out of its way to say he offers free detective services to the needy, like tracking down lost toys for kids. Maybe he could have helped Baby Rouge find those Master Emerald shards since she's 17! The most perplexing of all of these has to be Eggman's. As his name implies, Dr. Eggman is a doctor that looks like an egg. As well as having an unfeasibly high IQ of 300, Eggman is a romanticist, a feminist, and a self-professed gentleman. Sadly, his charms are often difficult to spot through the abominable laughter that accompanies his maniacal declarations of world domination. Sonic is always finding ways to stop his diabolical plots, but as with all great arch-enemies, Eggman now sees Sonic as more of a rival than a threat. This is just amazing. I don't think I've ever read a better character summary for Eggman. Well, where did they even come up with this? A romanticist? Like the 19th century art movement? A feminist? I'm getting strong Reddit vibes from self-professed gentlemen, but I guess I've never seen Eggman do anything misogynistic. I actually had this manual as a kid and just straight up accepted it as fact that Eggman was a feminist. I mean, why would they go to the trouble of writing this about his character if it wasn't meant to reveal new information about his character? If Eggman isn't a feminist, my entire life has been a lie. But thankfully, he is. It's right there in the manual. You can read it. But now that I think about it, I wonder what the official Japanese manual says. Well, here it is. I can't read this. Should have thought of that. Secondly, the Sonic Heroes manual is way better in Japan. Look at all this color, the graphic design. It's all so charming. You can actually tell what's happening in the game screenshots. This is pretty common, unfortunately. For some reason, American releases of Japanese games just always got shafted in the manual department. Look at all this text in the character sections. Their ages might not be listed, but they all get their own pages of information. Gosh, imagine what hilarious things like the feminist line must be hiding here from English-speaking audiences. I need these translated. Lucky for us, you never need to do anything on the internet because somebody's already done it for you. Except this video. I checked. Nobody's blown the Sonic Heroes manual wide open for some reason. Anyway, Lost in Localization is an amazing website that documents oddities of the localization process. This article, written by Anthony, documents Eggman's bio from the Sonic Heroes manual by name. The world is beautiful. Let's take a look then. What does the Japanese manual say about Eggman's feminism? An evil genius who, as his name suggests, has an egg-like body. This super genius, who takes pride in his IQ of 300, is an authority in the field of robotics. Despite being a so-called evil genius scientist, he has a fundamentally childish personality. At any rate, he loves world domination. Although he's failed many times in the past, the scale of each world domination campaign he comes up with is grander than the last. Sonic, who's always a thorn in Eggman's side, is truly his eternal rival. Nevertheless, it seems that deep down, there's a part of him that thinks of Sonic without hatred. There's even a diligent side to Eggman that makes sure to send formal challenges to Sonic. Oh my god, it's not in there. I mean, I love all the extra stuff about how he respects Sonic and all, but where's the feminism? And what's this about his fundamentally childish personality? Was there a single adult on the Space Colony Ark? What a strange detail to just pull from thin air. Why would you claim he's a romanticist and a feminist for no reason? If you're just phoning it in and doing a bad localization, why would you come up with something so objectively funny? This is normally the kind of thing that would haunt me for the rest of my life, but for once, we actually have an answer. This line is canon Eggman material, just not from Sonic Heroes. Instead, it's from the Japanese website for Sonic X of all things. The website is still up, by the way, hosted by Tokyo TV. Links in the description. It has character bios for everyone, and you might notice something familiar in Eggman's. Though he is an expert on robotics, his childlike naivete is so great, he actually believes he's capable of conquering the world. He's desperate to make this ridiculous delusion a reality. A romanticist as well as a feminist, a self-proclaimed gentleman, he makes an effort to look good in front of others. His earnest wish is to acquire the Chaos Emeralds and give rise to the Eggman Empire. Though he regards Sonic as his nemesis for life, it seems there's a part of him deep down that thinks of him without hatred. Well, there you go. Eggman's feminism comes right from Sonic X. Not exactly canon to the games, but this is an official website. It also includes that bit about secretly respecting Sonic at the end. This makes me believe both versions of the Sonic Heroes manual were using this Sonic X bio as reference material. For some reason, the line about feminism was cut from the Japanese version, but when padding it out for the English translation, Sega of America restored the line and graced us with this incredible piece of trivia. While we're here, Anthony has a few more deep dives on Lost in localization that you should definitely check out if you're curious, like that hilarious line from Sonic Riders people always meme about.
Not just a race, but a special race to see who's the fastest.
Yeah, Eggman. That's called a race. In the original Japanese script, he's explaining that it's not just a race about speed, but also fighting tooth and nail to win, since the race has no formal rules. Oddly enough, neither language has the line about Eggman being bisexual here. I think that was only available in this country.
Whoa, he's bisexual. I didn't know that.
By the way, I'm bisexual. I forgot to announce.
Apparently, Sonic Adventure was a nightmare to localize because many of the game's cutscenes play 3 or more times with slightly different dialogue depending on who you're playing as.
If it isn't Sonic!
Well. If it isn't Sonic and Tails.
Because of this, each scene had to be carefully translated and localized 3 times, which triples the likelihood of honest mistakes. For some reason, they even created alternate versions of certain lines that are identical in the Japanese script. In Tails' story, after Eggman steals the Chaos Emeralds from Sonic and Knuckles, Eggman says,
You are so easily tricked. All I did was wait for you to bring it to me.
Later on in Knuckles' story, after boarding the egg carrier, Knuckles says,
Now we'll see who's so easily tricked.
a nice callback, right? Too bad Eggman didn't say that in Knuckles' story.
First come, first served, they say. And you served me too well for your own good.
That alternate line was placed in Tails' story by mistake, meaning Knuckles is calling back to something that didn't happen. Oops, all these little changes are really interesting to me. Sonic is generally more laid back in his own story than others perceive him. Tails' dialogue is more self-deprecating in his story, and he occasionally interprets the words of others in a harsher light. Knuckles comes across as a fool in Sonic and Tails' story, but a noble man on a mission in his own. It's a really interesting study on how 3 people can witness the same events and come away with entirely different interpretations. Maybe Sonic doesn't always come off as calm and kind as he means to. Maybe people aren't being as rude to Tails as he thinks in his darkest moments. Maybe from where Knuckles is sitting, his decisions aren't as foolish as they seem. I think we could all do better to see the other perspectives in our own lives, to wonder how the dialogue of our own conversations might be tweaked based on the listener. And maybe we can eventually work toward a single truth, the real script, where we all communicate maturely and with compassion. I think this world is possible. All you have to do is listen. Anyway, back to the Sonic Heroes manual. What does it mean for Eggman to be a feminist? Well, the jury's out, unfortunately. Anthony's blog post has a pretty good guess, so I'd recommend reading that for more detail. But long story short, the specific spelling could either be calling him a man who takes good care of women, or it could just mean the modern definition of feminist that we all know, since the words typically have the same meaning online between languages these days. Whether Ragman's a womanizer or takes women's study classes on the weekends, we'll never know for sure. But there might be signs. It really is a shame the English manuals are in black and white. The Japanese version just has so much more heart. The graphic design actually matches the game's UI instead of these gray boxes. I think you could have kept the abstract shapes even in black and white, guys. We wouldn't have been confused. I guess I do get it though. Colored ink can cost an arm and a leg. If only there were a digital edition that had the English translation and the Japanese colors. What's that? There is a digital edition for the PS2 version? You can download it on Sony's website? Oh my god, that solves the colored ink problems. I bet it's in color. Oh no, it's even worse. What is this? Front cover? Thanks guys, I might have got confused on this downloaded PDF. Why is the digital edition worse quality than scans of physical paper? Just upload the files you printed for the original manual. It's probably got something to do with file size. The scanned PDF for the PS2 manual is 66 megabytes, while the digital edition is 4. I guess it was 2004 and people were downloading this with dial-up, but what is this? What happened to their eyes? What happened to Knuckles' face? And the question mark over Metal Sonic doesn't even seem to be rendered correctly in my PDF viewer. Good work, everyone. White text on a white box is a big choice, I might add. Graphic design is my passion. At least there's a section for you to write your notes. What, am I supposed to print this, bind it to 36 pieces of paper, and shove it into a box? You can shove that idea right up your rear cover. Hey guys, be sure to check out the official Prima strategy guide in case you need help beating Sonic Heroes. I do have Prima's Majora's Mask guide. It was a godsend growing up, but that's a puzzle adventure game. What could the Sonic Heroes strategy guide possibly have to offer? All right, you talked me into it. You're 17 minutes into a video about the Sonic Heroes manual. What else you got going on today? Well, would you look at that? Color! What a novel concept. I can actually understand what's happening in these screenshots. Okay, this is kind of helpful. It gives the exact time or score requirements for the A rank in each mission, which the game doesn't display anywhere. I didn't know some of the missions in this game even rank solely based on time. It failed to communicate that to me. I always just went for the highest score possible. The Switch 2 was announced this long ago? I feel old. Some of this could have used a bit of proofreading. The special stages in Sonic Heroes are completely optional stages that are not necessary to finish the game, but are necessary to getting the real ending. So they're absolutely necessary, thank you. During a special stage, you cannot run or jump, but you do have a dash which you can use if your gauge is free. I have no idea what this is supposed to mean. You can only run in these. There's no way to slow down, and you absolutely can jump. You just probably shouldn't. And what do they mean if your gauge is free? Do they mean full? A couple things you must beware of are using your entire bar too early and spikes. Spikes will slow you down quickly and in most cases prevent you from finishing a bonus challenge or catching the emerald during the emerald challenge. Man, this guide has no sauce. This person isn't jazzed enough about Sonic Heroes to be trusted writing such sacred texts. Just imagine someone's job for a period of time was playing and writing about Sonic Heroes. That's like the best job ever, and they just squandered it. Just take a look at this Metal Overlord section. Oh, spoilers, by the way. The manual only refers to him as Mystery Monster. This is the final battle, and Gold Sonic is ready to go with his superpowers. This sentence actually killed me. Gold Sonic? They capitalized the G. It's a proper noun. Gold Sonic. So how do I beat Mystery Monster? Use supersonic power, of course. Sorry, does this writer know he's called Supersonic, or are they referring to Gold Sonic's superpowers? At least the section on enemies is fun. You get a nice look at them close up with all their official names. I never knew these squids were called Klagan, or the wizards were Egg Bishops. I knew these were the E2000 series because Omega says as much during Final Fortress. Look guys, it's Falco. And how could we forget Gold Cameron? Where's normal Cameron? No clue. just not on the enemy page. Come to think of it, the egg pond isn't on the enemy page either. I'm starting to think this isn't a very good guide. I can't find a single mention of Super Hard either, which probably means the author just didn't bother 100% of the game they were writing a guide for. This is a travesty. They should pay me to make the Ultimate Sonic Heroes guide. I get really into the minutia too, like how you can get extra height at the end of Tails' flight meter by using the Rise attack, flinging him up a bit higher to cross larger distances. Like how if you use Sonic as a projectile after a Team Blast, he'll one-shot everything until the meter's depleted.
That's it!
But maybe you shouldn't always do that, I guess. Even if the strategy guide's a little silly, it is about Sonic Heroes, and that means I have to buy it and put it on my shelf anyway. There is one more manual that I haven't discussed yet, the PC version. You'd think a PC version would mean the game's playable on modern devices, but it's the old kind of PC version that requires a physical disc to run. And that's all the PC version's manual is. Instructions for putting the game into your computer and clicking start. It's one page. Wow. I guess that's all there is to say about the Sonic Heroes manual. Among several other things. If you made it this far, you're one hell of a nerd. You might even be Patreon material. And I don't just say that to everyone. I'm currently doing a Chao Garden Let's Play over on Patreon. I plan to let the community pick a name Chao, along with other perks. Be honest with yourself, that's exactly your cup of tea. So why don't you head on over to patreon.com/simplysnaps and get your name in the credits like this. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
What?
Wow, I found a handy shortcut. Don't know if I should bother getting the stuff in another way. That's fine. That's fine.
My parents always said. No matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down, take a deep breath, and wolf it down in one go. That way, I get to eat my fill without wasting too much time.
So Eggman is a gentleman. That's the thing that I...
Even Crisis works on here. There are no GeForce Gamer in the room.
We have to use every form of energy we can.
You may actually have a bunch of chips sitting in inventory that I can't plug in. In fact, that is my problem. Right? It's not a supply issue of chips.
And who doesn't love easy money?
Over $1 trillion overall market as we get through 2030.
That'll be $8 bazillion trillion.
Grimber's Nexus on memory cartridge.
You should have the most memory you can, the most bandwidth you can, lots of memory, lots of everything.
Right into your business. That's all.
Generating 3 additional frames for every frame that we calculate.
The amount of
So this is one of the incredible capabilities of artificial intelligence.
Jesus Christ.
You should have lots of flops and lots of bandwidth and lots of memory, lots of everything. Wait for it. The crisis works on the GeForce Gamer. Lots of everything.
We brought you this video with the new limited edition Disappointment Tour PC t-shirt on store.gamersnexus.net. Like a banned tour date shirt of never-ending disappointment, this shirt features redacted GPUs on the front that were vaporized by the AI industry. There's also a redacted and censored GN logo in the bottom front, paying tribute to our new BFFs at Bloomberg Legal, who failed to silence us after they Bloomberged all over themselves late last year. The back of the shirt features the redacted Disappointment Tour, like the September Bloomberg incident. We also feature the Asus vulnerabilities, like its router botnet, the entirety of the RTX 50 series, AMD calling everybody confused in November, the RAM situation, specifically the what the fuck part of it, and more. These shirts are available with the tour date back for a limited time on the store. To support our testing efforts, reviews, and consumer advocacy going into 2025, visit store.gamersnexus.net and grab one of our brand new shirts in a comfortable 100% cotton or highly breathable tri-blend. They begin shipping end of January. Thanks for your support as we enter 2026. 2025 had some good news and some bad. But for the good news, the 9950X 3D launched early in the year. It was a normal CPU launch. There was nothing weird about it. It did what they said it would do. And that's pretty positive these days. Intel launched the B570, following up its B580 Battlemage series cards from the end of 2024. And the B570 also did fine in testing. And when we revisited Intel's Arc drivers for the GPUs, we found that they had significantly improved in a way that really changed how we might recommend Intel Arc. That was great news for Intel for the GPU side. In our first ever Linux gaming benchmarks, we found that Bazzite serves as an overall reliable platform that makes not Windows gaming more viable than ever before for PC users. In other good news, Cases had an awesome year on our channel where collectively they've probably done the best they've ever done at not sucking. Specifically, Corsair's Frame 4000D, for example, was one of the best cases we tested this year, $100. And now for the RS ARGB version, at that price with the fans included, that's a pretty solid offering. The Fractal Meshify 3 case was another of the top performers and top recommendations for us, where in our best cases roundup for this year, we gave this the best overall case. Lian Li launched its 217 Infinity, which we're still working on reviewing separately, but it does a great job to having a new approach for the front panel where they've embedded fans in the glass. So finally, you can have your glass and eat it too. The Silverstone launched its FLPO2, which is one of the coolest cases we've looked at in a long time. It manages to execute really well on capturing the retro theme but having modern compatibilities. Height launched its X50, another creative and unique case this year with some advanced manufacturing capabilities that were applied to it. And this launched at about the same time as the Haven BF360, which was another high-performance focused case. Outside of cases, other good news included learning from Intel's board partners that Intel allows them to do basically whatever they want for custom cards as long as they support the product. Seeing that freedom of design for partners is a rarity these days. For cooling, Thermalright lost its mind once again, in a good way once again, launching dozens of affordable competitive CPU coolers. Valve announced its Steam Machine, Steam Frame, and new controllers, squeaking across the line with some really interesting hardware that we can't wait to test in 2026. Now, we're almost to the stuff that this video is for, which is the disappointing stuff, but we've got to do the palate cleanser of things that didn't suck before we get back to the suck. And as another example, just some of the educational content opportunities we had this year were excellent, where as part of the tariffs documentary, we got to visit Louis Rossmann and do a tour of his shop.
Oh, fuck you. I mean, seriously.
Oh no,
cut that out of the video.
That has to be cut.
It's Texas.
That can't stay in. We also published what might be the most educational and complete how thermal paste is made video on the entire internet. And that's not because of us. That's because of this guy.
We are the German water cooling mafia.
And we got to learn how Yeston's video cards.
We are the German water cooling mafia.
And we got to learn how Yeston's video cards are made. That's right, we went to an actual waifu factory. Cut that.
Tough guy, soft graphics card. 反差.
But that's not why we're here today. We're here for stuff like this. The disappointments of 2025. A lot of this comes back to everyone's favorite buzzword, AI, which we thought was bad last year, but this year, AI went from bullshit marketing to full-on grift as the tech industry's two favorite letters prop up the global economy.
My sense is that we're probably, a couple of $100 billion, maybe a few $100 billion into a multi-trillion-dollar infrastructure build-out per year. Yeah.
We see this massive opportunity, really over $1 trillion, overall market as we get through 2030.
There's how many trillions of dollars of computing infrastructures in the world that has to be refreshed.
The thing we believe is that we can stay on a very steep growth curve of revenue for quite a while. And everything we see right now continues to indicate that. We cannot do it if we don't have the compute.
And who doesn't love easy money?
That'll be $8 bazillion trillion.
Not bad.
We have to use every form of energy we can.
The biggest issue we are now having is not a compute glut, but it's a power. And it's sort of the ability to get the builds done fast enough close to power. So if you can't do that, you may actually have a bunch of chips sitting in inventory that I can't plug in. And in fact, that is my problem today, right? It's not a supply issue of chips. It's actually the fact that I don't have warm shells to plug into.
And when they're not busy buying more GPUs than they can even use while you struggle to find a stick of memory for less than $100, these companies are exploring the military-industrial complex for their next move.
We work with Palantir to accelerate everything Palantir does.
So that we can continue to be the mightiest technology industry in the world, so that we can fund the mightiest military in the world. And all of that, I think, goes hand in hand.
I'm happy that our military is going to use AI technology for defense.
You can thank all of these people, the tech executives, for the DRAM crisis, contributing to upwards of 500% higher memory prices in some cases, and we can thank them for the brunt of the economic impact being borne by consumers, which we don't think is an accident. Whether that's through you buying components retail at insane prices, where companies like Micron have increased their consumer margin while killing parts of their consumer business to more closely match B2B margin, or whether it's from something else like you subsidizing Micron's $5 billion of tax breaks, the US government's use of nearly $10 billion of taxpayer money to buy 10% of Intel, the company that just laid off tens of thousands of employees, again, and that has dragged its feet on taxpayer-subsidized fabs, again, or any number of other ways. One way or another, normal people are paying for this AI obsession, whether you're in the US or you're not. Undoubtedly, we are in a bubble. It's just a question of who's holding the needle.
Let's start with, are we in the bubble? And I will say, Lauren, emphatically from my perspective, no.
We need to have energy growth very, very shortly.
I expect some really bad stuff to happen because of the technology.
But the good news is AI does something that humans have never been able to figure out before.
I cannot imagine having gone through that, like figuring out how to raise a newborn without ChatGPT.
The AI bubble was just part of this year's disappointments, though. A big part, but part nonetheless. We had plenty of other issues with GPUs, Asus's router vulnerabilities, Bloomberging all over itself, and illegitimately copyright strike in our report on the AI GPU black market, and more. Let's get into all of that. Our disappointment PC build for 2025 starts off with our disappointment PC build from 2024. NVIDIA, when we said this. We'll start the recap with NVIDIA, which hopefully won't disappoint us this January. Okay, look, I couldn't have known, to be fair. NVIDIA started the year off with the strong announcement.
Do you like my jacket? I thought I'd go the other way from Gary Shapiro. I'm in Las Vegas after all. If this doesn't work out, if all of you object, well, just get used to it. I really think you have to let this sink in. In another hour or so, you're going to feel good about it.
That's right. NVIDIA CEO and man single-handedly responsible for creating an entire micro-industry of targeted Google advertisements for the phrase Jensen Huang leather jacket, Jensen Huang, had some announcements to share.
Wait for it. Wait for it. I thought I was worthy.
Nope. But NVIDIA launched the 50 series, and then it proceeded to fumble in every single conceivable way, even though the architecture looked promising on paper. NVIDIA started with a paper launch, corresponded with fake prices. It had problems with missing ROPs, and it had its most broken-ass drivers in decades. Intentionally broke PhysX 32-bit support, and we think it lied about the RTX 5070.
5070. 4090 performance.
And we think it lied about the RTX 5070.
5070.
It had problems with missing ROPs, and it had its most broken-ass drivers in decades. Intentionally broke PhysX 32-bit support, and we think it lied about the RTX 5070.
5070. 4090 performance at 549.
But let's start the recap with the ROPs. Earlier this year, we bought a viewer's defective RTX 5080 to investigate NVIDIA's raster output unit problem. NVIDIA's missing ROPs sometimes cost around 10% of the total performance on defective products. When we benchmarked an RTX 5080 that wasn't falsely advertised versus one that was missing the ROPs, we found the complete card performed 11% better in Total War and 9% better in Dying Light 2. The best part is that NVIDIA told The Verge that the average performance impact would be 4%, which is on the low side of what we found in some of these games, and also it used misleading language, we think, to minimize the impact with its, quote, one fewer ROP, end quote, comment, even though one full ROP unit, which is what they were referring to because it's the smallest number they could use, contains 8 ROPs in software. With PhysX 32-bit, NVIDIA abandoned hardware-locked functionality of its prior GPU generations on the 50 series, leaving players of games with NVIDIA proprietary PhysX 32-bit features in a situation where sometimes an RTX 5080 can perform worse than a GTX 580. Separate from this, NVIDIA also pushed its worst drivers possibly in its history. The drivers had rampant issues with screen distortion and artifacting, crashes to desktop, hard system reboots, G-Sync issues, and general compatibility problems. Of course, looking back on it now, it all seems kind of obvious why they had these problems. Jensen Huang himself kind of explained it.
We can't write software without AI anymore.
But NVIDIA wasn't alone in the beginning of the year. In February, we said this: AMD, don't fuck this up, okay? And by March, we ran this segment. We tracked sales and sentiment for launch of the 9070 XT and made this map. In green, you can see areas of extreme customer satisfaction with AMD. Major cities in the US did pretty well, far better than NVIDIA. Now, let's look at the dissatisfied area. And so today we're back in the chamber of anguish. You can't say that reviewers live in an echo chamber because I'm literally standing in an anechoic chamber. So, checkmate, viewers. That's right. AMD marketing may not have all of its marbles, but it does have all of its ROPs. In spite of that, though, and in spite of the fact that their drivers were actually not the problem this time, they've been on a better trend than NVIDIA lately, they still had some significant issues for this launch. AMD promised pricing that was seemingly made possible only by rebates to partners in the chain, resulting in 12 of 51 models actually at MSRP in the US over 4 retailers at launch. Of those we cataloged, 5 models were an overwhelming 42% over MSRP. The vast majority of models available were actually just over MSRP generally. It took AMD until the last few months of the year to finally get these prices closer to their advertised launch price. AMD also this year told everyone that the majority of gamers, quote, have no use for more than 8 gigabytes of memory, end quote, while then telling everyone that an 8 gigabyte GPU as an alternative to a 16 gigabyte GPU is, quote, no compromise, end quote, despite literally being precisely that. They compromise, like a 50% capacity one. So, while NVIDIA was in the corner huffing server exhaust and writing driver code, AMD was doing its best to make sure that it gained not even a fraction of a percentage point of market share in discrete GPU. So GPUs had the spotlight for the first couple months of this year, but they did graciously make room for somebody else to share the spotlight with them, which is ASRock's murder boards. ASRock, of course, taking the heat off of Intel for its 2024 CPU instability issues.
Thanks, Steve.
This was a story we followed across the year and never came to firm conclusions, but we did have a ton of findings we shared. Our coverage started in March when we began collecting reports online about ASRock murderboards murdering AMD CPUs, but in particular X3D CPUs. We eventually added ASRock to our face-to-face series of interviews to try and get answers, and we did get answers. I mean, they weren't right. Technically, though, they were answers. We published dozens of charts, tests, and data points from logic analyzers and just good old-fashioned use computer like normal testing. Ultimately, we weren't able to figure out the root cause. Now, in the time since publishing our last deep dive into ASRock's motherboard or murderboard problems, we did actually buy even more user boards that had been reported to have killed CPUs. And this most recent time, we bought power supplies, memory, the CPUs themselves, basically everything we could buy from the users to test the whole computer as they built it, which is really expensive, to try and isolate for the variables, and we still couldn't reproduce the issues on those particular boards. And in fact, one of the reported dead...
Okay,
Huh?
I think I have everyone.
Hey, get out! Cuckoo!
Out of this region. Him, not necessary. Sure, someone who has HP scaling may come around, but currently, I think defense, well, she is an HP scaler.
Woo! Whoa, whoa! Ah.
Fine. Okay, so HP defense. Attack percent.
Process if you don't keep
I think I'll, yeah. I'm gonna look at that. She has the best. Okay, so we're just gonna say, yeah, that's... Yeah, what the fuck? Great. Let's not. Let's start with, yeah, flower. Sure. Great. Defense scaling and repeat attack with better limit of monster. Just really something. And your charge 1342. Crit rate, AR, EM. Yeah, this is going to be really nice. Eventually, as long as it doesn't go into flat attack the 2 more times. It's fine. I guess it's fine for someone. By the way, I should upgrade him. Just because he can wield this set. How good is this one? Not really good, only 2 substats. I mean, this is also only 2 substats, potentially. Also only 2 substats. Damage does scale with defense percent. Yes, she does.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. I'm heading watering.
Let's just give her. Great damage. I don't know how much crit stats she will even get. Yeah, this is trash. Kind of trash. I mean, this is also kind of trash. Oh, sheesh. I mean, this is also not the best. Should want some energy recharge. Probably. Most likely. Geo damage bonus. Mm-hmm. How do you work? Just touched 3%. Oh, all of this time. I can't believe I couldn't see. Left in the dark with over there in front of me. Hope it's sleeping for 1,000 years, it seems. Let's heart rate rate 70%. That's fine.
CPUs, I think, even came back to life after we wiped the contact pads on it. So we haven't made that video yet, but there's probably more to talk about still. Maybe it'll find another spot on the 2026 Disappointment Tour t-shirt. Up next, ASUS. I'm in the chamber of anguish because here the ASUS botnet can't read my brain. ASUS this year had a number of vulnerabilities added to its other general fuck-ups over the last couple of years, and one of them was called ASSH. ASSH. Well, there's a couple of them. So. This year, ASUS's software and hardware were both impacted by attack vectors. Its routers were found to be slowly getting morphed into a giant botnet. And if this is the first time you're hearing about this, and if you're using an affected and unupdated ASUS router, it's time to update immediately, or at this point, maybe just get a different router. This vulnerability is called ASSH, or ASSH. At one point, Census had tracked over 10,000 infected routers online. ASUS also had its Armory Crate vulnerability. Armory Crate vulnerability? Oh no! Whoever could have seen this coming? You also get Armory Crate, ASUS's malware-like board-level functional rootkit. They try to masquerade it as a useful driver installing feature, but in the future, it's just going to be a zero-day exploit waiting to happen. And this year, ASUS's Armory Crate and Driver Hub software were both exploited by security researchers. The Armory Crate vulnerability was found by Cisco Talos, with researcher Icewall determining that, quote, an unprivileged attacker can run a program from user mode to trigger this vulnerability, end quote. But another vulnerability called ASUSpicious, found by Mr. Bruh, revealed that millions of users' information had been exposed since 2022. Calling back again to the warranty and RMA disasters, but this time in the form of databases. As we titled the chapter in our ASUS dumpster fire video about this topic, this was an unbelievably stupid exploit. ASUS had hard-coded credentials with administrator-level, unrestricted access into its software, which the researcher was able to find and deploy in successful security research. We look forward to next time when ASUS bypasses this particular vulnerability by, instead of hard-coding them into the software, just making the password password. Well, they could really switch it up and make it username and make the username password, but it might be a little too advanced. Anyway, that was kind of small stuff compared to the major backdrop that started in around March and persisted through most of the year, and that was tariffs. So flying around between California, Texas, and North Carolina, we went on our biggest journey this year, other than the black market one, and that was meeting with a ton of companies ranging from previously billion-dollar public ones like Corsair to small independent repair shops like Louis Rossmann's. In that special 3-hour-long report, we learned about the impact of uncertainty caused by constant tariff changes for the PC industry, and we got one of my favorite Louis Rossmann quotes of all time.
Oh, fuck you. I mean, seriously.
Look, it's not like there's a scarcity of supply for Louis Rossmann saying fuck you, but it's still a good quote. This ended up setting an undercurrent of price increases and responses, triggering layoffs and resulting in canceled projects or abandoned markets for some companies in the space. Now, we won't recap that entire thing here, it was 3 hours, but we ran a 2-part series on tariffs and got margin structure information from Hyde, logistics information from Cooler Master, US-based and Canadian-based manufacturing and factory details from Protocase, assembly factories like CyberPower and iMyPower, and more. The tariffs' impact to the hardware industry wasn't necessarily even about the hard percentages for a lot of these companies. It was about the uncertainty and the literally day-to-day changes at some points early in the year. So tariffs was the big story, but there were some other moderate disappointments after that, like Origin's $8,400 pre-built PC disaster. But even that paled in comparison to what we felt was NVIDIA threatening our independent coverage in our next disappointment. That's right, we get to the NVIDIA press manipulation topic on the shirt now. Well, standing on a random bridge in the middle of Taipei in the middle of the year, we broke news about NVIDIA staff pushing us constantly in the background for things like getting multi-frame generation benchmarks into charts in ways that we just did not agree with. We thought it was misleading, bad for the consumer, and obviously just pro-corporate kind of bootlicking bullshit stance. And so we made a big deal about that and talked about the ways we thought it would be damaging to both consumers and to reality, because that's not how those numbers work. NVIDIA sort of dragged in the engineers who we have had pretty good access to over the years to produce these extremely educational, really fun, interesting, good content pieces, interviewing engineers actually working on the products. Like, it was pretty awesome. It's good content, and everybody could learn from it. It wasn't just bullshit selling you a product. That's what we liked about it. Unfortunately, NVIDIA decided to tie that type of interview together with these background verbal expectations for what should appear in reviews, and basically start guiding the direction or shaping the narrative of reviews and editorial content. And effectively, we felt threatening access to engineers if we didn't cover things a certain way. We felt the company was attempting to exercise control over our choices, and was doing so by threatening access to something that we and the audience liked, which was interviews with engineers that were purely technical and not just marketing fluff. A good example is our MFG and our DLSS content we ran earlier in the year, where we did that because we were interested in it. It was technology NVIDIA was talking about. We wanted to test the marketing claims against the reality. Some of it we liked, not all of it. But the problem with this approach is that, unfortunately, NVIDIA taints everything, because now, at least for us at the time when this wasn't public yet, we're sitting there going, I don't know that I can trust any of these content pieces because I know what they're saying behind the scenes. And then now that it's out there, it's a problem of, okay, but is anything truly independent if NVIDIA kind of runs this interference approach to marketing and PR? And unfortunately, they have tainted the ability to trust even the content with actually trustworthy engineers who are good, who only care about talking about the engineering and teaching people. And that's...
What did you give me just now? Can I have another look?
Kind of what we had access to, and what we decided, you know what, fuck it. If they're gonna charge some kind of quid pro quo for this, then we don't want to be a part of it. But the loss is unfortunate there, and is a casualty of that decision from NVIDIA. Now, this isn't because the engineers can't be trusted, it's because the marketing driving the meetings might be behind the scenes trying to nudge an outlet's editorial direction in a particular way. And following this, NVIDIA decided not to sample drivers to review media for the 5060, even if that media outlet obtained the card through partners. However, it did decide to seed preview coverage under strict guidelines for fluff publications, immediately proving our point. So these were not reviews, these were previews under strict control with strict rules.
In fact, even Crysis works on here. Okay, so anybody who's a GeForce gamer, There are no GeForce Gamer in the room.
Anyway, that was our experience with that in the middle of the year. And following some other disappointments, like the marketing bullshit of the 9060 XT we already went over, an Alienware SSD that was bent like a banana, a fake 9800 XOD, a 5050 that was silently shoved out the door, and Main Gear's underperformed pre-built, we eventually got to one of our videos about Intel following the huge mess of AMD and NVIDIA GPU launches for the year, pleading with Intel to please don't fuck this up. This is the best opportunity you're ever gonna have. Help us, Intel. You're our only hope. In that video, we laid out how NVIDIA and AMD had botched just about every single launch thus far in the year, leaving Intel an opportunity to just keep chugging along, improving its drivers. Within a month or so of that post, Intel was in complete freefall. Its fab rollouts were slowing down or being paused. The company had another round of mass layoffs. It was killing projects. And CEO Lip-Bu-Tan even managed to land in Trump's crosshairs with calls for resignation. A few days later, though, the two met and became BFFs to the tune of the United States buying about 10% of Intel. And then we hit my most memorable moment of the year personally, which was when we got Bloomberg'd. So we normally try to keep the build focused on, or the lack of a build this year, focused on the hardware industry. But there's a little bit of an accessory here this time, which is after we got on the ground in China and we spent 3 weeks in Asia traveling for the story about the AI GPU black market and proving its existence and learning how it works and illustrating the nuance that in China, this isn't a black market, it's just the market. It's only illegal from the U.S. government's perspective for companies to send things there, but it's not illegal for them to transact within the country. And so it's a really interesting story. And so we traveled all over the place in Asia and covered this, and then we got back and we published it, and then Bloomberg filed a copyright strike and took down our video. We successfully fought it. We got reinstated. Bloomberg basically, they happen to be a major recipient of NVIDIA sponsor money, and they also happened to have published their own unsuccessful failed attempt at a report on a similar topic where they filmed sand in a Chinese desert, and then they copyright struck ours. Now, we did get reinstated. If you haven't seen the video, check it out. It's on the channel. It's the AI GPU black market. After this, the year closed out with simpler things like NVIDIA becoming more of a monopoly and abusing the fact that the US government probably won't do anything about it when they invested into Intel, who should be a competitor of theirs, and it just kind of continued to consolidate resources, taking a small share of Intel. Our concern with that was just the general antitrust behaviors. We talked about in that piece. But the thing that happened after that was probably the biggest one for the year, and that was the RAM issue, where it's not just a shortage, it's OpenAI decides to basically reserve 40% of the memory wafer supply through 2028 to 2029 or so. And that, in addition to the AI companies going crazy, buying everything. Data centers are being built recklessly, we think, where they're just dropping them everywhere. They can't even power some of them on because the grid isn't ready for them in those locations yet. Things like that. And they're sucking up all the memory, where RAM prices now have included effects from Micron's exit on the consumer-facing crucial memory business, which reduced supply availability to consumers in pursuit of more data center inventory. It also includes just the actual price, where if you go to PC Part Picker right now, you can see DRAM pricing trends, landing kits of DDR5 6000 64 gigabytes at over $800 now. Previously, it was like $190, $200 just 3 to 4 months ago. NAND flash storage prices are following, with price hikes inbound for this supply as well. And actually, hard drives are increasing in cost due to data center demand too. We talked about this in two main pieces at the end of the year, which was the NVIDIA what the fuck piece and the what the fuck just happened piece, which apparently is becoming a series for us now. And in those, the thing we talked about was this is a factor of the companies outbidding consumers, and the companies that sell these things, like Micron, even increase their margin, so they take more profit from the consumers who buy the stuff, and it's still not enough. They still favor B2B instead because they're just going to keep hiking the price and the margin until the point where the consumers completely fall out of the market and go, fuck all this, and it ends up just being they sell to each other. The companies sell to the companies, and that's the end of that. So anyway, we talked about that in separate pieces. We'll link those below. You should check them out if you haven't. But as for what is up for us in the next few months, at least for 2026, the big one is our content piece on data centers, where we are traveling different parts of mostly the US to look at some data center build-outs where hundreds of you in our audience have told us about things that you think are just wrong where it's maybe kind of steamrolling through processes, abusing outdated zoning regulations, ignoring environmental factors or human health risk factors, such as things like dumping more fumes into local communities, where in some situations, like near one of the XAI data centers, there have been claims of increases in diagnoses of certain breathing diseases, things like that. We're looking into some of that stuff next. That'll come up on probably this channel. And then GNCA has a few big pieces as well, like probably more with Palantir, because they responded to us on Twitter. So that was interesting. Anyway, that's it for the disappointment build. We have some good news coming up too. A lot of benchmarks and reviews coming up as always. Check back for all that. Subscribe for more if you want to support our content in another year of in-depth testing, reviews, benchmarks, and also these special reports that we're getting out in the field and doing. Then you can do so on store.gamersnexus.net by grabbing one of these t-shirts, the Disappointment Build 2025 t-shirts. They are limited for the back design. The front will eventually come out separately. But if you want the back with the 2025 tour dates on it, then you can get it for the next couple months or so. And we've got the information for you on the store page. Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more. We'll see you all next time.
To do that, oh, I haven't selected it. Thought for a moment that I got really good. Crit damage. Hat. I need more energy recharge. I'm not sure. I mean, I'll get 11.7 here, so I will get a bit more energy than I get currently. Okay. Now X512 is power efficient. RPC S3. What cookie?
AVX 512 is a controversial instruction set. Linus Torvalds of Linux fame once wrote, "I hope it dies a painful death." Whenever it's brought up online, people just can't stop talking about how bad the power draw is, how you should just write code on the GPU instead, and how glad they are that their current machine doesn't support AVX 512. And the power efficiency, the power efficiency, the power efficiency. People can't stop talking about it. Instead of explaining why I think these people are wrong, I'll first show you, then explain afterwards. Let's start by comparing performance with and without AVX 512 in the PlayStation 3 emulator RPCS3. On the left, running with AVX2, you need around 62 to 64 watts to run this game at around 310 frames per second. On the right, running with AVX 512, you need around 2 watts less to run at the same frame rate, making the AVX 512 code around 3% more power efficient. In this scene, the AVX 512 path is actually using around 3% more power. However, it's doing this while achieving 25% higher frame rates than the AVX2 path, making it much more power efficient than the AVX2 path. In Dark Souls, we see a similar pattern. With a locked frame rate, the AVX 512 path provides the same performance with less power, and with an unlocked frame rate, the AVX 512 path provides a much higher frame rate with a marginal increase in power draw. Oh, but I'm using the 7800X3D, a Zen 4-based desktop chip, which has the famous double-pumped AVX 512 execution. In other words, it splits 512-bit wide instruction execution over 2 cycles. AMD even cutely marketed this disability as a power-efficient implementation. Okay, yeah, but despite popular belief, AVX 512 is power-efficient on Intel chips as well. Here's Ninja Gaiden again, but running on my Intel Tiger Lake laptop. It's limited to around 15 watts, but still provides a healthy performance boost at this low power limit. Unlike my Zen 4-based desktop chip, the Tiger Lake laptop executes 512-bit wide instructions over a single cycle. Now, I know what you're thinking, but what cookie? RPCS3 uses 128-bit wide AVX 512 instructions. That's why it's power efficient. You yourself wrote so in your blog and in your earlier videos. Look, we'll get to that later, but let's first look at the efficiency of programs that extensively use 512-bit wide instructions. This is a benchmark from the developers of David, a decoder for the AV1 video codec. When running with uncapped frame rate, David can decode faster with wider instruction sets. But that doesn't tend to be how people actually watch video. When we look at power usage with a fixed frame rate, you can see that it's pulling less power to achieve full speed playback. At a fixed frame rate, they're actually seeing even greater power efficiency gains than RPCS3 did. David is full of some of the smartest assembly out there, and it's all wide, so the excuse that RPCS3 is efficient because it avoids wide instructions in some cases doesn't really hold water. Now, I don't have access to a Zen 5 machine to run my own benchmarks on, but Phoronix did a lot of benchmarks on Zen 5, which is an interesting data point since the Zen 5 AVX 512 execution units are twice as wide as they are on Zen 4. Now, this is especially fun since AMD was marketing the Zen 4 implementation as power efficient earlier, but across the 90 benchmarks used by Phoronix, they found that Zen 5 was 56% faster with AVX 512 enabled, and Zen 4 was 41% faster. This is without increasing power draw at all, too. So, if every program that uses AVX 512 finds it to be much faster and much more power efficient, where does this misconception come from? Let's start by discussing the first server CPU to support AVX 512, Skylake X. Skylake might be the most prolific consumer CPU of all time. Released in 2015, it would serve as the basis for all of Intel's server and desktop CPUs up until 2021. Normally, Intel releases a new CPU architecture every year, but since Intel's manufacturing division was having problems with yields of the next generation 10nm node, on which all future CPUs were designed on, the lifetime of Skylake was extended significantly. On the consumer side, there were 5 generations of CPUs which all used the Skylake microarchitecture. Each generation provided some improvement, clock speeds, core count, but fundamentally, the DNA of the CPU was the same. Skylake X was another branch of the Skylake architecture, designed for servers and workstations. On top of supporting higher core counts, Skylake X included support for AVX 512. However, AVX 512 wasn't always meant to be a differentiating feature. In the case of compilers, they will update compilers to detect their new hardware and inform the compiler with what instruction sets the hardware supports, such that compilers can properly support brand new hardware, even if you're using a version of the compiler from 6 months ago. However, with the launch of Skylake, this backfired on Intel. Since Intel originally intended to support AVX 512 on the client Skylake, they sent out patches to LLVM and GCC telling them to omit AVX 512 when compiling for Skylake. But the actual Skylake product we received was missing AVX 512. What happened? If we compare die shots between Skylake and Skylake X, there's 2 things that are worth paying attention to. This area out here is where the fused multiply add unit sits on Skylake. On Skylake X, the units are twice as long, so it has double the throughput. It's fine to omit this feature on client CPUs since most wide AVX 512 codes on client are going to be looking to accelerate integer code and not floating point math. Over here is where things get interesting though. There's blank space on the client Skylake die, but on Skylake X the area is actually used. On Skylake X, this space makes up the upper 256 bits of the 512-bit register space. Skylake didn't drop AVX 512 to save on die space, for performance reasons or for any other concerns people usually give about it. They simply just didn't have enough time to finish the implementation. Now, Intel intended to solve this with their next generation client CPUs, but since Intel's 10nm was so problematic, they had to re-release Skylake over and over again to remain relevant. Intel had the die space for AVX 512 reserved, and they put out desktop chips for 6 years with the space reserved but unused. An absolutely tragic start to the life of AVX 512. Skylake X had a shorter lifetime than the desktop and laptop Skylake variants, but it was still Intel's flagship design from between 2017 to 2021. Now, Skylake X was launched at an interesting time. In 2017, Intel commanded a massive 98% of the server CPU market share. Intel, of course, wasn't satisfied. They still wanted more. But with no more market share left to gain, they would need to find other ways to increase profits. Increasingly, Intel felt a need to compete with themselves. Market segmentation isn't inherently a bad thing. After all, each CPU is a physical thing, manufactured in a process that's prone to errors. After being manufactured, companies like Intel test their chips to figure out what specific SKU they'll sell the CPU as. For instance, if 2 cores have a fatal flaw, but the rest of the machine is fine, they'll sell the chip with 2 fewer cores enabled, at a cheaper price point. That's much better than throwing the entire thing away, and besides, not all users need an expensive machine with 8 or more cores on it. Myself, I quite enjoy cheap laptops with only a handful of cores, plenty enough to browse the web or write things on. However, not all segmentation is based on physical flaws. There is a variance in what kind of clock speeds each chip can achieve. The highest clocking ones are often sold at an extra premium. Starting in 2010 with the Sandy Bridge line of CPUs, Intel started releasing variants with K in the name, indicating that this particular chip supports overclocking. This is an artificial form of segmentation. There's nothing preventing you from overclocking the non-K chips, except for Intel themselves. For a moment, Intel tried to take this even further by releasing DLC for their CPUs. Yeah, there was actually a moment when Intel wanted you to spend $20 to speed up your laptop by a whopping 200 MHz. That means that all the chips they sold you were already manufactured well enough to hit those boosted clock speeds, but Intel wanted to artificially segment their products in the perfect way to sell you CPU DLC. Oh yeah, and while consumer backlash was enough to make them drop the idea for laptops and desktops, they actually still sell unlock codes to unlock special features on their server CPUs. Seriously. Intel didn't just stop there. They also launched Sandy Bridge chips branded under the Celeron and Pentium line. While these chips featured cut-down core counts and clock speeds as expected, they also did not feature new instruction sets past the introduction of AVX, which is a major problem for any developers who want to drop support for older instruction sets. You might assume that you can drop support for anything pre-AVX, since it was introduced with Sandy Bridge in 2010, but Intel were releasing Celeron and Pentium chips without AVX as recently as 2020. Now, that's all nice, but I think what I just described is mostly okay. Like anyone else, I'd rather have fully featured chips sold to me rather than chips with features and speeds artificially segmented. But what Intel attempted to do with their Skylake X Xeon chips damaged the reputation of AVX 512 forever. In 2017, Cloudflare, known for their DDoS protection services, released this blog comparing Intel's previous generation server CPUs, known as Broadwell, to the brand new Skylake X machines. Oh yeah, and they also compared the performance of these Intel systems to some ARM-based machines too. Now the ARM-based CPU did pretty well, but the performance of the Skylake machine was interesting enough to warrant yet another blog post, published just 2 days later. This article was titled, "The Dangers of Intel's Frequency Scaling." The Achilles heel of Skylake X had come to light. While Skylake X featured much higher throughput through the use of AVX 512 instructions, it wasn't possible to maintain the same kind of clock speeds that can be reached when executing simpler instructions. Cloudflare was testing with the Xeon Silver 4116 CPUs. They tested a synthetic workload encrypted with the ChaCha20 Poly 1305 algorithm. The in-development version of OpenSSL they used featured an implementation which uses AVX 512 and reached a throughput of 2.89 GB per second on a single core. They also tested against the Boring SSL library, which featured an AVX2 implementation that reaches 1.6 GB per second. Now, the author had a theory here. On previous generation chips, executing AVX2 code would drop clock speeds. So, with the brand new Skylake X and AVX 512, how much would the clock speeds drop? Well, the clocks dropped a lot. They dropped so much, in fact, that using OpenSSL in a synthetic web server workload resulted in a 10% performance drop over the test case of Boring SSL. Remember that OpenSSL is 80% faster than Boring SSL. The problem is that executing a little bit of AVX 512 would drop clock speeds and slow down all the surrounding non-AVX 512 code. Just how bad is it then? Luckily, Wikichip documents a lot of the frequency tables used by these Skylake X chips. And as you can see, on the Xeon Silver that Cloudflare tested with, AVX2 results in a 100 MHz drop, while using AVX 512 results in a massive 1200 MHz drop. What in the world is going on here? Let's look at the frequency table for the much more expensive Xeon Platinum 8160F. On this machine we have the same 100 MHz drop for AVX2, and only a 200 MHz drop for AVX 512. Remember what I was saying about artificial segmentation? The situation is even more dire if you look at one of the Xeon Bronze CPUs. This poor machine has been capped to just 800 MHz if you use AVX 512 code. That's the lowest possible supported clock speed on Skylake CPUs. It literally can't run any slower. Obviously, the Xeon Platinum machines have the most cores enabled and the highest clock speeds. Intel is charging a premium for their best silicon. But you really need to ask what in the world went through the minds of Intel's marketing when they artificially capped the clock speeds of the Xeon Bronze and Silver models so low. Don't get me wrong, the Xeon Platinum behavior around AVX 512 clocks isn't excellent. It's still pretty bad compared to every other future machine that supports AVX 512 from both Intel and AMD. Now, these frequency tables are actually a little misleading. It's actually possible to use AVX2 instructions without hitting any sort of downclocking, provided that you're using simpler instructions that don't take a lot of power. Similarly, if you use simple AVX 512 instructions, you can hit the same clock speeds that complex AVX2 instructions hit. Now, in general, this means that integer instructions won't hit a lot of downclocking, while floating point instructions will. But nothing can ever just be simple, and integer multiplication is also heavy enough to trigger AVX2 or AVX 512 downclocking on Skylake X. Actually, the author of the Cloudflare blog post was observant enough to notice this behavior as well, noting that boring SSL doesn't use AVX2 multiplication, which means that boring SSL can actually hit full clock speeds while using AVX2, while the OpenSSL code will trigger the AVX2 clocks. How come? Well, integer multiplication is actually part of the floating point units. We can tell because there are many Intel CPUs that don't have a second AVX512 fuse multiply add unit. The machines which lack this unit also have half the integer multiplication throughput as well, despite having identical throughput for the majority of integer operations. This is because integer multiplication is part of executing a floating point multiply. There's even an AVX512 instruction which directly exposes the entire capability of the FMA unit's ability to multiply, IFMA. This instruction operates with 52-bit integers, the same number of bits in a double precision floats mantissa. Now, while I think this downclocking is somewhat overblown, as most consumer uses of AVX512 are integer-based, like for instance, hashing, cryptography, video, image and audio encoding and decoding, and so on. But sometimes these instructions just end up counting as heavy for inexplicable reasons. VPLZ count is unambiguously an integer instruction, but because counting leading zeros is a portion of what occurs under the hood when executing a fuse multiply add, the leading zero count execution hardware is tied to the fuse multiply add unit. And executing a leading zero count ends up counting as a heavy instruction as a result. As far as I know, which instructions count as heavy or not isn't documented. Good luck! Now, it's important to know that all of this downclocking knowledge that I just imparted onto you is entirely irrelevant for every single consumer CPU that supports AVX512. On all subsequent Intel CPUs, executing AVX512 may still downclock your CPU. However, it's not a binary switch where executing one count leading zero instruction will lock your clocks down to some pathetic value. Instead, power usage and heat dictate how much your machine will downclock. In other words, it's not really worth being concerned about. Executing just a few instructions won't downclock you at all, and if you're executing millions of AVX512 instructions and downclock 200 MHz as a result, you're still going to end up profitable in terms of performance. Oh, and the AMD CPUs that support AVX512, the Zen 4 and 5 based machines, also work the same way, so don't be afraid of using AVX512 instructions on these computers as well. Actually, many projects refuse to use AVX512 instructions unless they meet Ice Lake or Zen 4 levels of instruction set support, since everything released after Ice Lake or Zen 4 has reasonable AVX512 frequency scaling. Now, since RPCS3 makes such extensive use of 128 and 256-bit wide AVX512 instructions, we do have a lot to gain from using AVX512 on Skylake X, but we love the newer machines even more, of course. Now, people seem to have gotten the idea that RPCS3 doesn't use any wide AVX512 instructions. I actually might be responsible for some of this though, indirectly at least. Here, this Reddit user is under the impression that RPCS3 doesn't use 512-bit wide AVX512 instructions. People that say these things often link to articles like this one from WCCF Tech. This article actually links back to a blog post that I made and even includes a direct quote from the blog. Actually, there's something weird here. The WCCF Tech article claims a 30% uplift from AVX512, but the direct quote from my blog in the very same article claims a 23% uplift. Now, it's not like this is a huge piece of misinformation, since the uplift from AVX512 varies from title to title, and there are some games that receive over a 30% uplift, but really, how did this happen? Oh, and since the WCCF Tech article was the first one written on my blog, all subsequent articles simply just reworded the WCCF Tech article, rather than visiting my blog and gleaning information from it themselves. Seriously, every other article on this blog inherits this 30% uplift goof. Come on, guys. Now, if we look at the direct quote in the WCCF Tech article, we can see why so many people are under the impression that RPCS3 doesn't use 512-bit wide AVX512 instructions. I'm really downplaying the importance of them here. And really, nothing I wrote here is wrong, but it's also missing context of what I wrote earlier in the article. RPCS3 did make use of 512-bit wide instructions at the time, and it makes use of even more today. So why was I so intent on downplaying it? Well, if we go back to the middle of the year in 2022, you'll find that people kept asking why RPCS3 used AVX512. They would come into Discord, YouTube comment sections, or any other forum where the topic was about RPCS3, and they would ask, why don't you do that on the GPU instead? Isn't it going to be faster if you just avoid AVX512 instructions? Why do you optimize for an instruction set that only Intel supports? Because of articles like the Cloudflare one we discussed earlier, many people believe that there was no reason why AVX512 should be faster. Additionally, there were solid rumors that AMD's next generation Zen 4 CPUs would support AVX 512, and people were concerned. Since Zen 4 was rumored to support AVX 512, but not actually widen the execution units to 512 bits, people were worried that AVX 512 might actually slow down execution speed on AMD. And so I set out to quell some of these concerns people had. I avoided trying to explain why AVX 512 was so efficient even at wider widths, as that would require opening a whole other can of worms, but I focused on where RPCS3 gets most of its performance uplift from, the new instructions. I wanted to get across this message of, hey, it doesn't really matter how efficient your CPU is at executing 512-bit wide AVX 512 instructions, since most of the uplift in RPCS3 is from new instructions. Downclocking? Don't worry about it. It takes 2 cycles to execute a 512-bit wide instruction? Hey, don't worry about it. What we have are power efficiency gains and performance wins. And I was successful in getting at least that much across to people, I guess. Oh yeah, and as it turned out, RPCS3's use of AVX 512 wasn't over-optimized for Intel. Mystical, who you might know either as the guy who makes half of the greatest posts on Stack Overflow about low-level details, or as the guy behind Y-Cruncher, had early access to a Zen 4 machine and posted some performance details of Zen 4's AVX 512 implementation. To make a long story short, there was only one part of RPCS3's code that needed changing. Since Zen 4 is actually faster than Intel at executing vPerm2B, we don't need this fancy sequence that emulates vPerm2B with 2 instructions. We can just directly use vPerm2B. Now this time I really wanted to clear up some more AVX 512 misinformation. Seriously, state-of-the-art AI is trained on Reddit data, so all the comments you guys leave are poisoning AI. No, really, Reddit is a publicly traded company and they share that they're engaged in contracts worth millions of dollars per year to sell AI companies like Google and OpenAI your comments. Let's see what the newly released GPT-5 thinks of AVX 512's power efficiency. Remember, GPT-5 is PhD level intelligence in your pocket. Seriously, look at this graph, look how much intelligences it has. You know, I was gonna show you guys this alphabet chart to make fun of AI instead, but seriously, OpenAI, what even is this? Alright, so ChatGPT is essentially summarizing the findings from the Cloudflare article. It's not wrong that long, heavy, and vectorizable workloads are the most efficient on AVX 512 machines, but unless we're talking about the 8-year-old Skylake X, mixed workloads and short and bursty workloads also end up being very efficient. If we check out the Steam hardware survey, we can see how many people are still using Skylake X versus any other AVX 512 machine. AVX 512F is the foundational extension for AVX 512. Every AVX 512 machine supports this. 17.79% of Steam users have this extension. AVX 512 VNNI is supported on every AVX 512 machine released after Skylake X, and 17.80% of Steam users have this extension. That is to say, the percentage of users still using Skylake X is about 0.01%, yet the internet discourse around AVX 512 is still haunted by the failures of this machine, and it really wouldn't have been that bad had it not been for Intel's artificial segmentation of clock speeds. Alright ChatGPT, make an analogy about ants being bits in an AVX 512 instruction, where the ants are at the bottom of a discarded McFlurry cup and the McFlurry cup is an AVX 512 register. That cup is like an AVX 512 register. Big, wide, and able to hold a lot inside. But yeah, even here it just can't stop talking about power efficiency trade-offs. Anyways, if you like this video, then you might like these other videos where I talk about AVX 512 optimization. Anyways, like and subscribe.
Well, yeah, I am subscribed.
Skyrim is a game that has for nearly a decade and a half become ingrained in gaming culture for many reasons. From its fantastic open world to its memeable moments to its many interesting and detailed quests, Skyrim is easily one of the most popular games of all time, with it still making waves in the gaming discourse of today, with one topic in particular still hotly debated over a decade after the game's launch: the civil war between the Cyrodiilic Empire and the Stormcloak Rebellion. While many have explored this topic before, I always find that videos like this boil down to either Imperials bowed to the Thalmor, therefore Imperials bad, or Stormcloaks are short-sighted racists, therefore Stormcloaks bad. But what I wanted to do today is to provide a more intricate look and cover both the common talking points as well as address some more obscure bits of information. I went out of my way to dig up as much lore, context, and detail as I possibly could to offer some nuance and a closer look at one of gaming's biggest debates of the last 15 years. That being said, leave a like if you enjoy, let me know who you side with and why in the comments below, and let's get into just who is actually right in the Skyrim Civil War. Before I put in my own personal views, first we need to discuss how the war started, and we need to go way back to before the events of Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Before Skyrim, there was the Oblivion Crisis, which is covered in the game of the same name. If you've already played Oblivion, you know what this was, but if not, a basic rundown is that it was essentially an event in which a cult brought thousands of demonic creatures called Daedra to all of Tamriel through dimensional portals called Oblivion Gates. These gates would eventually be destroyed and the Daedric invasion pushed back, but at a great cost. Not only was the Empire massively weakened and destruction spread across its lands, but both its Emperor and heirs died in the process, with Martin Septim, who was meant to take the throne, sacrificing himself to stop the invasion. This not only left the Empire without an Emperor, but also ended the Septim dynasty, which were the descendants of a man named Tiber Septim who founded the Empire in the first place. Tiber Septim, or Talos as the Nords call him, will be very important in a little bit. After the Oblivion Crisis, the Empire entered into a massive state of decline. Reeling from its wounds caused by the Daedra and without an emperor to guide them, suffice to say things weren't going well. At the same time, a faction of radical elven supremacists called the Thalmor seized power on both the Somerset Isles and later Valenwood, forming their own superpower called the Aldmeri Dominion. With the rise of the Dominion and the decline of the Cyrodiilic Empire, a sort of Cold War would exist between the two nations for decades. Back in the Empire, things weren't improving either. Without a proper leader, it entered a period known as the Stormcrown Interregnum, which was rife with infighting and chaos. With the Empire distracted by its own internal struggles, the Dominion continued to consolidate and expand. Eventually, a new dynasty under the Mead bloodline would take hold, with some moderate victories for the Empire taking place. However, these would largely be fleeting, and the Cold War between the Empire and Dominion only became increasingly warmer. And on the 30th of Frostfall, year 171 of the Fourth Era, the Aldmeri Dominion sent an ambassador to the Emperor, demanding tribute, the disbandment of the Emperor's personal guard, the Blades, the banning of Talos worship, and large sections of the province of Hammerfell transferred to their control. Despite the weakened state of both the military and the Empire as a whole, the Emperor rejected these terms. The Thalmor response was, to put it lightly, quite hostile. They executed every member of the Blades within their territory and delivered their heads to the Emperor, and thus began the Great War. The conflict saw massive casualties on both sides, and at one point it appeared that the Dominion would emerge fully victorious as they successfully took and held the Imperial City in Cyrodiil, before the Emperor, with the aid of warriors from Skyrim and Hammerfell, was able to take it back in the Battle of the Red Ring. With the Imperial military exhausted, the Emperor, Titus Mede II, signed a treaty with the Aldmeri Dominion called the White Gold Concordat in the 175th year of the Fourth Era. The treaty largely gave in to the Dominion's original demands that were given before the Great War. Large parts of southern Hammerfell were handed over to the Dominion, the Blades were disbanded, and perhaps worst of all, the worshipping of Tiber Septim or Talos, the man-turned-god, was outlawed in the very empire he founded, with the Dominion being allowed to send their justiciars within Imperial territory to enforce the ban. The Concordat obviously faced a huge amount of backlash, with an almost immediate rejection from the Redguard province of Hammerfell, which instead of coming to an uneasy peace, continued to fight the Dominion by themselves for another 5 years until the signing of the Second Treaty of Stros M'Kai in 4th Era 180. Unlike the terms of the White Gold Concordat, the Second Treaty of Stros M'Kai was much more favorable towards the Redguards, forcing all Dominion forces to withdraw from Hammerfell's territories. With the Dominion gone and the Empire still abiding by the terms of the Concordat, Hammerfell became an independent nation. Further to the north in Skyrim, the White Gold Concordat angered many of the Nords that lived there, as the banning of Talos affected them the most, since Talos was their most highly revered god. According to Nord beliefs, not only did he as the mortal Tiber Septim found the Empire and unite mankind, but it was also a commonly held belief that he had, upon death, ascended to godhood, something many Nords took pride in. This was also something that greatly offended the elves of the Aldmeri Dominion, as they believed man to be an inferior race that was incapable of reaching godhood. And by signing the Concordat, the Empire was officially adopting the Dominion's beliefs. There had even been propaganda produced by the Empire, such as the book The Talos Mistake, that can be found in-game that tries to claim that Talos was never in fact a god and that his worshipping was always in error. It even pathetically tried to claim that the Emperor had not in fact cowed down to the Dominion with their signing of the Concordat, but instead it was simply the right thing to do in order to better worship the other gods, which, according to this book and the Dominion themselves, Talos was not among them. This only further enraged the Nords of Skyrim. Not only was the worship of their god, their hero, banned, but now they were being lied to by the very government they had helped fight against the Dominion in the Great War. Something many on both sides of the argument overlook is that thousands of Nords from Skyrim fought side by side with the other races of Tamriel in the Imperial Legion against the Dominion, only to be forgotten by the very empire they served. This was becoming a common criticism across Tamriel, not only with the Nords, but with the Red Guards of Hammerfell as well. Why was it that the White Gold Concordat seemed to punish only provinces far away from the imperial heartland of Cyrodiil? Emperor Titus Mede II still retained power, and his people in Cyrodiil maintained their lands and religion for the most part, but it was Hammerfell and Skyrim, provinces that suffered and gave arguably just as much as the mainland in the Great War, who were expected to bear the brunt of the concessions of the treaty. This uneven treatment of people in an empire that was supposed to be united did not go unnoticed, and tensions were soon to reach a boiling point. In the early days of the White Gold Concordat, the banning of Talos worship wasn't enforced in Skyrim. The Empire acted with extreme leniency, not wanting to further upset an already volatile situation. Plus, it was largely sympathetic to the people of Skyrim, as they had always been an honored and valued part of the Empire. But unfortunately, this loose enforcement of the treaty would not last. Enter the Markarth incident. Markarth is a city in the western region of Skyrim called the Reach. It had long been a source of clashes between the Nords and a population of local tribes called the Reachmen. During the Great War, these Reachmen took advantage of the Empire's divided attention and took over the entire region for themselves. The Reach would remain a separate kingdom under control of the Reachmen, independent from the rest of Skyrim, for about 2 years, with their leadership seeking formal recognition from the Empire. However, before this could be achieved, the ousted former Jarl of Markarth, Hrolfdir, called upon the help of a hero from the Great War. A man named Ulfric Stormcloak was asked to use his militia to take back the city and restore order. Ulfric agreed on one condition. Open Talos worship had to be restored, despite the terms of the White Gold Concordat explicitly forbidding this. With his city and his hold in the hands of the Reachmen, Jarl Hrolfdir, seeing little other choice, agreed to Ulfric's terms, and the city was taken back and Talos worship restored. However, this is where things start to get ugly, and very controversial. While Ulfric and his militia did succeed in taking the city back from the Reachmen, the rather brazen tactics used, as well as the open defiance of the White Gold Concordat, drew the ire of the Empire, and worse still, the Thalmor and their dominion. Not only was this the case, but it's also revealed through in-game dialogue and the book The Bear of Markarth what Ulfric had done to anyone within the city that he felt was disloyal. The book reads that they were, quote, executed if they had not fought with Ulfric and his men when they breached the gates. You are with us, or you are against Skyrim, was the message on Ulfric's lips as he ordered the deaths of shopkeepers, farmers, and the elderly, as well as any child old enough to lift a sword that failed to fight in the call with him. This was done indiscriminately, whether the residents of Markarth had been Reachmen or the Nords that he was supposedly trying to help. At first, upon reading this, I was skeptical of its legitimacy, as it is written by an Imperial scholar who very well could have written the piece as a way to sway and slander the public's opinion of Ulfric. After all, Imperial propaganda was nothing new, as we saw with the Talos mistake. However, upon further investigation, I found NPCs within the city of Markarth that actually attest to what Ulfric had done, and it was nothing short of sheer brutality.
I had a daughter once. She'd be 23 this year. Married to some hot-headed silver worker, or maybe on her own, learning the herb trade. The Nords didn't care who was and who wasn't involved in the forsworn uprising. I had spoken to Modinak once. That was enough. But my little Aethra didn't want to see her papa leave her. She pleaded to the Jarl to take her instead. And after they made me watch as her head rolled off the block, they threw me in here anyway to dig up their silver.
With these crimes committed against the people of Markarth by Ulfric and his militia, as well as the open and brazen refusal to follow the Concordat's ban on Talos worship, the Empire had no choice but to have Ulfric and his men arrested. Else they risked the end of the treaty and a resumption of open hostilities between the Empire and the Dominion. This was something they could not afford, and as a result, Ulfric Stormcloak was imprisoned and the rest of Tamriel moved on without him. While Ulfric was in prison, his resentment for the Empire, whom he and many others believed to be ruled by weaklings, only grew. When his father Hoag Stormcloak, the Jarl of Windhelm, passed away, Ulfric was forced to deliver a eulogy that he smuggled out of prison in the form of a letter. The former Imperial Legion war hero Ulfric was now left to rot in a cell, unable to attend his own father's funeral and feeling betrayed and abandoned by his empire, the very one that he fought for years earlier, and his resentment turned into hatred until he was eventually set free to take his father's place as the Jarl of Windhelm. Once Ulfric became the Jarl, thus gaining power, he began to form his own army of loyal supporters that became known as the Stormcloaks, and a cult of personality developed around him. The Stormcloaks began attacking Imperial outposts and patrols in small disconnected skirmishes, thus beginning the Skyrim Civil War, otherwise known as Ulfric's Uprising. In the midst of all this, Islad, the High King of Skyrim, would die of old age, and his son Torygg would take the throne. During the process of Torygg taking the throne, Ulfric publicly called for Skyrim to secede from the Empire and become its own sovereign state. Torygg, knowing of Ulfric's history as a war hero and leader, actually respected Ulfric's ideas of independence. However, this would ultimately matter little to the bitter and resentful Jarl of Windhelm. After continuing the ongoing civil war for quite some time, Ulfric traveled to Solitude, where King Torygg's palace was located. It was initially believed that Ulfric had just come to discuss things diplomatically, to ask formally for Skyrim to leave the Empire. However, before anyone could realize his true intentions, Ulfric, as per the Old Nord custom, challenged the young king's right to rule, and Torygg, as were the ancient ways of Skyrim, had no choice but to accept the challenge. The two fought, but the young and inexperienced Torygg was no match for Ulfric, who not only was a seasoned war veteran, but also trained in the way of the voice with the Greybeard some years earlier. Ulfric used the power of the voice to throw down the High King and pierced his chest with his sword, and that was the end of High King Torygg. Ulfric had murdered him in cold blood and fled the city, aided in his escape by a man named Rogvir, who was sympathetic to the Stormcloak cause, and opened the city gates for the fleeing rebel leader. Rogvir was later executed for his actions. And this brings us to the beginning of the events of Skyrim, where Ulfric and several of his men have been captured along with the player near the border of Skyrim and Cyrodiil. Sent in to help quell the rebellion, General Tullius of the Imperial Legion, eager to put an end to the civil war, rushes the execution proceedings along. As heads roll and it looks like the leader of the Stormcloaks is about to be put down, a dragon of all things suddenly intervenes, sending prisoners, villagers, and Imperial soldiers alike scampering for cover, as the dragon burns the village of Helgen to the ground. As the player, we're given a choice on who to follow through the chaos: Hadvar, the Imperial soldier who was about to aid in our execution, or Ralof, one of the rebels we were captured with while trying to cross the border. For many, the choice is obvious, and I myself over the last decade plus have went with both in different playthroughs. I've joined both the Stormcloaks and the Imperial Legion at different times in my life. For my first several playthroughs of Skyrim, I sided with the Stormcloaks every single time. Though, as I gained a better understanding of the lore and universe, I began to doubt the rebel cause more and more with each playthrough, and I no longer see it as much of black and white as I once had. On a surface level, the Empire selling out and banning Talos worship is definitely a point of contention, and the fact that the Thalmor can, as we see in game, just come and abduct basically whoever they want is also definitely a problem. It's certainly unfair that, as I pointed out earlier, the terms the Emperor agreed to in the White Gold Concordat seem to single out Skyrim and Hammerfell the most, while leaving the Imperial home province of Cyrodiil largely untouched. These are all valid reasons to disapprove of the Empire's handling of the situation. While not coming to an agreement to end the Great War would have certainly caused more death and destruction, especially for Cyrodiil since it is geographically closer to Dominion territory, the way Skyrim and Hammerfell were treated in the peace negotiations and ultimately forced to bear the brunt of the aforementioned concessions is undeniably less than fair, to say the least. And first and foremost, I want to address some of the common arguments I hear against the Stormcloaks that I just can't agree with. The first, and one of the most common ones I see, is that the Stormcloaks are wrong simply because the Stormcloaks could never win a war against the Dominion on their own. This argument doesn't make any sense. Skyrim is absolutely, without a doubt, in a great place to wage a defensive guerrilla war against the Empire, the Dominion, or anyone else who might come their way. In real-life history, we can see several examples of how weather, geography, and location can be enough to push back even the mightiest of armies. From the real-life graveyard of empires in the Middle East, which took on the British, Soviets, and Americans throughout the years, to the frozen east of Europe that stopped both Napoleon and Germany in their tracks, geography and weather matters, and Skyrim's would be no different. The harsh mountain ranges that border the south, east, and western parts of the province would serve as a massive barrier to entry not only to troops, but supplies as well. And in the case of a Dominion invasion, they would have to bring supplies in from the far-flung regions of Elsewhere and Valenwood. I also don't think the Empire would invade Skyrim if it did declare independence, and this is a point I'm going to expand upon in a little bit. But essentially, due to the massive amounts of already existing animosity within the Empire, as well as the fact that it is plainly obvious that the Empire and Dominion plan to resume their war against each other when the time is right, I don't see the Empire wanting to waste any more time or lives to continue to placate the Thalmor if Skyrim were to achieve their independence. If anything, Skyrim getting said independence might even force the Empire into action against the Dominion sooner than later, for better or worse. I also need to bring up Hammerfell. It too was able to leave the Empire and push back the Thalmor, despite sharing a less harsh border with Cyrodiil and being closer to the Dominion's home province of the Somerset Isles. They did so at great cost to themselves, but victory was still possible even if it did come at a great cost. Back to Skyrim though, even setting aside the harsh cold border mountains, the wildlife of Skyrim is absolutely terrifying. From trolls to atronarchs to giant frostbite spiders and bears, there are all kinds of horrible things lurking in the forests and mountains that the Dominion or any other invading force would have to contend with. Then of course there's the recently arrived dragons. A potentially Stormcloak-controlled independent Skyrim could literally just let nature do half its job for them. Then there would be the Stormcloak military themselves. While they certainly lack the magic abilities that their elven adversaries would bring to the battlefield, what they lack in skills with the arcane, they can make up for in sheer strength of arms. Skilled archers, swordsmen, and tacticians make up the bulk of the Stormcloak army. Even their leader, Ulfric Stormcloak, is an experienced war veteran who knows exactly how the elves fight. Add to this the massive nationalistic and religious recruitment pull that an invasion of their homeland would bring to the Stormcloak army, and I think ultimately, militarily, an independent Skyrim would be alright, and that's assuming they'd be fighting on their own. If the Cyrodiilic Empire was pushed into action, or maybe the independent kingdom of Hammerfell decided it wanted a bit of revenge against the Dominion, there could be a triple alliance of 3 different nations fighting the Dominion at once, which I don't think would necessarily be a bad thing. I do realize though that is probably the best case scenario, and it would still incur heavy casualties on the anti-Dominion side, but I still think nonetheless Skyrim one way or the other would be fine, at least in terms of being able to exist, though it would come at a high cost. The other argument I hear as to why the Stormcloaks are wrong is just simply that they're racist. I don't want to spend too much time on this one because this has to be one of the most nonsensical arguments in the Elder Scrolls community. While there are certainly racist members of Stormcloak society, such as Rolf Stonefist of Windhelm, who likes to walk up and down the Grey Quarter and shout insults at its inhabitants for some reason, the Elder Scrolls world is rife with racism in every corner of the land. Stormcloaks and Nords by extension certainly do not have a monopoly on racism in Tamriel. Throughout the game, we can see High Elves be racist towards Wood Elves, or even declaring their supremacy over anyone who is not an elf. Khajiits as a race are discriminated against by almost everyone, including Argonians, who don't seem to like anyone that isn't them. For the most part, at least.
The Nords don't appreciate us, but so what? I don't appreciate them right back. Look, we don't have much love for your kind down here. Probably best if you just left.
In reality, the Nords that make up the Stormcloaks are a mixed bag, with some even feeling sympathy for the Dark Elves, frequenting their businesses or otherwise integrating well with them and treating them little different than they would their fellow Nord. Many like to bring up the point that the Argonians aren't allowed within Windhelm city walls, however the same is true in the Imperial-held city of Whiterun, though instead of Argonians, they just refuse entry to the Khajiit. The same is also true for the Imperial capital of Solitude. If you play other Elder Scrolls games such as Morrowind or Daggerfall, you'll also find that the races are extremely hostile to each other by default. So in conclusion here, most races and factions within Tamriel are all a bit racist, so saying Stormcloak's bad because Stormcloak's racist really doesn't make sense when, well, so is everybody else. Now that I've refuted the common talking points about why the Stormcloaks are in the wrong, I want to give my reasons. I realize I've spent the last several minutes defending them, but ultimately I do in fact believe that the Stormcloak Rebellion is both morally and strategically wrong, and it is the Empire who is the best choice to side with. not only for Skyrim, but for mankind as a whole. I also want to note I'm saying all of this while I'm literally wearing an Amulet of Talos. No, not in game, I actually own one of these things in real life. Like I said before, I've joined the Stormcloaks many a time, and originally over a decade ago, I was through and through a strong supporter of the Stormcloak cause, and to a minor extent, I still am. I agree that the right to worship Talos needs to be restored. He founded the very empire he was banned from. Signing the White Gold Concordat after all the losses in the Great War was shameful, and I do not for a second support the Emperor Titus Mede II. I do believe the Emperor covered his own people first and left everybody else to rot. But I also believe that if there's any hope in any kind of long-term prosperity, the Empire needs to stay together as much as it can and reunite with its lost provinces if possible. Remember, the Oblivion Crisis was something that affected all of Tamriel, not just Skyrim, not just Hammerfell, not just Elsewhere or Cyrodiil. Only through the efforts of the brave Imperial legions were many able to survive. Only through the unity and sacrifice of hundreds of thousands was the Empire even able to survive the Aldmeri invasion.
No matter
Before I stated that it was true that both Hammerfell and Skyrim could and did, in the case of the former, survive on their own, and I stand by this. However, what rubs me the wrong way is just how Ulfric conducts his rebellion. He says he cares about Skyrim, he says he cares about his fellow Nord, when in reality, Ulfric as an individual just seems to be obsessed with power. It's as if he believes he is the only one who can do anything right, and anybody who won't follow him, well, we saw what happened to those in Markarth who refused to fight for his cause. Moreover, in the Civil War itself, it is Ulfric who chooses to first attack a city, not the Imperials. He attacks Whiterun, a prior to his invasion prosperous neutral city, where quite a few of the city's residents actually supported a lot of Ulfric's ideals. In fact, his most ardent supporter is a Nord named Heimskr, who preaches in the city's square about the glory of Talos right in front of the Jarl's palace with an amulet of Talos around his neck and a shrine of Talos behind him. And despite the fact that Whiterun is an Imperial-controlled city, he is never once bothered by the Imperial Guards, the Thalmor, or anybody else. In fact, if anyone is to assault him, the Whiterun Guard will protect him with their lives. And when Ulfric invades Whiterun, it is Heimskir's house, ironically, that is destroyed, thus making him homeless. So how is any of this supposed to help the Talos-loving Nords of Skyrim that Ulfric claims to want to protect? It was also Ulfric who killed the High King, and while he did technically do it according to the old Nordic ways, the ancient Nords do not rule Skyrim and haven't for hundreds of years. The Empire does, and even if that weren't the case, the old Nord way is meant to be a duel using blade and fists, not magic and dragon shouts. Ulfric knew Torygg never had a chance. Even more so, Torygg, as mentioned, previously respected Ulfric, with some in his court even suspecting that had Ulfric just asked, he may have declared Skyrim to be independent.
No, even after Islad died, the Moot voted to make Torygg High King of Skyrim. But Ulfric was at that Moot, continually talking about Skyrim's independence in terms just shy of treason. I don't think Ulfric knew how much Torygg respected him for that. If Ulfric had asked Torygg directly to stand up, to declare independence, Torygg might have done it.
Furthermore still, Torygg was a Talos worshipper himself, as were many others within the Empire, including many in the very Imperial Legion that Ulfric was fighting to destroy. The only difference being that the Imperials knew to be relatively inconspicuous of their worship when needed. In fact, before Ulfric's Stormcloak uprising, Talos worship was, despite the terms of the White Gold Concordat, able to be practiced relatively openly, and the ban wasn't enforced. It wasn't until the Markarth incident and subsequent raids by the Stormcloaks that the Empire was forced to clamp down on everything. We hear this from the Horse Thief at the very beginning of the game, as well as Alvor the Riverwood Blacksmith a short time later.
It's from that treaty that ended the Great War, remember? When the Emperor was forced by the Thalmor to outlaw Talos worship. We didn't pay much attention to it when I was a boy. Everyone still had their little shrine to Talos. But then, Ulfric and his Sons of Skyrim started agitating about it. Sure enough, the Emperor had to crack down, dragging people off in the middle of the night. One of the main causes of this war, if you ask me.
So to recap, before the Stormcloak Rebellion, the Thalmor weren't dragging people off in the middle of the night. Talos worship, while technically banned, was still openly practiced by most of Skyrim and nothing was done about it. There was no war between Nords at all, and overall Skyrim as a province was a lot safer. On top of all that, let's talk about just how ineffective the Stormcloak strategy is when it comes to keeping the people of Skyrim safe. For starters, they abandoned their own people. In Windhelm, the capital of the Stormcloak Rebellion, where Ulfric sits on his throne, there is a massive poverty and homelessness problem even among the Nord population, with some of the homeless being children. There's a little girl named Sophie who has to sleep on the ground in one of the coldest cities in Skyrim. Why is she homeless? What happened to her parents? They died fighting Ulfric's war and she was just abandoned. Is this what any veteran of any war would want for their child? For them to be abandoned on the cold streets? He doesn't treat his close friends much better either, as even his steward Joffrey has to sleep on the floor of his palace. This guy doesn't even have a bed. Well, the Empire certainly has its issues. For all the grandstanding Ulfric does, talking about how he wants the Nords to be able to live better and live free and be prosperous, he certainly doesn't seem to put words to action. If that wasn't enough, Ulfric even abandons prisoners of war held in Northwatch Keep, with the player being the one to have to free them. To add further insult to injury, one of the prisoners isn't even just a run-of-the-mill Stormcloak soldier, rather he's a member of a very influential family with ties to the Stormcloaks, once again proving that the Stormcloaks don't even care about their more important people, never mind their common citizens. Adding to this fact further, Skyrim is full of bandits, drug dealers, cults trying to resurrect literal demons, vampires, giants attacking farms, and as of the beginning of the game, dragons which burn down and attack entire villages, including Windhelm. Yet Ulfric Stormcloak does absolutely nothing about any of this. It is in fact largely the Empire or the Jarls loyal to the Empire that seem to be the only ones getting anything done aside from butchering their fellow countrymen just for the sake of it. The Empire are the ones who, well thinly spread and with loads of flaws, at least try to sort things out and maintain peace and order, while the Stormcloaks leave their people to die at the hands of the Thalmor, let veterans' children freeze to death on the side of the road in one of the roughest cities in all of Skyrim, and allow bandits to freely plunder their land. Just think, if Ulfric worried more about his own city, or even the country as a whole, rather than fighting the Empire, there wouldn't be as many problems. The Empire would be stronger as a whole, and therefore ready to fight the Thalmor when the time is right, which, if the Imperial leadership and the writing on the wall to be believed, is going to be very, very soon. Both General Tullius and Legate Rikke says this at the end of the Imperial questline.
The fiercest of the remaining rebels will continue to harass us, but by and large the people here desire peace. What I'm not so sure about is the peace we've made with the Thalmor. But we'll keep that between the two of us, all right?
There are those who still call themselves Stormcloaks, who continue to fight us and bring misery to the people, but they are few in number. The ordinary citizen will be happy to get back to life as normal, to have their families return home, and they should enjoy it while they can. I suspect all of Tamriel will again be called to arms in the not-too-distant future.
The Thalmor also make it pretty clear that they have no intention of keeping the peace either.
We'll spend 1%.
The degeneracy of the Empire is on display here in this room. There is peace now, and that peace will continue for as long as it suits our needs. But make no mistake, this is not a peace forged out of necessity between rival nations of equal strength. It is more like the calm between storms, and the next storm, I think, will be far deadlier than the last.
So another major war between the Dominion and the Empire is just around the corner, and Ulfric's solution is to fight his own people? While I have acknowledged that Skyrim could win on its own, why should it have to? Why should it have to fight a long, protracted guerrilla war? Why should brothers kill brothers and fathers kill sons? Ultimately, at the end of the day, the Stormcloak Rebellion doesn't serve anyone or anything other than Ulfric's power fantasy and blind lashing out desire for revenge. He is leading thousands of young men and women to their pointless and tragic deaths that will only lead to more pointless and tragic deaths, while the rest of Skyrim suffers in more ways than one. Whether it's rogue wizards harvesting souls, the Forsworn killing random travelers, bandits, cults, or trolls on the roads, or even the dragons in the sky, Skyrim is suffering, and Ulfric is doing absolutely nothing about it. He's only killing his fellow countrymen. Something that if you made it this far into the video I'm sure you already know, is that when you infiltrate the Thalmor embassy as part of the main quest, you find documents written by the elves that say they don't want either side of the conflict to win. They literally call Ulfric an asset, and while he isn't directly under their control, they do acknowledge that the Stormcloaks splitting the Empire up and killing Imperial soldiers both from Cyrodiil and Skyrim is beneficial to them, as it weakens the Empire and Skyrim as a whole and makes it easier for them to control both and ultimately enslave and kill them all later. This is why at the end of the day I say 100% that the Empire is right in most ways. Sure, it has its flaws, but the Empire wants to take care of what it has the best way it can, and that is above all else what Skyrim needs. Ulfric wants to invade and kill his own Nord neighbors and political figures he disagrees with, which has done nothing but cause more death and destruction.
So,
Skyrim's story, beneath its wonkiness and at times questionable elements, is truly a tragic and perhaps even a cautionary tale that has unfortunately played out in real-life history more than a few times, especially in recent years. Extreme ideologues enacting violence against those that dare to disagree with them never ends well for anybody. But that's just my take on Skyrim's civil war. Let me know in the comments why you agree or disagree and who you prefer to side with. Thank you so much for watching this, especially if you made it all the way to the end. Check out my Patreon, link in the description below if you want to support what I do. For just $5 a month, you can get access to the channel Discord, and it really helps me keep making videos like this one. Thanks again, and have a great day, and stay safe. Talos guide you.
Maybe I need trade here. Huh. That is crit rate, use Cock AMS, distribute. Still 17% below. %. Same amount, interesting. More crit rate. Less extra damage bonus. Wow, that's fine. That's cool. That's really cool. Then, question. Buy the horns. Normal attack. Why is it much higher? What do I have with the usual build? Ah, oh, I see. I see. And there's no set bonus. Now there is. And now it is still not quite there. Interesting that it's still different. Plunging crit damage once again. 68% crit damage bonus. Stat crit damage 44%. So it's like 100% crit damage on top. Of all of that. Total attack, 1 plus total damage bonus, 171. Wait, 171. Crit rate, 241. Akasha. Artifact optimizer. already have it. Okay. Discord, you say? How good is my Varys? She is pretty good. She is pretty damn good. How good is my Skark? Create double crit. Maybe I should craft it. Is doing good, really? It is pretty good. This one isn't really. This can be. Okay, so Akasha. I logged in with Akasha. Yes. work. Do I need to like...
You have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
Uh-huh. Okay, so new team, Novelette team, and just that. Okay. Now refresh. Sure. My kitchen is top 3%.
Strength is one
That's
of those
quite
things
cool.
where you gotta use it or lose it.
Bloom top 4%.
So, wanna train with me sometime?
How come you... You don't see my Varese? Well, of course my Varese is currently not there. What about Lauma? Create value constellation. Okay.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down, take a deep breath, and wolf it down in one go. That way, I get to eat my fill without wasting too much time.
Вика. How good is my move, Vika? Overload. Top 82%. Well, hyper boss support combo. Map. I can see the map. Open move week leaderboard. How about I just other leaderboards, not just overload leaderboard. Premium mild combo here. Some food. And for that purpose,
the prologue of Red Dead Redemption. While playing through the prologue of Red Dead Redemption 2 recently, again, I was sort of enamored by the way Arthur read out his journal entry. I thought it was a super cool way to tell the thoughts of the character. But it also got me thinking, whether or not there was a difference between Arthur's journal entries if you play him high honor or if you play him low honor. And to this day, I don't know if there is a difference because I never play him low honor and I didn't go look it up. So, but what I did do is have the thought that it would be really cool to see what you could tell about the last Dragonborn from their journal entries in Skyrim. And that's sort of what this video is about. And that's how I got to the concept. But I do think it's kind of an interesting point that arises from the concept of having a journal of a character, because obviously journals are kind of deeply personal, even if they aren't as diary style as some journals can be, and certainly how the journals in Skyrim come out, even if they're more like, in a way, a log of events, like the Dragonborn tends to keep more so. They're still really interesting and good looks into the perspective of people. And so from the perspective of the Elder Scrolls games, who have, or at least from my opinion, formed themselves on the concept like their main characters are a lot more of a dough, of a mold. They're not really so much of a character as they are just sort of a series of plot points. Whereas the Fallout games were the ones that had a character who was, you know, they were a character with minimal customization, with like Fallout New Vegas, at least at the 3D games, being the one where you kind of got a little bit more freedom to decide exactly what your character was like. Whereas 3 and 4 were 100%. You play as like a 19-year-old kid in Fallout 3 who lost his dad, and in Fallout 4 you play as like a 30-year-old white man veteran dude who lost his son, or you could play as the woman. But you know, who does that? I do that. I do that all the time. I love playing as Nora. But the Elder Scrolls games didn't really come off like that. And I never really look at Elder Scrolls from the perspective of, oh, I'm playing a character here. Like I would be playing Geralt. But the last Dragonborn's journal is pretty much as close as you could get, in my opinion, to really understanding who the character was, who the guy was, the person, what he was like to talk to, what he did the things for, like why did he go on this big quest. Oddly enough, you know, looking at his journal, I believe you can pretty much kind of get an idea of why he did the things he did. So the plan for the video is I'm going to go through a couple of things. It's going to be kind of split into two parts. I'm going to go into his general personality, like things you can sort of glean about his personality from the way that he writes. And by the way, when I'm saying he, I'm referring to like a sort of like the human he, not really so much like it's a guy, like it's a dude, it's a male. So just a little, whatever that thing is called, a fourth, a second, third, one of them persons that they the perspectives or whatever. But yes, I'm going to his general personality. I can never stay on the topic. I'm going to go into his general personality, and then at the end I'm going to talk about his motivation. I have been captured by the Empire and sentenced to death alongside the Stormcloak rebels. We were taken to Helgen, but before I could be executed, a dragon appeared and attacked the town. I need to find some way to escape. This entry is notable for a couple of different reasons. Number one, it's the very first entry the Dragonborn ever makes in their journal. It's where you get control of them, essentially. It's where your hands get free. The Dragonborn does not write anything until they get into at least the keep. And that is super interesting for a number of different reasons. Because one, it implies that the Dragonborn is writing this journal entry as the dragon is attacking Helgen. So he gets captured by the Empire. He almost gets sentenced to death. The dragon attacks, sends meteors down, starts killing folks. He runs into the keep with one of the two guys, and then he's like, you know what I could do right now? I could do with some good old-fashioned journaling, some chronicling. And he starts whipping out a paragraph. That's insane. That's insane behavior. Or it's the behavior of somebody who's extraordinarily calm and collected, and also does very well under pressure. Now I could be stretching that, but personally, that's in the game. I didn't tell him to write that shit. They wrote that shit, and he wrote that shit as a dragon was attacking him. I think that's a fair point to make. It's a very calm and collected individual. Also, a couple other things to note is this serves as an example of how to verify timelines. In my personal opinion, at least as far as the journal is concerned. You understand, this is only from the perspective of what is in the journal. We can use that to then sort of contextually apply that to the situations they're in, which of course you kind of need to, but at the same time, it's not like we have the dialogue from what they say to NPCs during these quests, because, you know, at the very most you could determine like, oh, they said this because this is the only thing they say that allows you to go forward. But this is a journal video. This ain't the dialogue video, okay? So we're going to talk about the damn journal, which we're doing. But in terms of verifying timelines that this lets us know is they distinctly refer to the Empire as the Empire and the Stormcloak rebels as the Stormcloak rebels, which we understand notably is different from the way they refer to these factions if you were to join them in the Civil War quest. Notably, they refer to the Empire as then the Imperial Legion when you go to join them, and they refer to the Stormcloak Rebels as first the Stormcloaks when you're joining them, and then once you join them, they refer to them as the Sons of Skyrim, which implies association, which implies an agreement was a cause, perhaps. But the term rebels doesn't really necessarily determine that you don't agree with the cause. It just implies a degree of separation, like not associated with it, because typically rebels don't really call themselves rebels, and even tyrannical oppressors used to kind of like to use terms that are more descriptive. They're like kind of make them seem even worse than just the term rebels are. So I think that's pretty interesting. It comes off that they're able not only to write things in a decently impartial manner given the circumstances, but also that they are not associated with the Empire or the Stormcloak Rebels when they get to Helgen and as Helgen is going down. Now obviously you pick one of two, Hadvar or Ralof, and that can kind of be interesting later on, but for the most part it's not very as far as this journal entry is concerned. I did look in to try to see if this was sort of something that was more unique to the Dragonborns as a whole and not just the last Dragonborn, but for the most part I couldn't really tell if that was true or not. It seems false because I used two of the rather well-known Dragonborns who we know a little bit more about, that being Wolfhearth and Miraak, and these are kind of really good because they're both Skyrim guys. They like Skyrim stuff, you know. They're kind of cool Skyrim dudes like we do. Wolfhearth, I wouldn't really describe him as somebody that was necessarily very calm. Even before he became very notable for being a Dragonborn, he was a known warmonger and participated in what some might call a couple of massacres of indigenous people. And then when he did die, oh by the way, he died and then came back to life a few times. And then when he did do that, he was known to have like grudges and fight people for the fuck of it, allegedly. And then also he cursed the tomb of the Riemann emperors before sealing it. Not really a thing I would say is coming off like, you know, an impartial guy that's just trying to do his thing. And I think he was kind of an upset individual at the very least. Miraak, another known Dragonborn. In fact, what people say, the first Dragonborn, which is stupid because we're the first. Okay. I'm not gonna put that in. What do people call the first Dragonborn? That's what they call him. We kind of don't really get a good picture of what his personality was like before he lost his revolution, because after he loses his revolution, he's stuck in Apocrypha for a couple 10,000 years, and he has to listen to Hermaeus Mora talk his fucking ear off, and we know that motherfucker talks at the speed that snails fuck. So if I was Miraak, I'd probably would have blown my fucking head off at this point. The fact that he hasn't doesn't tell me anything more than he's got unusual willpower, which is fantastic for him. Congratulations, he still dies. But yeah, I think this is more of a trait that's just more particular to the last Dragonborn and not just applicable to everybody. So these quotes here are from the quest The Way of the Voice, and there's a couple of different things here that sort of lead to this concept, but the real hard hitters come from a different quest, which we'll talk about right after this. But the line here that I want to focus on is, I spoke to Arngir, one of the Greybeards, who believes that I am Dragonborn, which means I am especially gifted in the use of the voice. They have offered to help me learn to use my new abilities. These sequences kind of go together, where this doesn't really lend so much credence to the concept that the Dragonborn is unnaturally trusting, but it does lend more credence that the Dragonborn is in fact a Nord, because I feel like, you know, a Nord would be all too eager to go to the Greybeards and learn from them and believe what they're saying. But if you lead that into the entry that we see in the quest A Blade in the Dark, it does a couple of different things. The entry is, Delphine, the innkeeper in Riverwood, is more than she seems. She was the one that left me the note in Ustengrav. She gave me back the horn of Jorgen Windcaller. She went through a lot of trouble to get my attention. I should find out what she wants. Now this tells us a couple of different things. It tells us, one, he is rather trusting. The Dragonborn is rather trusting. Maybe not unnaturally trusting just from these entries, but he is exceptionally trusting. Because number one, if he is a person who trusts the Greybeards because he's a Nord, well, then he would look at the actions of a thief of the horn of Jorgen Windcaller and probably not trust them too much. Okay, but if he didn't trust her from that perspective, he's very unnaturally trusting. But if he only trusts the Greybeards generally, like he's a rather trusting individual, he needs to just trust the Greybeard. He trusts the Greybeards because he doesn't think that they're, you know, bad guys. And then he goes on to trust the Blades because he doesn't have a stake in the Greybeards equipment, but he can kind of sort of glean perhaps that they don't seem like they're that big a deal, because they say, hey, a friend at the end of it. They got to be a pretty cool guy. I think both instances pretty much establish that they're very trusting, with the former, them being a Nord and being extremely trusting of the Greybeards, makes them unnaturally trusting of Delphine. So I'm more inclined to put them in the second category, or whichever one that's less trusting. I can't remember how I listed them. I'm pretty sure it was the first one. I have memory retention issues. The second thing that gets brought up with these entries is that even though they are
20%
very
weight?
trusting, they're not like a gullible idiot. They're not some sort of
There's a
great
lot
big
that goes
gullible
into managing an
fool,
orchard.
right? They can look at Delphine and see
fertilizing the soil,
through the
making sure
concept
the
that she has
temperature's right.
more to her than just what she's presenting. They can look at her actions and say, she went through a lot of trouble to get my attention. It acknowledges that people have intention and that they have actions that go into those intention. Like there's effort behind intention, which is important because it plays into something that we'll talk later on, like right after this. But it also establishes the concept that they don't believe that everybody is just a great guy. They just happen to know who they can trust and not trust, I guess. It still makes them very, very exceptionally trusting in my personal opinion, but not in a way that's just because they don't know how the world works. They do, they just past that still believe in the good of humanity, I guess. So I think the Dragonborn is very exceptionally trusting because of that. And bleeding in from that last point, when we look at an entry from the quest, Diplomatic Immunity, we sort of see something that builds on that concept of trusting but not being a complete idiot, not being a complete gullible fool. But we also see it building towards something else, a new establishment, and it comes from this entry. It seems that things are worse than even Delphine thought. Dragons aren't just coming back to life, but being resurrected by other dragons. Delphine suspects that the Thalmor might be bringing dragons back for some sinister purpose. She's going to help me infiltrate the Thalmor Ambassador's manor and find out what they know about the dragons. I should meet her contact Melbourne in the Winking Skeever Inn in Solitude. So this is an establishment to another idea that the Dragonborn is not that arrogant of a guy. He's not very narcissistic in nature, at least from what the journal entries of the main quest story tell me. I guess this is my opinion here. But one that agrees with the concept that they're not a gullible idiot. They kind of understand that people have motivations. But the other thing it establishes is the wording of she's going to help me. And this is something that I think is something that people who are super arrogant, and especially people who are very narcissistic, don't talk like you gotta understand from their personal journal, they are pinning a line where they acknowledge that somebody is going to help them, which establishes that they are receiving help and that help is substantial enough to know. Both from my perspective, an arrogant person wouldn't really care. They would probably just say something like, I'm going to infiltrate the Thalmor Ambassador's manor. They even go so far as to say they're Delphine's opinion, whereas an arrogant person may or may not do that, I don't know, but they state that Delphine believes this and that Delphine suspects this and that she's going to then help him infiltrate the Thalmor Ambassador's manor, which is a kind of an interesting point. If this character is super narcissistic or super arrogant, I just don't see them writing that in their personal journal. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but I think that arrogant people don't write like that because I don't write like that. I don't know. I just think it's a cool point. But there's a second point here that kind of builds on this. It comes from the quote, comes from the quest Season Unending, and its quote goes like this: the Jarl of Whiterun wouldn't help me capture a dragon as long as the civil war was raging. Arngeir agreed to host a peace council at High Hrothgar. With Esbern's help, I persuaded General Tullius and Ulfric Stormcloak to agree to a truce in order to defeat Alduin, who is a threat to both sides in the civil war. Now, I probably don't need to tell you this, but the important bit here is with Esbern's help. Again, acknowledging somebody's help, again acknowledging that somebody could help, again acknowledging that somebody needed to help or should have helped or did help. I think that again doesn't really lend credence to the concept that they're very arrogant. It also establishes in my head that they have a respect for Esbern. And I gotta be honest with you, one of the things that really kicked off this concept that they're not very arrogant is when I read this with Esbern's help, I was confused, because I didn't know what he was talking about. I don't do the Peace Council too often, as you might understand, but even then I had to go back and review about what exactly he meant by with Esbern's help. And Esbern gets up and does like a little speech, and it's very notable, and I do remember it, but I guess I don't think of it as something that was like, oh yeah, Esbern helped me convince them, without him it wouldn't have happened. I don't think that, and I'm the player character. Maybe I'm more arrogant than I let on, I don't know. But from my perspective, you gotta understand, the Dragonborn has spent the last like 3-6 fucking days running across the map both ways to get to these fucking crybaby ass war leaders and have them say like, oh, we don't want to go unless this happens. It's like, I don't give a shit. Take your ass up there or you're gonna get eaten by a fucking dragon. From the perspective of an arrogant Dragonborn, this guy has done all the work. And even from a perspective of a not arrogant Dragonborn, he's done a majority of the work. So acknowledging Esbern's help there, both in my head establishes that he kind of respects Esbern's abilities, or at least his knowledge when it comes to ancient dragons. But also I think it establishes that the Dragonborn's not exceptionally arrogant at the very least, but I kind of believe they're not very arrogant at all. Okay, so this one may be one of my weakest points. I'll admit that up top. Not like I spent a fucking whole 16 days researching this and piling it together. I looked at it for like an hour, and I thought about it. All right, that's what you get with this upfront transparency. That's what you get. But even with that, you can at least know that this is probably one of my weakest points. Okay, now getting into it. There's only 3 times. Well, sorry, there's only 2 times that the Dragonborn ever directly notes there's a reward involved. In fact, he only ever writes the word reward twice, which builds, and these are those, by the way, these are the 3 times that he writes that, which builds on the idea that he's not particularly concerned with the reward. And even in the context in which he is talking about the reward, it's only from the perspective of like, hey, yo, you can get a reward for this, by the way. Ah, sick. I should go and get my reward for like a job well done. You know, like that's not like a greedy thing to say, even when he does mention it. And then he never mentions it again, right? After this, he does the dragon thing with the fight, the dragon fight with Murmilnir. He fights Murmilnir, kills Murmilnir. That's spoilers. But then he fucks off to go do like some Destiny bullshit. You feel me? So, in conclusion, I don't think the Dragonborn is that greedy. Okay, next point. Hold on, let me take my sweater off. It's kind of hot in here. Ugh. No, my toboggan. No, my, what is this? No, my rag. I've got a rag on my head. It keeps my hair from getting in my eyes. Okay. The first portion of the game, you know, like post Helgen, pre Riverwood. What's the Dragonborn doing and why? Right, that's the whole purpose of the motivation section of this video here. Why is he doing what he's doing? It's a good question. I think he's doing what he's doing in the first half before the Murmilnir fight because he's just sort of like out to help folk. You know, he's just having a good time. You feel me? I think he's just like, you know, he escapes a dragon fight. He's kind of a calm cucumber. He escapes the dragon fight, prances his ass down to Riverwood, or, you know, maybe does not. Fun fact, you don't have to do that. You could just go straight to Whiterun. But even if you do go straight to Whiterun, he notes in his journal that he should go and speak to the Jarl, presumably about the dragon issue, because when you go and speak to the Jarl, that's the only thing you have to fucking say to him. And that's the only reason they let you in. Maybe. So when the folks in Riverwood come through and they're like, hey, yo, brother, can you help me out? And he's like, you know what? Shit, I can't help you out. And it's not even that big a deal for real. I'll just go and bust one real quick down to Whiterun, wherever that's at, and talk to this Jarl fella. And that's what he does. And then he talks to the Jarl fella about the Bleak Falls issue. Bing, bang, boom. He's at Bleak Falls Barrow. Personally, I think that's kind of ridiculous. Why are you out here delving into dungeons and shit? I think that's the mark of a man who's just sort of, hey, you know what, I can help you. And it's not that hard, so I might as well. You know, shit, I ain't got nothing going on. So I think from the first perspective, from the first half of the game, that first quarter of the game, he's really just doing it because he got, you know, he's just doing it for the love of the game, I guess is the saying. Yes, that's my, and then the next point as well. This is sort of an in-betweener section. He has 2 motivations, I guess is the way to say it. In the first half, we see him just sort of like, hey, yo, dog, I'm a good dude, you feel me? But in the second half, it's the same motivation, but we don't get it confirmed what motivation it is. We just see the workings in the journal, in the entries in the journal, that it is a separate motivation. That he's done being just a nice guy. He's got some other shit on his head now. And these are the entries that sort of prove that in my head, where we see him talk about meeting with Arngeir and being recognized as Dragonborn, and then also believing Arngeir and doing what Arngeir says, which is fair. If you believe in that, I guess. He's kind of a trusting fellow, as we've established. He also talks about meeting with Delphine, and just he trusts Delphine. So clearly there's some inner workings there. We don't know exactly why he, excuse me. We don't know exactly why he's trusting Delphine, but he is doing that. So he's got some motivation for it. He believes that she's going to help him get into the Thalmor Ambassador's Embassy, which I think is probably the greatest point that could ever have been, that he has some sort of internal motivation that we ain't too sure about. He also talks about that he hopes Esbern is as knowledgeable about dragons as Delphine promised. I don't know how to say this in any other way than just, if you're hoping for some shit, you got motivations, brother. You know, even if it's for food, you're hoping to not die. Or to eat well, I don't know, one of the two. You at least got something going on that's greater than just like, you know what, I should probably help a fella out, right? Like there's a difference between helping people and then saving the world. Like if I asked you, hey, dog, can you hand me my phone on the counter? You said, you know what, I can do that, it's pretty easy. And I also asked you, hey dog, could you end world hunger? you might look at me and go, what the fuck are you talking about right now, right? And I think that's a fair question. But also I think that the differences between the motivations of a man who's out to just like help out a one-time miller or one-time blacksmith in Riverwood is a lot more apparent and easy to divulge. Oh, what's the one? Easy to find out and figure out than the motivations of a person who is trying to save the world for whatever reason. But we do get it confirmed, I think personally, what exactly their motivation is. So recap here. I know I'm kind of being, this is a different, I've recorded this at a different time than the other stuff, so it may come off a bit disjointed. I'm not gonna apologize for that though. That's just me. So that's a recap again, right? The recap. So in the middle, post Myrmulnir, they've got a different motivation, but it's the same motivation. Pre Myrmulnir, they're just out to help folk. We don't get it confirmed what the second motivation is, in my opinion, until the very last entry in the main quest journal, and that's this one right here. It goes, I'm not gonna read all this, but the last sentences, the last sentences. I have fulfilled my destiny as Dragonborn. Now, me personally, I think that's a very insightful sentence. The last sentence a man writes in the journal, presumably, right? Canonically, I don't know what else he writes. Right? He writes a lot of stuff, but in the main quest, it's the last words. If you were to ask a criminal, okay, hey, why'd you rob that bank? And if they told you I did it for the money, obviously you probably did it for the money. But that's not really what I'm asking you. Why'd you want the money is why I'm asking you. And they might say some shit like, hey, I needed to eat. And you can probably discern their reasons from there. But imagine a man, a master at his craft, devoted in this great quest, like an NBA player. Go and ask an NBA player why they did it, why they trained all these damn years, you know, went through college, had to put up whatever the fuck went on in college, you know, like communal showers and shit. That shit's weird. We ain't Korean. Maybe they are. I don't know. But imagine asking them, why did you put up with all that? And then they told you the reason, right? Like that would be the reason for it all. That seems like a really obvious thing to say, but that's what it is here as well. Also admitting I did it for destiny, right? Now this is deeper than just, oh, it was my destiny or whatever. I think this is more pinpointing the concept that like, it's not for revenge or a sense of justice. He's not mad at the dragons because they killing folk and he's out to like kill the main one. He's not like, I'm gonna get these motherfuckers back. It's not revenge. It's not like a sense of justice, like, oh, think of all the people you've killed, I've got to right this wrong. It's not that. And it's not even particularly for a sense of, and this is my opinion here, it's not even particularly for a sense of just doing it because if he doesn't do it, the world will end. I think it's more of a sense of just giving yourself the destiny, right? Like you look at the destiny, you get told your general destiny from the Greybeards, and you look at that and you say, okay, one way or another, this will happen. Regardless of how I do it or how I make my decisions or input or effort, it will happen. So instead of just like fucking off and whacking off and then letting destiny come one way or the other, I might as well just put my best foot forward. You know, I might as well try. There's nothing wrong with trying. Weirdly enough, he's kind of the perfect antagonist for a game like this. And I'm kind of I'm having trouble kind of trying to put it together. Like, did they make him like this? Did they write him intentionally like this to where it was rather easy to discern through his journal? And I picked up on that rather easily? Or is this just like me headcanoning this and like it just happens to line up because like why the fuck wouldn't it? They're meant to be vague entries or something. I don't know. But I think the Dragonborn is a person who would have of course just helped out people in Riverwood, which would have led him to the Jarl, and he would of course just helped out the Jarl, which would have led him to Myrmulnir, as the destiny thing goes. And then once he gets to the Greybeards and discover his destiny, I think the archetype, the Jungian archetype of character here is the exact type of person that would just give themselves to destiny. Just try. As a person who's playing this character, we often make them whatever we want to be that's not very in line with exactly this type of person as I'm saying here. We don't always make a person who's super confident. Like if you look at Gopher's playthrough with this guy Richard, I think his name was. You know, he's not a super confident guy at first, I think. I would say so. You know, not everybody you play is super, you know, in a way benevolent. People are sometimes very greedy with the way they play their Dragonborns. You kind of get what I'm saying here, right? Like we often like skirt and just make our own characters, like, you know, sort of headcanon, role play, they say, and that's cool or whatever. But if you're a casual gamer, like you're just a guy that comes in and doesn't really know what's going on in Skyrim and sort of just meandering about following the quest points, like you're kind of the way the Dragonborn is. In a way, you kind of just do things because people are telling you to do them, and you don't really understand what's going on, but you kind of just feel that there's a thing to it. There's a thing, it's leading you somewhere regardless. And I think that's kind of a weird joining of ideas, if that's a good way to say that in English. Because Skyrim is, in its lineage, the casual Elder Scrolls game. It's more casual than Oblivion, which is more casual than Morrowind. And then you get into like the ones that look like Mario fucking.
Hell no, man. What the fuck, man?
And we can stop talking about them there. But the Skyrim, the Elder Scrolls have gotten more and more casual, very intentionally, as the games have gone on. And I just think it's super interesting to see that Skyrim and Skyrim's protagonists kind of share that mindset. I do also want to note, I've not looked into whether Oblivion is like this or not. And I've also not looked in to see if Morrowind is like this or not. I'm just saying this from the perspective of Skyrim, and also because I don't want to look those up, because that's more work than I want to do, and I don't feel like it. So that's the end of that. But I know it's just a sort of an interesting observation, and I ain't got no like Carl Jobst summoning salt directing power in me to make this like super like, you know, music-y where it goes oh at the end of it when everybody finds out, like it leads into like a bigger point or something like that. But I do think it's an interesting thing to note, so I did do that. I also noted it. Did you guys know the YouTube channel Chris and Jack? Jack is the guy who voices Sokka from Aang. From Avatar, The Last Airbender? Did you know that? I didn't know that. I did not know that. I saw his face when I was real young, and he looked super cool. And then I didn't see him again for like 20 years, and then I didn't know that was him. And then I did know that because I looked up. What was I doing? Oh right. I replayed through SpongeBob, I think the movie where they had the game on PS.
Okay, that was nice. Which I can potentially is actually worth it.
Own buffs as well. In fact,
Oh,
all
Butcher
future.
list. Actually, this is much more interesting.
Bangboos, these cute little guys are with us all the time, be it in the story or, as for the topic of this video, in our deadly assault runs. But we sometimes barely notice them, or even worse, don't think about them. Even though we should. The choice of Bangboo can sometimes make a difference of up to 4,000 to 5,000 points in deadly assault. Depending on the team, that is, of course. So let's change that today. These are the top 10 Bangboos you should invest into, and any Bangboo not mentioned in this list is usually better to avoid, with some very few exceptions. Thank you, Jason, for helping me to compile this list. You will find a link to both his Twitch and YouTube in the description. But first we have to answer the question, why do Bangboos matter, and why should we care about which one to use in which team? Generally, Bangboos have two primary purposes as of right now: Daze and Anomaly. Daze can help us to either get an additional stun window or reach a stun window earlier for better resource management. And more Anomaly application can either result in more damage for, well, Anomaly teams, but more importantly, it also means more decibels for all teams. So essentially, Bangboos are all about thresholds and when or even if we are able to hit those. Each anomaly we proc will grant our current on-field agent 170 decibels and every disorder 85, with half of it being shared to the other teammates. That is not only meaningful enough that the choice of Bangboo can heavily influence when you get your ultimate, but also whether or not you will get an additional ultimate. But let's get back to the Bangboos. These are the top 10 Bangboos, in no particular order, you should invest into.
LD Shop is a safe and reliable top-up site for your favorite games, such as Zenless Zone Zero, Honkai Star Rail, Withering Waves, or Genshin Impact. Created by LD Player, LD Shop offers you affordable prices, even up to 30% off, through official ways and does not require any account credentials. Your server and UID are enough. Spend over $80 and you get to claim an internet membership for free every month. LD Shop is trustworthy, provides a fast delivery within minutes, and as you can see by the huge amount of positive reviews, is also safe and reliable. To make sure you can safely acquire your new favorite agent and don't have to worry about losing the ugly 50-50, go and claim your deals directly today, before it is too late. So go directly to ldshop.gg using my link in the description or pinned comment and save money today. Use my link and you will receive a 15% off and a 5% off coupon. Thank you LD Shop for sponsoring this video. Rocket Boo is one of the very few Fire Bangbus and because of that actually a pretty good choice. As it will be the case for essentially all Bangbus, but like 3, its primary purpose is fire anomaly application for more decibels, but also inferno metal uptime as well as days. It is the primary choice for many fire teams such as Evelynn, Soldier 11 or also Critneys, and if you have at least 2 fire agents in your team, you probably should use Rocket Boo. Yes, Orphe is a fire unit as well, but for Orphe, and also only Orphe for that matter, you really want Mercury. This is however also only the case if you have at least 2 Obold squad members in your team, and Mercury also has this very small problem that he gets very easily staggered, often resulting in him rolling on the floor more often than actually doing something. But if our little helper is actually doing something and not rolling on the floor, he is the best choice Orphe Obol teams have. If you don't have Orphe however, and you are still playing an Obol team with either Seed or Sambi, or you really favor the good old Miyabi Yanagi team, Agent Gulliver is the right choice here. He massively helps with electric anomaly build-up,
That's fine. Okay, at least when it comes to those 2 pieces, it is an upgrade. Six rolls. 2 rolls. So would require 2 feathers. Less crit rate, but much more crit damage. Less attack. And then this? Okay, let's go look at Skurk. Teams. Skurk 1. Skurk. Compared to equipped, we need to equip the appropriate goblet. Credits. 16% compared to what? Compared to equipped? Minus 4%. Get a crit rate hat like that. I'm going to be 4% worse off. But if I go like that, it's going to be 3.2% off. But if I go like that, it's going to be 2.5%. But if it goes like that, it's going to be 1.8%. But if I go instead, nurture charge, web attack, and 7% worse. in none of the deep galleries. Attack percent, crit damage percent, damage charge, and the crit rate. One, two, three, four, five. So it has to be at least 5.3. Can this one? Let's imagine a situation like that. This particular artifact. What would it do? Minus 4.5. Okay. So I shouldn't touch it. Probably. Feather. Flower. Flower is good enough also. Now this. Look.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down, take a deep breath, and wolf it down in one go. That way, I get to eat my fill without wasting too much. rebooting. Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime? My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down. Take a deep.
Which in the case of Seed and agent buffs will now be handled through the system. So today let's talk about how the system works, how quickly you will be able to acquire the maximum potential for any given character, what the buffs for each agent are, and most importantly, which units are the best to invest into. Of course, as always, with my calculations. Starting with 2.5, the new potential vision system has been introduced and it functions very similar to Mindscapes, except that you cannot pay money for them. Every buffed agent now gains access to their potential vision profile, which can be accessed right here next to their Mindscapes, and this system comes with 6 different awakening potentials, which I will simply refer to as awakening going forwards. First, these awakenings need to be unlocked in order, just like Mindscapes do. Awakening 1 grants access to the agent's changed or new skills. This is no different from Soldier Zero MB or Alan's previous potentials. Awakening 2 either provides a new passive bonus or changes an existing core skill or additional ability, and Awakening 3 to 6 improve upon Awakening 2. For example, at Awakening 1, Grace gains access to her new and changed skills, which allow her to proc blooms. At Awakening 2, Grace gains a new passive that grants her 10% electric damage bonus when consuming Zap, and Awakening 3 to 6 increase this electric damage bonus from her Awakening 2 by 5% each, up to a maximum of 30%. Because A2 to A6 are essentially just stat buffs, that also means that they do not influence how characters play, but they might change how they are built. To unlock a new awakening, we need the respective character's potential silhouette, and said silhouette can be bought using a special currency called Daily Performance. Daily Performance and also said awakenings cannot be bought with money. The silhouettes are obtained from this shop by using said special currency, and said currency we can earn through various ways, some of which are one-time sources and some which are repeatable. Each buffed agent will receive an updated trial, and completing said trial will reward you with 500 daily performance points once. There are redo weekly tasks, which will grant us 1000 points every week and make up the largest income. And lastly, we can buy up to 1000 daily performance points every month from the output logistics and association supplies respectively. Given all those sources, that means, at least as of right now, we can obtain 2500 points once from the trials, 1000 every week and 2000 every month. That makes a total of 1000 points per month, and because every potential silhouette costs us 1000 points, that will allow you to unlock 6 every potential silhouette costs us
6,000 every month. So one character every month.
$1,000 points that will allow you to unlock 6 awakenings every month. Or in other words, you can fully max out one agent per month. Knowing that, let's talk about which agents have the best awakenings and also why, so you can decide better for your account which awakenings to aim for first. But to be able to make that decision, we first have to know what each agent's awakenings even do and how good they are, of course. Let's begin with Ellen, because her Awakening 1 is already well known and therefore her Awakening 2 is much more interesting. At Awakening 2, Ellen's additional ability will be expanded upon, and for each stack additionally she gains now 1.6% crit damage, and when at 10 stacks, 3.3% ice resistance shred. Her Awakening 3 to Awakening 6 will then expand upon this up to a maximum of 48% crit damage and 10% ice resistance shred at Awakening 6. Unfortunately for Ellen, she already has a lot of inherent crit damage in her kit, but the 10% ice resistance shred does help quite a lot, and going from A2 to A6 results in a total personal damage increase of nearly 23%, which is honestly much higher than I thought it will be, and it translates into an approximately 17% team damage. With that, Ellen has the highest personal damage gain from the Awakening potentials between the 5 buffed agents, and it is also really good for team damage. Soldier Zero Ambi is currently rerunning, and because of that, if you have not had time yet to check out what her Awakening 1 does, check out my most recent Soldier Zero Ambi guide. You will find a link in the description or click the top right corner. Her A2 then increases the aftershock damage bonus given to her team from her additional ability from 25 to 34%, and this bonus further increases all the way up to 50% at Awakening 6. While Soldier Zero Ambi only gains about 10% damage from this for herself, this damage bonus is also shared to her team after all, which more often than not are Trigger and Orphe, who both will deal significant damage, making Soldier Zero Ambi's Awakenings one of the best you can choose. It results in a total team damage gain of around 12%. That is 2/3 of Astra's Mindscape 1 just for comparison, and because there's a lot of damage share in these teams, that is better than Ellen's 17%, mainly because of the nearly 50-50 damage share between Soldier Zero Ambi and Trigger and Orphe, if that makes sense. Well, and also, you know, you do need to have the right teammates, of course, because otherwise it does, you know, if you don't have Aftershock teammates. Anyway, it's a really good Awakening, and probably the best one you can choose. Bernice Awakening 1 grants her access to a new EX special that triggers a bloom and requires 12 afterburns to have triggered before being able to be used automatically upon switch-in.
Additionally, her health basic attack got expanded upon, now triggering a free afterburn when used, which counts double for the purpose of her new EX special total trigger count requirement. Check out my updated Bernice guide for more information on her. Her Awakening 2 will then grant Bernice some damage bonus and a flat combat anomaly mastery, based on her maximum initial energy regeneration exceeding 1.8, with the amount granted being kept at 20% and a flat 25 respectively, and lastly it also reduces the interval of afterburn to 1.35 seconds. The new passive increases the amount of damage bonus and anomaly mastery granted for each 0.1 exceeding ER, going from A2 to A6, but it does not affect the maximum cap. Since Bernice now has massive energy to spare, we can afford to use her health basic more often, resulting in slightly more anomaly build-up, more afterburn triggers, and an additional 1 or 2 ablooms. Due to how anomaly teams work, the team damage gain is much lower than her personal damage gain. Actual results will vary based on the unit's damage share and hence also depend on how you play, how well built your units are, and so on. Overall, this is a solid buff to Bernice, and while great for Shio defense, due to fire weakness actually being a thing, it does really not help her too much in Deadly Assault. Deadly Assault heavily favors Vivian in all anomaly content, as most anomaly bosses are either weak to ether or heavily resist fire, or both, which makes Bernice just a straight up worse choice than Vivian against basically every single boss. Because of that, while the buffs do help her, I also feel like they do not do enough to suddenly make her extremely viable or an alternative to Vivian in Deadly Assault. Next up is Grace. Not only does Vivian have ablooms, Bernice does now too, and Grace becomes a bloomer as well. Anyway. Oh god. At Awakening 1, her ultimate will now grant her 25 stacks of pulse, which she can consume to trigger 4 ablooms. She now also gains access to a new special skill which allows her to repeatedly throw grenades, gaining zap and consuming pulse to then trigger said ablooms. I recommend checking out my updated Grace guides for more information on that, a link is in the description. At Awakening 2, Grace then gains a new passive that grants her 10% electric damage bonus when consuming sap, and Awakening 3 to 6 increase this electric damage bonus by 5% each, up to a maximum of 30%. This results in a roughly 17% more personal damage, but the team damage contribution is again diluted and hence lower. Generally, Grace has probably gotten the strongest buff out of all characters, resulting in a lot more damage than before. Unfortunately, Grace also had the lowest damage out of all other units before. Because of that, 0 times 2 is still 0. Even though Grace has received the strongest buff, at least percentage-wise, she does not suddenly become a meta unit. But she is now able to clear most content, and she also honestly works super well with Bernice, at least I enjoyed that. If you don't have Yanagi or you simply like Grace, I would highly recommend her buffs. They effectively granted her a niche as the only on-field agent that can repeatedly proc ablooms, but because of the anomaly archetype having strong competition, it does not make her a top of the meta pick. Lastly, we have Soldier 11, who, at least in my personal opinion, received the most fun and also most impactful buffs, at least in terms of playstyle. Starting at Awakening 1, she gains a lot of new stuff. First up, she received access to an on-field parry that grants her 3 guaranteed fire suppressions when blocking an enemy attack. Second, her dodge counter does not interrupt her basic attack string anymore. She now continues from wherever we have left off before using it, which is a change that should not be underestimated. Third, she received a 5th basic attack that can only be accessed when she has guaranteed fire suppressions. Additionally, after using her chain or ultimate, the next 5th basic attack she casts will be enhanced, consuming all guaranteed fire suppression stacks, massively increasing the damage dealt by said attack. Fourth, her EX special ultimate and chain attack now all directly lead into her basic 4, and her basic 5 can also be followed up by her basic 3 if you time her input correctly. Which is really cool, because now we actually have timed inputs for her even though she already has fire suppressions. I personally love that. And lastly, using any of those will also grant auto block to Soldier 11 for the next incoming attack. Means if attacked, she will automatically dodge said attack and then follow it up with her parry counter attack. These changes have massive implications. While Soldier 11 stays a very basic attack damage heavy character, she now does more damage using less basic attacks. Because of that, her own signature Brimstone also now becomes a worse weapon choice, as obtaining and maintaining Brimstone stacks during the enemy stun window is much less feasible. And most of her damage is honestly dealt during said stun window. Check out my updated Soldier 11 guide if you want to know more about how her disc drives and weapons changed and how she works now. Her Awakening 2 to 6 expand upon her additional ability and grant her an additional up to 48% crit damage. This results in an approximately 15% personal damage gain, being better or worse depending on your weapon choice and teammates. Generally, if you like Soldier 11, I find her buffs to be insanely good. While the buffs don't suddenly make her Evelyn, they could make her compete with Ellen. And also importantly actually, she does now heavily favor Dialyn, since more ultimates mean in fact also more enhanced basic 5s. Furthermore, these buffs heavily impact on how she is played, making her, at least in my opinion, much more fun and engaging to play, which is partially also to be contributed to her not actively getting punished for using her dodge counter anymore. And also the new parry mechanic is pretty fun to use as well, while also helping out with skill issues. I would highly recommend her Awakenings if you like Soldier 11. Having all that said, and knowing what each unit's buffs and awakenings actually do and how good they are, we can now finally talk about which awakenings are the best to invest into. As for their Awakening 1, I honestly would argue it is worth unlocking those for all of them, as they all massively buff the respective unit. So instead, let's have a look at their Awakening 2 to Awakening 6. Frankly, because Soldier 0 Ambi's buffs affect the entire team and not just her, if you play Ambi with any Aftershock unit, ideally 2, she is the best unit to straight up A6, no questions asked, and no other agent's awakenings come close to this. Ellen's awakenings also turned out to be much better than I expected. While the crit damage does not do too much for her in comparison due to oversaturation, the 10% Ice West Shred are great, even if it loses a bit of value when played versus ice weak enemies. If you really like Ellen, her awakenings are great. But also, if you cannot maintain a full 10 stacks on her passive, it can lose a lot of value, so at least there's a catch to it. That leaves us with Bernice, Soldier 11 and Grace. All of them have one thing in common. They face heavy competition in their role and are often outclassed by other choices, such as Vivian for Bernice, Evelyn for Soldier 11, and Yanagi, or honestly basically literally any other primary DPS anomaly unit, for Grace. Because of that, none of their buffs will make them a highly meta-relevant character as of right now, which also means we should not evaluate those from a meta perspective. At least that's my opinion. There is one argument to be made for Bernice for Shio defense, as it, as already previously mentioned, features much more fire weaknesses, which is also often paired with a physical weakness as well, allowing Bernice to shine a lot more when paired with Jane, Alice or Piper. Additionally, Bernice Awakening 2 also grants her more afterburns over the duration of a fight, which results in more fire anomaly, more blooms, and because she can now partially also scale off energy regeneration, it opens up new build options for her as well. Because of that, I personally would recommend Bernice's Awakening over the pure stat buffs for Soldier 11 and Grace. However, don't expect Bernice to suddenly become a top tier meta anomaly character. Don't get me wrong, the buffs are good and I am very happy about them, but they are not that impactful to suddenly change her from being basically benched to a top tier meta sub DPS for all anomaly teams. Both Soldier 11 and Grace gain pure stat buffs, and whether or not you want to invest into those will purely depend on how much you like them and if you want to play them. And with that, for Awakenings 2 to 6, the TLDR is Soldier 0 MB is the best investment if you have another Aftershock unit to pair her with, ideally 2, followed by Ellen and Bernice, depending on how much you like them, and then Grace and Soldier 11. Or in other words, while there is technically speaking a correct choice, I do make air quotes right now, it really just boils down to how much you enjoy a unit. But if you enjoy 2 or more of those, at least, I think this can be a guideline to follow along. And with that, we are at the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching. I hope this video has been helpful for you. You have some numbers to go along. Yeah, thank you for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Leave a comment on your thoughts on the new potential vision system and the buffs all these units received, and which one will you go for? Personally, I am probably going with Soldier 11. I just really enjoy her new playstyle, and I, well, lost all my 50-50 sir, so I have her M6. Anyway, a special thanks to my YouTube and Patreon members who make this content possible. If you wish to support me, you will find a link to my Patreon in the description, or click the join button right below this video. And as always, I appreciate all of you and wish you a great day. Peace!
Chevros. Maybe something like that. Range characters, melee characters.
Is Captain Underpants stronger than Metro Man? Could the Crimson Chin beat Captain Man from Henry Danger? Yes, this is an incredibly stupid idea for a video, but in doing my research, I stumbled onto some of the most unbelievable feats for these joke characters. Did you know Sportacus from Lazy Town once lifted one of the pyramids of Giza, or that Word Girl caught a meteor capable of obliterating an entire island? By the end of this video, you'll have a complete understanding of the full powers and abilities of almost every major parody superhero from pop culture. Metro Man, Word Girl, Captain Underpants, Sportacus, and more. And at the end, I'll give you a breakdown of how they stack up and tell you who's the strongest. But before we dive in, a couple important ground rules. When picking these characters, I decided that they have to be actual parody superheroes, not just silly characters from superhero media. So Deadpool and Squirrel Girl are not showing up. I also won't cover anyone from The Boys, as that's a fairly serious superhero universe, just a really edgy one. The same goes for One Punch Man. And lastly, I won't cover characters that are meant to be earnest. Captain Planet isn't a parody of superheroes, he's just a really lame one. Got it? Okay, let's kick things off by explaining every character, starting in the mean streets of Cincinnati. The Crimson Chin from the Fairly Odd Parents is a comic book superhero idolized by Timmy Turner. In the show's universe, he's basically Dimsdale's own Superman, Batman a little bit, and Spider-Man parody. Over-the-top beacon of justice with a jawline sharper than Wolverine's claws. Within the world of Fairly Odd Parents, he's the creation of some fictional comic writer. And Timmy, thanks to a wish from Cosmo and Wanda, literally jumps into the panels to team up with his hero on several occasions. And the series leans hard into the parody aspects. Chin is a send-up of Golden Age tropes and a satire of every Boy Scout superhero ever. Morally pure to a fault, melodramatic in every single line delivery, and almost allergic to nuance. Powers-wise, the Crimson Chin is stacked with the usual laundry list of super abilities: flight, strength, invulnerability, heat vision, and a chin sense that lets him detect evil. Fun fact, he's voiced by Jay Leno, which is actually part of the gag. The character's enormous jaw is a clear exaggeration of Leno's own big-ass chin. Over time, Crimson Chin developed a whole rogues gallery: the Brass Knuckle, Bronze Kneecap, H2 Olga, and who could forget? Real name C.H. Indigo, the Chin has some pretty impressive feats. He can use his heat vision to evaporate dozens to hundreds of gallons of water in an instant. He's lifted up buses over his head and tossed them around without effort. He can imbue others with a portion of his strength and has basically endless stamina. And of course, he can use his chin like a weapon, striking enemies with it directly or firing lasers out of it somehow. The Chin is definitely goofy, but wherever evil lurks, he'll be there to shout, "Justice, thy name is Chin." Cartwheeling in next is Sportacus from the Icelandic kids series Lazy Town, one of those shows that felt way too energetic for early 2000s Saturday mornings. If you know who Sportacus is, you either watched this show as a kid or you saw one of the various memes that have spawned from it in the decades since. Cooking by the book, We Are Number One, you know. But if you don't know who Sportacus is, let me put you onto some heat. Created by Icelandic gymnastics champion Magnus Scheving, who also plays the the character, Sportacus is basically what happens if an Olympic athlete and your middle school gym coach fused with Batman into a single human completely powered by fruit. Within the world of Lazy Town, Sportacus is a superhero in a blue beret who lives in an airship up in the sky and swoops down whenever the town's residents aren't being healthy enough. His entire mission is to get kids active and eating right, and he usually does this by quadruple backflipping onto the scene and punching your slice of pizza into orbit, replacing it with his patented sports candy, which is just some marketing bullshit he spins to try and get kids to eat apples and bananas. He's the polar opposite of the show's villain, Robbie Rotten, whose entire goal is to make everyone lazy and fat. His abilities include a mastery of acrobatics, super agility, perfect reflexes, and an almost supernatural talent for turning every problem into a calisthenic routine. It's actually, unironically, super impressive watching him do push-ups with no feet, or hold his body horizontally on a flagpole. Even his gadgets, like the crystal that alerts him when someone's in trouble, wrist-mounted grappling hook, or his, and I'm not joking about this, tactical yo-yos, are all built to withstand his ridiculous gymnastic shenanigans. Now, it might sound like Sportacus is just Batman without angst, but he actually does have supernatural powers. He's ran faster than a cannonball, lifted an entire pyramid, and even dragged a spaceship out of the moon's gravitational field. Those last two were only possible when powered by a sports candy. That wasn't a joke earlier. He's like Popeye with his spinach. When Sportacus eats an apple, his fitness levels skyrocket. But in the same way, if he eats anything unhealthy, he loses all of his fitness powers too. So we should remember both of those facts in the final ranking. Moving on, Captain Underpants is one of those characters who really captures the bare essentials of what it means to be a classic superhero. A cape, a pair of visible underpants, and that's it. He's the brainchild of author Dave Pilkey and the star of the Captain Underpants book series, which debuted in 1997 and became a childhood gateway drug into absurdist humor for an entire generation. In universe, he's the comic book creation of two crank-happy kids, George and Harold, who accidentally hypnotized their grumpy principal, Mr. Krupp, into becoming the underwear-clad superhero that they drew in their homemade comic books. And while his first adventure is just about a 40-year-old bald man prancing around 95% unclothed against his will, shenanigans soon occur that give Krupp the actual superpowers of the characters from George and Harold's comics, and that's where things get really wacky. His powers are fairly standard: super strength, flight, invulnerability, and the ability to ignore basic shame. But he also can become as elastic as his waistband, his body literally squash and stretching like a rubber hose cartoon character. Mr. Krupp transforms into the hero whenever he hears the sound of fingers snapping, which is both his origin and his biggest weakness. If you splash water on his face and the hypnotism wears off, along with his powers, it'll leave him as a powerless grade school principal, confused and half-naked in public. Water is definitely a glaring weakness, but don't count out the Terror and Tidy Whities. He's flown through outer space, lifted enormous building-sized killer toilet monsters, and battled enemies capable of shattering planets. As long as there's a curtain around to wear a cape, Captain Underpants will always be there to save the day while singing tra-la-la. But he's not the only captain on this list. Captain Man comes from Henry Danger, Nickelodeon's superhero sitcom that ran from 2014 to 2020. He's basically the network's answer to what if Batman, Iron Man, and your embarrassing uncle were all the same guy. Within the show, Captain Man, real name Ray Manchester, gained his powers after his irresponsible scientist of a father accidentally zapped him with an indestructibility ray. The result is a hero who can't be hurt by anything, but absolutely can still feel pain, leading to exactly as many gags as you would expect. He sets up shop in the city of Swellview as the town's resident protector, operating in his secret HQ, the Man Cave, with a sidekick named Henry Hart, aka Kid Danger. Captain Man is the ultimate mix of vanity, heroism, and dad-level cheesiness. He's genuinely brave and wants to help people, but he's also completely self-absorbed, the kind of guy who saves a bus full of kids, then immediately demands a statue of himself doing it. In that way, he's kind of one note, and the same can be said about his powers. He has complete invulnerability, and definitely some enhanced strength and speed. He can casually dodge lasers, throw adult men across a room like it's nothing, and even hold onto a spaceship as it re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. Well, that last one isn't exactly a strength feat. It's actually a part of one of his most inexplicable abilities, ignoring physics. Captain Man can apparently subconsciously manipulate the laws of reality around himself so that traditional physical normal rules do not apply, although this isn't something he seems to have any knowledge of or control over. But he's really most effective with his plethora of gadgets: a laser remote with built-in tractor beam, boots that glow red whenever an explosion happens nearby, a memory wiping machine, and a plethora of other bullshit. Basically, whatever happens to Captain Man, you always know he will be okay. And here are some synonyms for okay: fine, alright, decent, or acceptable. That's right, next up is Word Girl, or what happens when a PBS Kids show accidentally creates a minor god. If you don't know, Word Girl premiered in 2007. It was an educational series all about teaching kids a better vocabulary. But I only know about it because of a Twitter thread I saw once explaining in explicit detail why the star of this kids show could tear Homelander to shreds without breaking a sweat. Seriously. Real name Becky Botsford, Word Girl is an ordinary 5th grader who's secretly an alien from the planet Lexicon, which is honestly a pretty good pun for a grammar superhero. After crash landing on Earth, she's raised by human parents and uses her powers to protect the city from villains like Dr. Two Brains, Lady Redundant Woman, and Chuck the evil sandwich-making guy. Because she's a pretty direct Superman parody, Word Girl's powers include the expected flight, super strength, frost breath, and invulnerability, but also a genius-level vocabulary. Every episode ends with her defeating an evildoer and then teaching them a new word, I guess to humiliate them. The writing in this series is actually fairly funny sometimes. Like when they did a version of the scene from Invincible where Omni-Man uses Mark to brutally kill an entire train of people, as if any of the 6-year-olds watching this are gonna get that reference. But really, she is a powerhouse. She's tanked forces greater than nuclear explosions, flown from the moon to the sun in seconds. Her helmet makes her resistant to mental manipulation and mind control, not to mention she frequently breaks the fourth wall, speaking directly to the narrator. Plus, she can see things that happen off screen or during cutaway segments, despite that breaking the logic of her fictional universe. Word Girl is surprisingly impressive, and one thing's for sure, her aptitude is prodigious and indisputably merits commemoration in the loftiest of dictions. And flying in for our final spot is Metro Man, the golden boy superhero of DreamWorks' Megamind, voiced by Brad Pitt. He's a character designed to embody every perfect hero trope and then flip it upside down. He's the adored savior of Metro City, famous for his dazzling smile, laser vision, and perfectly coiffed Elvis hair that stands in contrast to Megamind's big-ass, blue-ass, bald-ass head. Metro Man is Megamind's lifelong rival, the unstoppable, indestructible symbol of good that the villain just can't seem to beat. He can fly, move at impossible speeds, shrug off missile strikes, and even play the guitar mid-battle without breaking a sweat. Something that foreshadows his eventual transformation into Music Man in the god-awful direct-to-streaming Megamind sequel series that should never have been made, and I will do my best to not be mentioning again. But beneath all that perfection, Metro Man is bored. Being a flawless, invincible hero has left him existentially drained. So, during one of Megamind's big evil schemes, he fakes his own death, disappears, and lets the villain win. The hero who walks away because constant victory made his life meaningless. So, that probably bodes pretty well for his strength levels, right? Most people know about Metro Man's ludicrous levels of speed, like when he dodged Megamind's death ray and went on to have an entire day reconsidering his life choices, reading dozens of self-help books, eating a meal, chilling in the park, and crafting a fake body, all in the teeny tiny amount of time it took for the ray to hit the ground. Or when he flexed his calves so hard it sent shockwaves through the streets of Metro City. Although that last one wasn't actually him, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sure you've all been itching for it, so it's about time I tell you exactly how strong, fast, durable, and dangerous all these heroes are, how we scaled them up to those points, and of course, who is the strongest. Let's get into it. First up, did Sportacus really lift an entire pyramid just because he ate an apple? Sort of. Comparing the size of his Zeppelin to the pyramid and assuming a hollowness of about 30%, similar to the pyramids of Giza, this thing likely weighs around 6 million kilograms, and he fairly casually pulls it up off the ground with his grappling hook. Put another way, that's 48 megajoules, or enough to obliterate a small building. And when a space shuttle was stranded on the moon, he saved it with his sky Sky Chaser, a ship powered entirely by him pedaling his feet like a bicycle, and dragged the spaceship faster than the moon's escape velocity to make it back down to the planet below. Not including the weight of his sky cycle, that's an 88,000 kilo vehicle, pulled at more than 2,000 meters per second. If he put that force into a kick, it would blow up an entire city block. Plus, his ability to outpace a cannonball puts his running speed above at least 200 miles per hour. And if we assume Robbie Rotten runs about as fast as an average person, Sportacus has been recorded as 22.7 times faster than him, 340 miles per hour, or half the speed of sound. Honestly, his strength and speed put him leagues beyond Captain Man, who's likely only wall level with his punches, although he is deceptively fast. He's able to casually deflect laser blasts while mid-conversation and barely paying attention, giving him at least supersonic reaction speeds, and his gadgets buff him quite a bit as well. A single man grenade can destroy a block of solid concrete, and the man buggy has missiles capable of blowing up a tank in one shot. And of course, while most characters' durability scales directly to their strength, Captain Man is a big exception. We've seen his indestructibility pushed to ludicrous levels. He had a 62 kiloton bomb detonate inside his stomach, and was stated by his team to be able to survive the supervolcano beneath Swellview, which threatened to destroy all life on Earth if it erupted. A life-wiping explosion like that, vaporizing all the oceans, would require hundreds of millions of gigatons of TNT, or 15 billion times the force of the greatest bomb we've ever built, the Tsar Bomba. Now we're really getting somewhere. Moving on, Metro Man has the speed feat that I wondered most about before writing this video, his extended existential crisis in the fraction of a second before faking his death. By comparing the distance the death laser moved while he first avoided it to leave the room, we can see time was slowed down by a factor of 62.4 million, meaning he was walking around at about 1.3 times faster than light. He could have experienced about 24 hours in 1/1000th of a second. Absolute nonsense, but he is a Superman parody, so it makes sense. As for strength, he's explicitly stated throughout the movie to be physically superior to Titan, who tosses around chunks of skyscrapers, as well as every machine Megamind ever devised, including his Death Ray, capable of wiping out a small city, and his later supercharged dehydration gun. But he is a Superman parody, so it makes sense. As for strength, he's explicitly stated throughout the movie to be physically superior to Titan, who tosses around chunks of skyscrapers, as well as every machine Megamind ever devised, including his Death Ray, capable of wiping out a small city, and his later supercharged dehydration gun, which obliterated a 10-mile wide meteor heading towards Metro City. As much force as nearly 200 gigatons of TNT, enough to wipe out a large island. Word Girl is also pretty busted. She has an incredible speed feat, flying from the moon to the sun 150 million kilometers in just under a second and a half. Obviously, this means she can survive in space and shrugs off the heat of the sun's surface, but her flight clocks in at an astronomical 347 times faster than light. As for strength, we see her catch a meteor, literally still scalding from entering Earth's atmosphere, mere inches away from the ground. Then she tosses it miles away into the ocean. With the size of this meteor, we can assume it weighed nearly 3 million kilos, and at terminal velocity, that's island-level destructive force, 47 gigatons. Remember, she's a 5th grader, so hypothetical word woman is terrifying. That said, as a Superman parody, she does have a major weakness, Lexinite. A radioactive chunk of her homeworld lexicon, it saps her powers just like kryptonite, and it even reduces her vocabulary, causing her to misuse and mispronounce words. Also, fun fact, in the canon of this show, Lexicon didn't even blow up. Word Girl just accidentally wandered onto a spaceship as a baby, and I guess her parents never cared to look for her. Anyway, keeping waistbands elastic and undercarriages cottony, Captain Underpants also has some pretty redonkulous showings. Many times he defeats the villains of his stories with Flip-O-Rama, a fun gimmick where you're supposed to flip the page of the book you're reading back and forth between two images to simulate animation animation, usually of him punching or kicking apart gigantic skyscraper-sized monsters or robots. But his best stuff comes from scaling him to other characters in the story. He's stated to be equal in power to both the villain, Captain Blunderpants, as well as fellow heroes like Super Diaper Baby. We've seen the latter push the Earth out of its orbit and further away from the sun, drastically altering its temperature in a matter of minutes. Something like this would take more than 400 decillion joules on the low end, or enough energy to destroy a large planet. And in terms of speed, he was planning to fly from Earth to Uranus and back in the span of 15 minutes to retrieve a lost kickball, a trip that would have had him moving at 19 times the speed of light. And consider, that's his travel speed. He seems to think it's faster for him to use the elastic of underwear to launch at enemies like a slingshot, so it's likely he has an even faster projectile attack speed. Finally, sorry I cleft you waiting, bringing it all back to the Chin that kicked us off, Crimson Chin probably has the most varied powers of the bunch. All types of laser, X-ray, and telescopic vision, including one that generates or maybe teleports suitcases to him. I think it's a general materialization vision, and lasers that fire out of his chin too, because maybe sometimes his eyes are tired, I don't know. He's got minor Toon Force with a stretchable tongue, as well as meta abilities that will manipulate reality, including overriding the will of other people so that they always
They accidentally expanded on wrong type of stuff. Sub. No, I have no clue.
act in a way that allows the Chin to win any battle against evil he's experiencing. The authorial intent of his stories controlling people without their knowledge. This seems really busted, but it's exclusively to uphold the theme of good triumphing over evil. It doesn't help him in contests not against villains, and can theoretically be circumvented by killing him before the world can be manipulated to save him. That said, for his more tangible scaling, we can compare him to Mighty Mom and Dino Dad. These are Timmy's parents who he wished to be imbued with the same powers as the Crimson Chin. They were able to punch apart giant meteors. Man, that's kind of a common feat here, huh? A 20 kiloton feat divided between the two of them, a town level showing. And when Timmy asked his dad how far the sun was from the Earth, he flew there and counted the miles, saying it was 186 million. Now, this is more than in the real world, where it's only about half that, so I'm guessing he counted the miles on the way back too. Either way, let's be generous and say the sun is just further from the Earth in the Fairly Odd Parents universe. He made this trip in just under 15 seconds, or 70 times the speed of light. Finally, he also has a version of Kryptonite, Chin-tonite. Yeah, real original. So, how does everyone stack up? Well, Sporticus is surprisingly strong compared to what I thought. He outclasses Captain Man pretty handily in both movement speed and striking power, and his various sports gadgets should allow him to maneuver around anything actually dangerous like the Man Buggy's missiles. But he obviously can't damage Captain Man at all. He'd be best suited trying to trap him under rubble, or throw him so far into the air that he comes crashing down in the ocean, or I don't know, maybe escapes our atmosphere. The reason I started with these two is because there's a fairly big power gap between them and everyone else. Metro Man is actually the slowest of everybody else, just barely exceeding light speed. He's getting blitzed by Captain Underpants, Crimson Chin, and Word Girl. That said, he hits hard. If he really does scale above Megamind's dehydration gun, He's 4 times stronger than Word Girl, although he's never touching her because she's about 300 times faster than him. And this is where Crimson Chin taps out as well. He's faster than Metro Man, but his strength just isn't enough to compete. Only town level striking power if we scale him to Mighty Mom and Dino Dad. Word Girl is literally 1,000,000 times stronger and at least 4 times as fast. But if you notice, there's one name I haven't brought up much here because it's just not close. Captain Underpants has the strength to push around planets, meaning he's 2 quadrillion times stronger than Word Girl. Even if we assume he's half that strong, because the feat was done by Super Diaper Baby and Super Diaper Dog, that's still a quadrillion times stronger. She's not surviving a single punch from the Spandexed Avenger. That said, she is 16 times faster than him, and also fairly intelligent, while Captain Underpants is kind of a bumbling idiot. He's only catching her if he happens to get his hands on some Lexanite, which is very unlikely. Meanwhile, all Word Girl has to do is get a single drop of water on Captain Underpants, and he'll immediately be reverted back to Mr. Krupp, completely powerless. Captain Underpants might be the strongest, but his might pales into triviality beside the unparalleled swiftness of his youthful feminine adversary. The winner is Word Girl.
Cool.
Hi there. I was just in the middle of reading my favorite Yuletide story. It's the holidays, folks. Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, and of course, Tet. They're all great. A season of giving, good cheer, and spending time with the people you love, or at least tolerate.
It's Christmas, Theo. It's the time of miracles.
And during this time of year, there is one thing that is inescapable. This jolly piece of shit. The man known as Sinterklaas, Saint Nick, Christopher Kringle, or Kring Kring to his friends, has a long history dating all the way back to 28 AD, and is easily in the top 3 of the most recognized fictional figures of all time, right above Kermit the Frog and directly below Beetlejuice. He's a saint, an elf, a bringer of gifts, a sometimes musician, a punisher of the naughty.
Santa's gonna eat through these guys. Like a plate full of cookies.
And has been depicted in every form of media you can think of for the last 100 years, most of all, movies. And that M&M's commercial. Movies and that M&M's commercial.
He does exist!
They do exist. The Kringle Man has been portrayed in so many different ways, mediums, and stories that we here at Nerdist have decided to put in the hard work to answer this very important holiday question. Which cinematic Santa is the most powerful?
I couldn't have said it better myself.
But you know that because you're watching this video. Or it's auto-playing on your TV while you're asleep on the couch. Either way, thank you. We've compiled a sweet 16 Santa bracket from all across the world of film, and we're going to break down once and for all, who is the ultimate Santa. To do this, we first had to decide who our competitors were going to be. Our selection process worked like this. Santa has been represented in so many mediums: songs, comic books, video games, novels, pog form. It's just too much to cover, including television. If we included TV shows, this video would be probably 4 hours long, and Carl Winslow would end up winning. I watched almost every Santa film I could get my hands on, as well as Conclave, The Holiday, twice, and the Forest Whitaker movie First Daughter, just to break things up a bit. Michael Keaton's the president in that. From there, I cataloged a roster of Santa performances for the Nerdist team to choose from. And this brings up a very important caveat on our bracket. We're specifically focusing on actual Santa Clauses, which means characters who simply dress up as Santa at any point in their movie do not qualify. You gotta be the real big man up north.
Merry Christmas to all, and to all, a good night.
So that means no Bad Santa, no Deadly Games, no Jonathan Taylor Thomas, no Homer Simpson, no Dan Aykroyd, no weird mall Santa from Christmas Story, no dead German terrorist wearing a Santa hat. There's a lot to get through, stay with me. No Ben Affleck, no Silent Night Deadly Night, no Jack Skellington, no Big Show, no Hulk Hogan, and maybe the biggest one, no Grinch. Sorry.
Merry Christmas, one and all!
While the Grinch does become a Santa Claus-like figure by the end of the story, he's not actually Santa Claus, who does exist in Whoville, somehow. From there, we selected 16 of our most popular challengers from our pool of movies and put them into a random seeding generator to create completely arbitrary matchups to avoid any favoritism. And then we built our points system, which, like Santa Claus, is bulletproof and should be taken very, very seriously. It breaks down into 3 judging categories. Number 1, magical prowess and all-around supernatural Christmas powers. That means sliding through chimneys, flying reindeer, workshop technology, all that stuff. Number 2 is Christmas joy. The amount of cheer spread by the presence of a Santa is crucial to how good of a Santa they are. Santa needs people to believe in him to maintain his powers.
What happens if Christmas spirit gets down to 0?
Reindeer won't be able to fly.
Sometimes. Maybe. We'll get to it. Basically, if you want to be the most powerful Santa, people gotta be excited when you come to town. That's kind of his whole brand. There's a song about it. And the third category is the most important: survival instincts.
Back off, Slick.
How does each Santa fare when the chips are down or they're in a rough spot?
What did you do with my sack of presents?
A lot of Christmas movies feature Santa in some kind of peril or in jail for one reason or another. You can't be the best Santa if you're hindered by something like traffic, terrorists, or corporate overreach. We also included the unsettling elf scale. It's not as heavily weighted as the 3 main categories, but in a tight matchup, the creepiness level of a specific Santa's elves might come into play. With our system in place and our Kringles chosen, there's nothing left to do but grab a blanket, pour yourself some thick nog with a splash of Christmas magic, and enjoy the gift of Santa's locked in eternal combat. Our first matchup starts with one of the titans of Christmas movies, the 2003 Jon Favreau monolith, Elf. It's a movie so firmly in the classics column that Will Ferrell is a Christmas decoration, which is kind of weird. I know it's technically Buddy the Elf, but there's no other real-life human being that's an inflatable lawn decoration. Like, you can buy an animatronic Will Ferrell at Home Depot right now.
I'm a cotton-headed ninny muggins.
Anyway, we're not talking about Buddy. We're talking about his boss, played in this movie by the incredible Ed Asner. Rest in peace, King.
We've had another very successful year.
When it comes to Christmas powers, he seems to be at the whims of Christmas cheer in whatever area that he's in, which in this film's case is New York, a city coming off an embarrassing World Series loss to the Florida Marlins.
The clausometer suddenly just dropped down to 0.
Aside from his state-of-the-art sled, this Santa doesn't get to flex his magic super hard. He does get a bit of a bounce when it comes to spreading cheer though. He renews hope in James Caan, and the entire news viewing public learns that Santa is in fact real, so that's a decent number of joy points right there.
Charlotte.
And in the survival skills category, he seems to have a pretty healthy knowledge of New York City.
There are like 30 Ray's pizzas. They all claim to be the original, but the real one's on 11.
And he knows to never trust a horse cop.
Oh no. It's the Central Park Rangers.
He's going up against the titular and animated Klaus, voiced by J.K. Simmons.
A lot of red. Is it too much?
The only Santa movie he's ever been in. The only one. No other ones. Klaus definitely has a lot more going on than Ed Asner. This film is technically an origin story about the man who would become the supernatural being known as Santa Claus. What he lacks in magical powers, he makes up for with carpentry and toy making skills. And when it comes to spreading cheer with some help from friends, Klaus brings together the people of Smearensburg, who have been held hostage by 2 evil warring families in a Hatfield and McCoy type situation, but with less hog crime. He's also pretty adaptable. He's good with an axe, he's a very skilled sled pilot, and it helps that he's built like a brick house.
Look, I'm trapped. Ah, you're right there.
Brick housiness aside, Elf Santa has the edge when it comes to Christmas magic. There could be an argument that Klaus should win this whole thing since in his movie he creates Christmas ostensibly, but multiple Santas on this bracket are credited with creating Christmas, so it's kind of a wash. And while unifying a town through toys and humanity is always great, Elf Santa lifts the spirits of at least 3 boroughs of New York. The Ayos were heard from miles around. Ed Asner Santa is moving on.
I'm getting too old for this job.
The second showdown pits the Uncanny Valley Santa Claus from the Polar Express against a maybe lesser known Santa Claus, David Huddleston, in the 1985 Jacques Chirac film Santa Claus the Movie. This is a bit of a hard one to break down by the numbers. In the 2004 film The Polar Express, we don't really spend a lot of time with Santa, like at all. The audience is stuck on the titular train with haunted looking CGI children for 90% of the movie.
Do you know what kind of train this is?
And we only get to see Santa in limited action at the end. When it comes to magical powers, there's not a ton on display. Yeah, he flies his sled and balances his big old sack on the back of it. I should probably reword that. But that's about it. You could theorize that Santa is on some prestige and is also the conductor and the surly hobo since they're all played by Tom Hanks. Hanks also played the main child in the movie, which is a choice. Other than his base Santa Claus powers and a techno whip, he doesn't offer much. We don't get to see him in action with the rest of the world, but the elves are losing their for him like he's a Morton Joe. Don't you work with him? Is this Santa like locked away for 364 days just peeing in jars and building planes? Survival instincts are kind of out the window too. We only see him in the North Pole, which is statistically the safest place for him to be. He's mainly just surrounded by very weird looking elves that have voices like Borscht Belt comedians. In the blue corner is Santa from Santa Claus the Movie, played by David Huddleston. He was the mayor in Blazing Saddles.
Now, who can argue with that?
If you haven't seen it, Santa Claus the Movie is half an origin story about Santa and Mrs. Claus dying in a snowstorm after delivering toys to children in the Middle Ages. No, seriously. They're then resurrected by elves and God, possibly, and become the prophesized gift giver known as Santa Claus, a scene that plays very differently depending on the music you put under it. And then later, Dudley Moore doesn't feel appreciated and John Lithgow exploits his labor. This Santa is kind of your stock and trade Santa. I'm gonna be saying that a lot. Big white beard, classic look, rustic sleigh, great looking workshop filled with British character actors. He's probably what your brain jumps to when you hear Santa. Same can be said when it comes to his magic powers. He's a little MIA in his own film for most of the second act, which is mostly about Dudley Moore playing a disgraced elf who starts building toys and levitation lollipops for John Lithgow's floundering toy company. At the end of the day, Christmas is saved, Santa gets to show off his evasive driving skills, and John Lithgow floats off into space and dies, presumably. In the battle of not seen very much Santas, the W goes to Santa Claus the Movie.
We did it! We did it!
This one gets a bit weird. You'll see. In the 3 seed is the duology of films The Christmas Chronicles from director Chris Columbus, starring Kurt Russell as Santa Claus.
Live and in person. One night only.
He's going up against the 1959 Mexican film Santa Claus, sometimes known as Santa Claus vs. the Devil, starring Jose Alias Moreno in the role of Santa.
Me too old? The devil is very many centuries older than I am.
The Christmas Chronicles is a 2-film franchise about a catastrophically hot Santa who gets into a series of Christmas hijinks with a tandem of children both times. Kurt Klaus comes fully equipped with all of the special Santa abilities, chimney magic, incredible recall of everyone's name and wants and needs.
Now, do you remember that letter you sent me about dreaming of being a fashion designer? She used to always ask for sewing kits, little toy sewing machines.
Flying sleigh, a hot wife, a great head of hair, can produce hyper-specific toys from his jacket. This sack of toys is some kind of pocket dimension that leads to the North Pole, and he can give musical abilities to people who aren't members of the E Street Band. He also has the ability to time travel. I know it's done by accident, but still.
We just opened a tear in the fabric of time, and those wormholes won't stay open for long.
Oh, and he can control the weather. Like Storm. That's crazy. The guy can spread cheer for days like it's butter. He's so good at it that it gets him out of prison and also raises the spirits of everyone who snowed in at Logan International Airport in a time before cell phones. Darlene Love lends a hand, but impressive nonetheless. Despite the hurdles that get in his way, he's always one step ahead of everyone. He can MacGyver a police scanner out of an air freshener, knows every street in the world, and stays fit.
Guy goes to the gym every day, stays away from sugar and carbs. What difference does it make?
So fit that he's strong enough to huck the Yule Cat a country mile. Completely unrelated side note, Yule Cat lore is bonkers. The Yule Cat was fabled to eat people who didn't get new clothes before Christmas Eve. Okay, bitch, a bit judgy. And on top of everything, it's Kurt Russell. Who doesn't love Kurt Russell?
Christmas Eve is always the best night of my life.
And then there's the Santa who fights demons. For most of us, we know these things to be true about Santa. He lives at the North Pole. He has a crew of elves who help him make his toys in some form of workshop. And he has a fleet of magic reindeer who pull his sled across the sky. But this Santa works much differently. Instead of a workshop in the North Pole, this Santa lives in a floating castle in outer space that is filled with some David Lynchian looking technology.
You've already met Judy.
His elves are replaced by an army of children from different countries, and his deer are haunting clockwork replicas of real deer. Oh, and Merlin lives in the castle, along with Vulcan, the Roman god of forging and metalworking.
The golden key that opens all doors is ready, Santa.
They add a bit to Santa's arsenal of magic powers, like sleeping powder and nightmare deer. Santa's also packing some powerful lungs, the ability to teleport, and has the power to rebuke devils who try to influence the minds of children. That plays into his cheer spreading and survival instincts. This Santa is a bit loopy, but at the same time he fights off the minions of Satan and inspires rich parents to care about their son. The latter isn't as impressive, but hey, Vatican magic. Even with the power of God on his side, sorry, he just can't compete with a time-traveling guitar-playing hot Santa. This one might seem a bit one-sided from first glance, but let's get into it. First up, we have the only non-saintly Santa Claus in Scott Calvin, a man who inherited the mantle of magical gift giver after he caused the death of the previous Santa.
You killed him!
Scott Calvin's tenure as Santa stretches across 3 movies and a TV series, which creates a lot of room for screenwriters to give him an array of magic powers like he's pre-crisis Superman. He can transmutate objects into toys like some kind of festive devil, and also give life to inanimate objects like lawn decorations. He's immune to the powers of other magical beings like Cupid, Sandman, and Jack Frost. He's able to withstand freezing temperatures, can compress his body to fit through non-chimneys, is able to communicate with reindeer, bestows magical powers upon his own children who aren't Charlie, and can shapeshift. And this isn't even counting all of the powerful technology he possesses as Major Domo. Jetpacks, tinsel that can cut through steel, NSA-level tracking computers, a machine that makes authoritarian robot Santas.
Not bad.
Not bad yourself. He's pretty maxed out in the magic department. When it comes to cheer spreading, he's pretty lights out in that department too.
This is Toss-A-Cross! I used to love this when I was a kid.
We get glimpses of him being an absolute pro at gift giving and reverting people to their childhood for brief stints at a time. Neil loves his weenie whistle. He also has pretty decent survival instincts. A lot of the Santa Claus movies are based around the inner office drama and rules of the North Pole. One of those rules being that Santa Claus must have a Mrs. Claus.
I gotta get married!
Which raises questions as to what happened to the Mrs. Claus of the Santa who came before Scott.
When you scared the last Santa to death and you took over his job, did he, in fact, have a wife?
Does the previous Mrs. Claus just turn to dust if her Santa dies? Do all the Mrs. Clauses get sent to some mystery compound like a bunch of Shelly Miscabages of the North Pole? Where do they go? A lot to unpack, but not now. He's fought off hostile takeovers by both Jack Frost and Robo Scott, foiled the plans of a weird tech billionaire, won over Alan Arkin, and consistently dunks on Judge Reinhold.
Don't make me beat you up, Neil. Oh, would Santa really beat someone up? I'm this close.
A wide variety of strife to overcome. His opponent, however, has faced challenges on an intergalactic scale. The 1964 film Santa Claus Conquers the Martians is about Santa Claus fighting Martians. He doesn't really conquer them though, it's more of a diplomatic mission of goodwill. In the film, Santa Claus, played by actor John Call, is kidnapped by Martians in an attempt to bring happiness to the bored and depressed children of the Red Planet.
Santa Claus, you're coming with us.
And then just a bunch of dumb happens.
Ho, ho, ho.
When it comes to powers, this Santa doesn't really have a lot of weight to throw around. He doesn't seem to possess any kind of magical abilities aside from some kind of chimney-related skills.
Well, now, you wouldn't want me to tell my secret, would you?
He does a pretty successful job of spreading cheer to the Martian children he's forced to appease, and even inspires a simpleton alien to the point that he pretends to be Santa, but that's about it. Also, his laugh leans more towards maniacal than jolly.
Poor man, he's fainted, just like someone who's seen a ghost.
And his defensive skills are pretty limited too. He goes with the Martians without even trying to put up a fight. He does save himself and 2 Earth children from getting shot out of an airlock, and is rewarded by becoming Santa Eternus on Mars.
Thank you, Santa, for bringing happiness to the children of Mars.
He gains his freedom due to the most violent Martian on the planet being beaten by children. I think it's pretty safe to say that Scott Calvin moves on to the next round. Ad Martis in Animo.
Papa Gijo!
The next spot on our bracket is actually 2 against 1, with Richard Attenborough and Edmund Gwynn from the fast-paced legal thrillers Miracle on 34th Street going up against Nicholas St. North from Rise of the Guardians. DeviantArt people, calm down. We're going to mash Richard Attenborough Santa and Ed Gwynn Santa together into one jolly massive Père Noël for this round. The Miracle on 34th Street Santa, who goes by Chris, or Chris with 2 S's, doesn't really have that much going on when it comes to magic. If you're unfamiliar, Miracle on 34th Street is about a jovial and Claus-esque older gentleman who fills in for the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade when the original Santa is too drunk to Claus. From there, it snowballs into debate whether or not Kris Kringle is actually Santa, which leads to him assaulting someone and then being put on trial to prove that he's Santa. for some reason. Spoiler for movies old enough to rent cars, but Chris is legally found to be Santa Claus, at least in the state of New York.
Can accept and acknowledge that Santa Claus does exist, and he exists in the person of Kris Kringle.
The only magic that appears to take place in either film is that the main characters at the center of each film fall in love and are gifted a house. Pretty much it. He's got way more sway in the cheer section, especially the 1994 one. Literally the entire city of New York rejoices when the department store Santa they've come to love is found not guilty of insanity? I don't know.
Case dismissed. Santa Claus wins.
He's very much lacking when it comes to survival instincts too. He's got a bit of a hair trigger, is easily angered by doubters, and gets caught up in the American legal system after getting duped by Daphne from Frasier. Really not the best Santa performance. The intangibles are strong, but just not impressive on paper. His competition is North from the 2012 animated film Rise of the Guardians, not Elijah Wood's character from the movie North. Just making that clear. Both movies do feature the Easter Bunny though. This Santa, voiced by Alec Baldwin, is a fun mix of the Russian Santa figure Ded Moroz and Orange County Choppers. Unlike other Santas, majority of the toy making in his North Pole is done by an army of Yetis, while the elves are more of a minion class. North is packing all the standard Santa magic, chimney skills, magical sleigh, appears to be immortal, and he can bring ice sculptures to life and float around. Real two-seam fastball stuff. His biggest strength is dude loves giving out toys. And given his role as a guardian, he helps protect the dreams and hopes of children across the world, which is a big check in the cheer spreading column. But he really takes the cake when it comes to survival instincts. The Rise of the Guardians is adapted from a series of children's books, The Guardians of Childhood, by author and illustrator William Joyce. Not to be confused with the Guardians of Ga'Hoole are the Cleveland baseball team. In the novel, Nicholas St. North and the Battle of the Nightmare King, he battles the Nightmare King. In the book, we learn that this Santa started out differently from other Santas on our list.
How come? I tell you, how come?
While most of our Santas got their power from being generous and kind or accidentally committing manslaughter, this Santa was a swashbuckling outlaw who stumbled into the gig while looking for treasure and ends up defeating the Nightmare King known as Pitch. I know a bunch of people are gonna be mad at me, but Nicholas St. North easily folds Kris Kringle like laundry in this round. Next up, we've got another 2 versus 1 happening here. Allow me to explain. In one corner, we have Paul Giamatti from the 2007 film Fred Claus. Simple, one Santa, got it. And in the other, we formed a tag team of Santas who may or may not all be the same Santa from the Rankin and Bass TV specials. Santa Claus is Coming to Town and The Year Without a Santa Claus, where Mickey Rooney reprises his role as Santa. We unfortunately won't be including the folk horror film The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus. We've excluded the Rudolph Santa as well from this because even though he might be the same Santa, he's got eyes like a shark, deep, dark, lifeless eyes. He's barely in the special anyway. The Giamatti Santa appears to be another kind of run-of-the-mill Santa, if you will, aside from the fact that he has a brother, the titular Fred Claus, and his family who are all immortal due to the rules of sainthood.
It's a little-known rule of sainthood, but when you become a saint, you freeze in time, eternally ageless.
That's a way sweeter deal than St. Cassian's sainthood. Oof. This version of Nick is also alluded to being another inventor of Christmas.
So now we're gonna bring it inside the house and put presents under it. Isn't that wonderful?
Big points in the Christmas magic category, but that's more or less it. He more than likely has all the standard Santa tricks up his sleeve, but we don't get to see any of them.
Mention this to no one.
He's mostly verklempt through the whole film while he's scolded by Miranda Richardson and Kathy Bates. We can't effectively judge his cheer spreading either. Guy never leaves the North Pole. But
Damage bonus 20%. Also, this damage bonus doesn't scale. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's just damage. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Elemental burst damage. So yeah, hydro damage makes sense. Sorry, does she even need HP percent? I think she can just go for crit stats.
From what we can tell, he's kind of fucking up. In this universe, immortal beings and fantastical creatures are overseen by some governing capitalistic body, which sends adjudicators to decide whether or not to shut down Santa. That was a long way of saying the only person that this Santa brings real cheer to is Kevin Spacey, a person who absolutely does not deserve joy. Paul Claus also takes a big hit with survival instinct since he gets so distracted by his brother's presence he can't even tell when he's being sabotaged by one of America's greatest monsters. He then gets sidelined by a bad back and relies on his brother to save Christmas. He's got to deal with the two horsemen of the snowpocalypse. It might seem unfair for Giamatti to have to go against two animated Santas.
Are you out of your mind?
But let's break down the numbers. We learn this Santa's origin story where he's abandoned by multiple humans before being taken in by animals and elves. Similar but also different to his origin in The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus, which was written by Wizard of Oz writer L. Frank Baum, where Santa is raised by a mountain lion. That dude loved lions. Standard powers apply, and similar to Klaus, this Santa spreads cheer by committing tiny breaking and entering crimes as a way to leave toys for children living under the iron fist of the Meisterburgers. He even manages to sway the Winter Warlock with the gift of a toy train. Not sure why an elemental being would want a toy train so badly, but it's the holidays. He's also pretty good at evading capture for about half of the film. So good, in fact, that he manages to deliver toys for enough years until an entire family line dies out.
The Meisterburgers, they kind of died off and fell out of power.
You might notice I'm focusing heavily on Santa Claus is Coming to Town and not The Year Without a Santa Claus, and the reason for that is in the title. Genuinely unsure if I should dock points for this Santa being sent presents by children of the world, but even if I do, he's got Giamatti on the mat. Maybe I'm being too harsh. What do the elves look like in Fred Claus?
My name is Willie. I'm Santa's head elf.
Nah, get him out of here. Don't feel bad for Paul, though.
My name is Willie. I'm Santa's head elf.
Nah, get him out of here. Don't feel bad for Paul, though. He'll always have the holdovers.
Right down the crapper!
This is our British section of the bracket. That was hard to say. In the 7th seed, we've got the 2014 family film Get Santa, starring Jim Broadbent as Santa.
Get out of your face.
Get out of their face, get out of your face.
Get Santa is a charming little Christmas movie about a getaway driver, played by Rafe Spall, who gets out of prison and wants to spend Christmas with his son. It quickly becomes a Save Christmas movie after Santa crashes into a shed, tries to illegally free his deer, and is taken into police custody, where he spends most of the movie. He does show off some bits of Santa magic, mostly decorating related, and he reveals that the Northern Lights were his creation, which is pretty impressive.
There are no Northern Lights. We create it with the magic powder. Fortunately, with a little bit of misinformation from the science community, no one questions it.
This Santa's got plenty of points in the cheer spreading department. He helps throw a Christmas party for the prison inmates and their families, which I'm not sure if that's a thing in England. Do they just let family members come and hang out in a jail? British people, comment below. Pretty much all of the inmates in C Block love him, and he helps strengthen the bond between Steve and his son, and Jodie Whittaker. Honestly, some lights out Santa work from Broadbent.
Who are you?
I am what you see.
A decent score in Survival Instincts 2. Sure, he does get arrested and needs help busting out of jail, and he's a crack shot with a poop gun.
I can see you.
Crime Santa is going up against Father Christmas of Narnia, portrayed by James Cosmo in the 2005 adaptation of The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. There's also the BBC miniseries, but we're going to stick to the movie for reasons.
Don't you know?
It might be easy to forget that Santa plays a tiny role at the end of the 4th book, and in this case, the film, but Father Christmas is canonically part of the Narnia universe. Lapland probably shares a border with Enton's Moor or something. This Santa is a bit of a hard Santa to properly rank. In regards to magic powers, it seems he has none. The power the White Witch had over Narnia was enough to keep him from visiting and spreading Christmas.
I thought there was no Christmas in Narnia.
No. For a long time.
Which feels like when he'd be the most powerful. All those Christmas juices just swirling around. Nope, no, I don't like that. Immediately no. He's kind of a slouch when it comes to spreading cheer too. He does give Mrs. Beaver a sewing machine, which we're all happy about. But aside from that, he mainly gives British children weapons of war. None for Edmund though. Edmund, with these stupid ass Turkish delights, you. His lack of magic and inability to counteract the White Witch's powers plays into his survival skills too. There's a brood of siblings raising an army alongside Animal Jesus, and this jolly dude is nowhere to be seen. He just rolls up on a sled, puts a lot of responsibility on kids, and then just jets. Maybe it's the Nog talking, but he's a bit of a snoozer all around. Broadbent's moving on.
Oh, that's great news. A friend is exactly what I need.
Another happy accident, our randomizer paired up our two most violent Santa combatants. Bruiser number 1 is Santa, played by David Harbour in the 2022 film Violent Night. He's the most Bukowski-coded Santa on the bracket for sure, not counting that as a magical power.
Well, it's so vertical, so I'd like to change that.
He's another Santa with the standard loadout, chimney teleportation, eternal life, magic sleigh. Also, he's 1950s jacked, like a boxer who also drives a bus. Not sure if that falls under magic necessarily. His cheer radius in this film is mostly relegated to the mansion they're in, but saving a family from getting killed in a Die Hard situation gets some points for sure. And in regards to his survival instincts, we've established that most Santas on this list got their powers from spreading goodwill, while Harbour's Santa was originally a mass-murdering Viking named Nicomon the Red, who carried a prized warhammer called Skullcrusher. Not a lot of information on how he went from killer Viking to man who gives gifts to children all over the world,
It's a little more complicated than that.
He's going up against the other most violent Santa on our list, Richard Attenborough. That was a joke. The 2005 horror comedy Santa's Slay features a wildly bloodthirsty Santa played by wrestler Bill Goldberg. And like Violent Night, the background for this Kringle is soaked in blood. In this movie, the Santa Claus myth is a lie, and he's actually more of an Antichrist type figure being born of Satan.
On the anniversary of his birth, there were always a great number of unexplained deaths and murders.
Christmas was also different and was his purge day until God sent an angel to beat him in a curling match, trapped his soul, and sentenced him to deliver toys for 1,000 years, yada yada yada. His 1,000-year curse comes to an end, and while he supposedly has some magic powers, he doesn't use them much. He mostly goes around with his evil bison using improvised weapons to kill actors that were doing this for a tax write-off. I'm sure it's not surprising that he's getting no points in the cheer spreading round. He's actively opposed to the idea.
What in God's name are you doing? Why, I'm just trying to spread a little Yuletide fear.
Of course he's got great survival instincts, but he does mostly fight old people in Chris Kattan before he's bested in another curling match by an elderly angel. It's a tight and bloody battle, but at the end of it, Nickamon the Red is going to take this round, since people actually want him around.
You were dead.
Christmas magic?
Kevin Nash will be thrilled.
Thank you.
Let's take a break and see where we're at. After 8 matchups, the bracket shakes out as such. Elf Santa will be going up against Christmas Chronicles, the Rankin and Bass Bunch faces Nicholas St. North, Scott Calvin will be tearing up some powder against David Huddleston, and British Santa is going to be mixing it up with David Harbour. Which, while we're here, despite how charming and jolly Jim Broadbent Santa is, he brought a knife to a gunfight. Or in this case, a poop gun to a hammer fight. Nick the Red easily cuts his way into the Final Four over Get Santa.
People call me a lot of things.
We're now at the part of the bracket where some feelings are gonna get hurt along with multiple Santas. Speaking of heartbreaking, we're going to say goodbye to Santa from the movie Elf. Asner's great, and he's a big fan favorite, but when you stack him up against a time-traveling, blues-singing, trumpet-playing, chain-wearing Kirk Claus, he gets absolutely bodied. I may have included Swing Shift in that. Christmas Chronicles cruises into the Final Four. After waxing the floor with Attenborough, Nicholas St. North is facing off with the Rankin and Bass Bunch. Computer animation versus stop motion. Soviet Alec Baldwin versus 2 Mickey Rooneys. That's a lot of Rooney. Though they are strong in numbers, the Rankin and Bass Santas have an uphill climb, and that hill is covered in swords. Sure, the film version of Nicholas St. North needs the help of the other Guardians to defeat Pitch, but I didn't clock a single stop-motion Santa pulling a Balestra on the Winter Warlock. North and his regrettable tattoos move on.
He's gone.
And the final matchup of the quarterfinals is the Santa Killer himself, Scott Calvin, fending off against Santa Claus the movie. They both look like the perfect ideal of Santa Claus. Great suits, big sled, fun elves, love snow, hate greedy corporations. Unfortunately for Huddleston, his Santa isn't in his own movie that much. And he certainly didn't have to fight off some fascist automaton dressed like Pinochet or Martin Short in order to save Christmas. Scott Calvin claims another Santa as we head into the semifinals.
Hey, buddy.
Here we are, at the end of all things, the final Christmas. 4 of the most powerful cinematic Santas in history. But who is the top Claus? I think I can confidently say that even with his Paul White physique, violent past, sword skills, and army of Yetis, Nicholas St. North is going to come up short against Russell. I didn't see North doing any flares when the chips were down against Pitch. This one's tough, literally. We've established that Scott Calvin has a wealth of magical powers, seemingly unlimited resources of the North Pole, and has saved Christmas along with the North Pole itself at least 3 times. But how does that rank against the Santa with the highest body count and a love for grain alcohol? Where Nickamon thrives is in the survival round, and it could be enough to carry him into the finals, but SC has such a solid track record of wins, cheer spreading, and magical prowess that it's hard to not acknowledge his dominance. You can't win everything with brute force and chimney magic. I feel like a few people probably saw this coming, or you skipped all the way to the end of the video, which if that's you, hello! You missed where I did a backflip. It's at like 15 minutes. These two have a surprising amount in common that they're kind of in a dead heat. Equally impressive sleigh skills, huge toy factories, love adventure, great at instilling the spirit of Christmas into hearts of everyone they come across. Both of them are big wife guys, and both have been busted out of jail with the help of their elves, which is where we turn to help figure out our winner. With this matchup so deadlocked, we turn to the unsettling elf scale to help. While there's way creepier elves represented in this bracket, I'm looking at you, Polar Express, the elves in Christmas Chronicle are, well, they're just kind of strange. They're little Furby-adjacent like creatures who come from the forests of the North Pole and have their own language.
Ah, feng shui late, Larsh.
Despite being weird little guys, they're very effective at combat, infiltration, toy building, managing the workshop, very much like Scott Calvin's elves, who are no slouches when it comes to self-defense, extraction, toys, shop management, and of course, making hot chocolate.
It's good. This is really good.
But there's one big thing we're forgetting here.
What's going on here?
You didn't really think we'd go through this whole thing and never bring up the icon who is Bernard the Elf.
Hi, Bernard.
Hey, sport.
He's funny, charming, magical, runs a tight ship, and was the sexual awakening for a lot of millennials. He's an all-star.
Nice sweater.
And if you watch the Disney Plus series, The Santa Clauses, you know that Bernard himself has the power to travel through time and introduces Scott to all the Santas who came before him at different points in history, along with the Santa that Scott presumably killed.
You don't remember me, do you?
But this isn't an elf competition. It's a Claus-Off. And even with Bernard being able to travel backwards in time and unite all the previous Santas, Kurt is the one and only in his universe and doesn't require the help of David Krumholtz to visit the past.
None of you were a picnic, okay?
And again, the whole controlling weather thing. In X-Men terms, he's an Omega level Santa. In an absolute nail-biter of a matchup, Scott Calvin falls to Christmas Chronicles.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
He did it.
And there you have it. 16 Santas enter the squared circle, and one stands above the rest. Kurt Russell's breakdancing, sax playing, time traveling, crime committing, cheer spreading, cat chucking Santa Claus is the most powerful Santa in movie history. And the hottest. But tell us, what do you think? Who is your favorite Santa of all time? Do they have an insatiable bloodlust? And what do you think happens to all the Mrs. Clauses when their Santas die? Let us know in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. And from all of us here at Nerdist, we want to wish all of you a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other. We're all we've got.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you come in. How did you do that? Oh, me? Yeah, I was just going through this ancient leather-bound tome of forbidden knowledge that I stole from a magician's house. It's some pretty powerful stuff. Wow, those puffins sure are up to no good. But you know, at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters is having a big heart. Okay, be sure to slap that thumb button and click the bell on the bell so that you don't miss my 4th upload today. Reaction videos are pretty inescapable these days, but they're far from being a new thing. In fact, their origins can be traced back to a TV series that's been running on and off since the 80s called Mystery Science Theater 3000, or MST3K. The show's whole shtick is commentating on crappy B-movies, opening with little sketches to set up the episode. And if that sounds familiar, that's because there have been countless attempts to replicate the formula on YouTube with varying degrees of success. The real secret sauce of MST3K is that they actually get to broadcast the movie in its entirety because they purchase the distribution rights, usually for dirt cheap, of all the movies they're riffing on. Think of it like a director's commentary, but instead of telling you how it was made,
My spine!
they're dunking on it the entire time. I'm a big fan of terrible movies, and watching them with my family has always been a favorite tradition of mine, which is how I found Christmas Thieves. It was produced by WWPS, which I haven't been able to find what that stands for, but according to their website, with WWPS, international producers have an edge when shooting in the USA and other foreign territories. We specialize in a wide range of production services that optimizes your spend and location needs. I was looking at their About Us page, and 3 of the founders are entrepreneurs with business degrees, real estate portfolios, a private health clinic, but the one that really caught my attention was head of music David Tickle. I'm struggling to come up with a joke here. I just wanted to acknowledge that his name is David Tickle. This isn't your average low-budget movie. Christmas Thieves was optimized by an international team of business experts to be as cost-effective as possible. Maybe WWPS stands for We Will Produce Shit. Shimmering moonlight fills this opening establishing shot, which would ordinarily come from the sky, where the moon is, but maybe that was out of their budget. We see 2 men, inexplicably dressed as Santa and an elf, for reasons that will never be explained, as they commit some sort of thievery. Perhaps Christmas thievery.
Let's make some things disappear for the magician's house.
Did you hear that? They're burglarizing a magician's house. Meanwhile, in a different location that confusingly doesn't get an establishing shot, the kids run into the kitchen as the mom opens the fridge, who looks directly at them, addresses them both as
Turkey check, stuffing check.
and then she closes the fridge after never looking inside it. Bonus points, the fridge makes a creaking wooden door sound.
So what am I forgetting?
Now, this feels like a hypothetical that the kids were supposed to know the answer to, because she's looking at them, but their response is,
What's for dinner tonight?
She looked them both right in the eyes, individually saying turkey and stuffing, and they still had to ask what was for dinner. So either these lines were delivered out of order and the director didn't feel the need to, I don't know, provide direction, or their names are turkey and stuffing. And then it just cuts to opening credits. It's almost kind of surreal feeling because this movie is nearly competent. I'm gonna get admittedly very nitpicky for a sec here, but even the credits are just off. This is pretty decent animation, but Tom Arnold doesn't voice either of these characters. Michael Madsen doesn't voice this one. The title card uses the same font and font size as the credits, so it just kind of blends in. Are these actors? producers, and some other people. I'm sure they do something. Then, from costume designer onwards, everybody's name is attached to an actual credit, such as delegate producer. Then we've got 2 executive producers, followed by 2 more executive producers. And then this one just says produced by. Your guess is as good as mine what these 5 other producers are doing, because Ricardo is the one who produced by. Then just hard cut back to stuffing and turkey. You see what I mean? These are the sorts of decisions you'd see being made in an amateur, no-budget production, but this is obviously being put together with some actual funding. It's like the uncanny valley of movies, where the closer it gets to competence, the more obvious it is that they aren't there yet.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Greetings, traveler.
Hey there, Catherine! Oh, and Oz and Fischl are here too! What a coincidence! All things in this universe must plunge into darkness. 'Tis only natural that those who seek light should cross paths in the realm of dawn.
Mein Fräulein means to say she's happy to see you both. And I feel the same. It's been quite a while, Traveler and Paimon.
You're here just in time. Yai Publishing House has a commission for you, traveler. An editor is here to discuss the details in person. Much of the information was kept from the Guild for business reasons. All we know is that it has something to do with the author of the Legend of the Shattered Halberd.
What? Surely you don't mean... Wait, is this author really that important? What if we weren't here? Or if we decided not to take the commission? The editor would just be wasting their time.
In that case, it'd be a free trip to Mondstadt where one needs only pass some information along. That's an opportunity most would fight over. In any case, if the commission is of interest to you, the editor is waiting at the Good Hunter. Just look for the man dressed in Inazuman clothing.
Hold on! halt thy steps, good traveler. Fate cast you upon the tides of the world, but not for you to stand alone in the face of its desolation. Nay, you step forth onto the path of the Immernachtreich.
What mein Fräulein means to say is, she would like to go with you.
Wow, you seem really jazzed about this commission, Fischl. Do you have some kind of insider information?
Well, let's head to the Good Hunter to meet with this editor then.
Ad Astra Abyssoth.
Alright, let's see who lucked out and got this free trip to Mondstadt. Wait, you're Shing. Oh, Zenu's editor, Onodera.
Traveler, thank you for all you've done for us in the past. I come here today with a commission from Lady Yai, with which I'd like your help, should you be willing. Oh, and might I ask who this person dressed like Princess Fischl is?
You have the pleasure of speaking to our eminent person, Fischl, Prinzessin de Vertalang.
Mein Fräulein means to say that her name is Fischl, and that she is most pleased to meet you.
Yep, this is Fischl. She's a reliable adventurer, and she's here to help.
Yeah, I, kinda got that the first time.
Since thou hast learned my name, understand this. To speak it is to be absolved. Praise it, therefore, and thou shalt earn thine salvation.
Mein Fräulein means to say, she...
Ah, I see. I completely concur, milady. Remembering names is simply basic etiquette. And if you might lend me succor in solving this problem, I shall indeed praise your names to the heavens above. As many times as necessary, in fact.
You understood official language before Oz could even finish translating.
Well, let's get down to brass tacks then. Now, have you heard of the author Mr. Nine? He's famous for writing the legend of the Shattered Halberd.
Flowers.
What was that, mein Fräulein?
Flowers for Princess Fischl. That's what Mr. Nine is actually famous for.
Mein Fräulein means to say, even should the creator be cold and unmoving, the Prinzessin and her immer Nachtreich's resplendence might yet compel them to weep.
Well, sure. The author of Flowers for Princess Fischl, Mr. Nine. He sent a letter from Nodcry asking for help, and he seems to be in bad shape.
So ask the Adventurers Guild or a local mercenary to find him. Seems pretty simple to Paimon.
Where it's so simple. But here's the problem. We don't know anything about Mr. Nine. What he looks like, how old he is, where he's from. He's only ever communicated with us via letter, from addresses all over Teyvat. And he's never showed up to our annual meeting or events. Not once.
So, what are we supposed to do?
Well, we'll need to investigate Mr. Nine's identity, that's for sure. We did a bit of digging ourselves, and we realized that ever since completing the Shattered Halberd series, Mr. Nine's handwriting began to change. His initial editor has decided to retire to focus on his own writing. And he didn't have much to add either.
Whatever hath once existed in this world is enshrined in the memory of the Prinzessin de Vertelung, to endure unchanging in her Immanakreich. For from the sacred primordial words flow the wellspring of all cause and consequence.
Mein Fräulein means to say that...
Yes, we had the same idea. So, we tracked down the original manuscript of The Legend of the Shattered Halberd.
Aw, man! Genyu's gonna be so mad he missed out on this. Wait, you didn't need Oz to translate this time either, Onodera. Osvaldo Hafnavines, hast thou perceived something?
No such Henry exists, mein Fräulein. I sense a faint, elusive resonance. Something akin to the magnetic field, gravitational force, and threads of cause and effect that surround you, mein Fräulein.
Isn't that interesting? Well, in the end, our only takeaway was that the design and craftsmanship of the paper point to it coming from Qingce Village in Liyue.
Huh. Could Mr. Nine be from Liyue then? No, wait. If we're talking authors from Qingce Village specifically... No, it couldn't be. Could it?
Chong the Ninth? Ah, I've heard of him. He won a Best New Author award for the first apprentice of Guhua.
It matters not. Though the Saint of Tears and the Saint of Atonement perform manifold labors on divergent principles, their power flows but from a single source.
Mr. Onodera, if you please.
Wait, Oz? It's great that you trust Onodera and all, but we're still in the dark over here.
You speak true, mein Prinzessin. Even if Chong the Ninth doesn't turn out to be Mr. Nine, he's still an author, and he could have had contact with him. I think it's a good place to start.
Yeah.
Well, either way, I appreciate the help. I'm counting on you.
Is there anything else we should know about Mr. Nine?
Well, according to some readers' Q&As and his author's notes, he has a receding hairline, a slight pot belly, he doesn't like sweet things, and his heart is on the right side. Or was it the left? No, it was the right. He has 5 fingers on his left hand, severe insomnia, a pupil in each eye.
So, a whole bunch of nothing. should...
Well, according to some readers' Q&As and his author's notes, he has a receding hairline, a slight pot belly, he doesn't like sweet things, and his heart is on the right, or was it the left? No.
So, I hope... Huh? Today's recommendation is the steak. Gotta steer clear of other people.
It doesn't look like there's anyone around we can ask either. Shall we wait?
Seems like that's all we can do.
Still, could his absence mean that he really is Mr. Nine, now kidnapped and sent to Nodcry? Perhaps we should have a look around his house.
Barging in without permission seems wrong. But if he really is Mr. Nine, then... Okay, let's do it. Just seems like a bunch of ordinary stuff.
Nay, I, the Prinzessin, have beheld the mystery of the universe enshrined in these specks of dust. What hath been revealed is the very fount of wisdom. Ever does it flow toward the shores of truth.
Mein Fräulein means to say, she thinks this is a clue.
Overturned. Oh no. Did some kind of overzealous fan have buried him in here? Maybe we should call him Millelith. What do you think, Traveler?
It's all right, Paimon. Mr. Nine's most zealous fan happens to be right here. And since Mein Fräulein would never do anyone harm, I'm certain the same is true of his other less avid supporters.
What is the meaning of this? I'm calling the Millelith.
Chum the Ninth! You're not dead! Or kidnapped!
What are you even talking about? Oh, wait a second. You're the ones who came here with that young lad from the Guhua clan. Yes, I remember. I'm guessing this is a misunderstanding then. The question still stands, though. What are you doing digging around my house?
Oh, well, actually, we just wanted to know if you've ever written under the pen name Mr. Nine.
What? Not even a whole bucket of hallucinogenic mushrooms could make me that delusional. No. If I were Mr. Nine, why in the world would I enter all those writing competitions? To what? Demolish the competition from the shadows? Yes, doing a real bang-up job, aren't I? My submission's never even been selected. The classic archetype of the boy hero is outdated. That's the kind of critique I get. Even opening with a plot twist or disguising your hero as a fool is falling out of fashion. Modern readers are drawn to the boundless imagination and innovative world-building character of Mr. Nine's works.
Good point.
Besides, if I were Mr. Nine, I would have come clean the minute First Apprentice of Guhua won that award. What? That old beggarly Chong the Ninth is Mr. Nine? No, there must be some mistake. What a sight that would have been.
Yeah, and when we were here with Shincho that one time, you talked up the legend of the Shattered Halberd a lot. If you were the one who wrote it, that'd be like Jean complimenting herself for being a good knight. It just doesn't add up.
In any case, while this gentleman isn't the Mr. Nine we're looking for, I sense something of interest on his person. It's a peculiar signature, the same threads of fate I sensed on you, mein Fräulein, and on the manuscript. I believe the traces are related to Mr. Nine, and it appears I can track them.
Hey, that's perfect! Once we head to Nokrai, you should be able to find Mr. Nine, no problem then. But back to the signature. What were you doing before this, Chong the Ninth?
Oh, well, I ran out of manuscript paper, so I went to buy some. I'm particular about that kind of thing. Creation of literature demands the highest quality.
Ah, no wonder. Mr. Nine uses the very same type for his manuscripts.
Huh, that explains it. Thanks, Chong the Ninth. We should get going.
I'm not quite sure what I did, but you're welcome, I suppose.
Farewell, creator of another world. Though I must say, the laws and narratives thou hast ordained can scarce compare to the dream dust sedimented in the Immonokreich.
Mein Fräulein means to say, your writing isn't... I mean, mein Fräulein offers her thanks. It should be up ahead.
Wait, did something attack that Sealy? Something doesn't seem right here.
And it bears the same signature I sensed before.
Then it would seem fate has dictated our path for us.
Watch out! A turning point in fate!
Quick as a flash! Oof! Kapow! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Headbutt! Hey! Yeah! Huh. Looks like the Sealy is showing us the way. Let's follow. Ah! Running late again.
What are are you doing here?
Wait, that voice. It's Nicole! Also, that should be our line. We were looking for Mr. Nine and our search led us here, but now it seems we've found you instead.
Ah, I see. Well, Mr. Nine is right here.
Hello.
What bizarre Demerung is this? Never in 1,000 sunsets have I heard of such a thing. In truth, I too aspire to be an author. But I'm also partial to direct communication. Talking is rather inconvenient by comparison. And as I'm sure you can understand, writing things down is even more tedious. I thought perhaps if I found someone with whom I could share my ideas, it might give me the same release as writing. But then those stories would never see the light of day, which would be a shame. So, I tracked down an old Seelie friend of mine and told her all the stories I was imagining. Then, I sent her to find people with similar aspirations to write them in my stead. We even came up with several character traits to lend a certain authenticity to Mr. Nine. A receding hairline was one of them, I think.
Yep, I'm the one she roped into all this.
Come now, it was beneficial for you too. By inhabiting those authors and mobilizing their language faculties, you were able to hone and eventually recover your capacity for speech. And anyway, an angel has always functioned like a sort of a flash of inspiration in someone's head. I'm sure it was like stepping into old shoes.
So you, what, possessed people? Isn't that kind of intrusive?
Oh, it's fine. She did it while they were sleeping. As long as the person is someone who dreams of creating worlds of their own, this inner writer within them will automatically awaken.
Wait, but what about the letter and the strange intuitions Oz has been having?
Nicole sent me to monitor the situation in Notcry, and it's super dangerous, okay? So I needed some help. It's not like I have the knowledge or power of the heavens anymore.
As for your friend over here? Well, you see, when writing a story, it's not uncommon to incorporate certain half-true details. For realism's sake, you understand?
Yeah, we've seen that before. A real curse was written into an Inazuman light novel once.
Indeed. In a similar vein, Mr. Nine's stories are full of metaphors, including one for the creation of life. What it describes isn't made up, per se. We just never imagined someone would actually manage to use it. Until you came along, young lady.
Mein Fräulein is speechless. So if I may ask in her stead, did she manage to use one of these half-truths in Mr. Nine's novels to create me?
It was more like 70% made up, 30% true.
No, it was 90% made up, 10% true. I thought it was too dangerous, so I changed it. See, I knew you'd never read my books.
You don't seem too surprised, Oz.
Well, I suppose I've vaguely sensed this since the beginning. Regardless, it is an honor to serve mein Fräulein.
Well, once our affairs in Notcry are resolved, Mr. Nine will be able to return home. Yes, just tell them that when you return.
I don't want to be your eyes here. It's too dangerous. Oh, but, while you're at it, could you pass a message along to that guy in Chingsa Village? I've been splitting the royalties with him 90-10. His share's been buried in his yard all these years.
Wait, what do you use the Mora for?
I bury it, and then lead people to the treasure. Guiding people is in our nature. It's what I love to do. Feel free to come search for my personal stash someday. I've buried it at the furthest end of the Immer Nachtreich.
I will. I absolutely will.
Mein Fräulein?
And, I just want to say that I really like your books, Mr. Nine.
What mein Fräulein means is, though the cosmos stretch forth in unending darkness, yet shall come an hour when all things shine.
I'm glad to hear it. All in all, it seems you've already found my greatest treasure.
All right, that settles that. Now, I need to have a quick argument with Mr. Nine about who really deserves to be considered first author.
Absolutely not.
Oh, that's right. Just channel Mr. Nine. How would he write this particular essay?
Hey, Chang the Ninth! We have something for you!
Oh? What is... What? Where did all this Mora come from?
About that. So, the thing is... Right. Mr. Nine really admires your work, so he decided to fund your writing career.
Wait, what? So, channeling Mr. Nine actually worked. I can't believe it.
Yes, thank you. I was saying, Botha, the task I have in mind will require a great deal... You ready? I'm sorry, everybody.
Within the first couple days of shooting his scenes as Gandalf the Grey in the Hobbit trilogy, Sir Ian McKellen, a man who had just 3 years prior tackled one of the most difficult roles of his career when he feigned madness as King Lear on stage and on screen, found himself facing a new madness. Isolated and alone in a barren green screen environment, questioning his future as an actor.
Well, that night I felt pretty miserable and thought perhaps has the time come for me to stop acting altogether if I can't cope with these difficulties.
This was a character he loved deeply in a film franchise surrounded by a familiar crew helmed by an endlessly supportive and collaborative director. So, what happened? Was filming these movies always this challenging? Well, yes and no. To explain, we need to go back to where it all started 11 years prior. When Sir Ian McKellen enthusiastically joined the cast of The Lord of the Rings, he was chosen for his ability to not only embody the commanding presence of an immortal being doing battle against evil,
You shall not pass!
but also exude a warm gentleness and empathy, like a wise and playful grandfather.
You didn't think I'd miss your Uncle Bilbo's birthday?
When asked about his performance, he plays it off like it was effortless. Quote, "Of course anyone could have played the part, really. It's all too easy. You just stick on a beard and do a rough voice, and there you are."
I imagined what it would be like to be a wizard, and then I pretended and acted in that way on the day.
Yeah.
You're confused. No, it's perfectly simple.
Sir Ian is either being far too humble, or he truly doesn't remember what he had to go through over the course of 6 films in order to properly do this character justice.
I have no memory of this place.
Luckily, thanks to various books, interviews, and roughly 5 trillion hours of behind-the-scenes commentary and footage.
Hello, welcome to the appendices.
Welcome to the second disc of the appendices.
And welcome to the appendices of the Two Towers. Welcome to the appendices.
Welcome to part 6
welcome
of
to
the
the
appendices.
We can do the remembering for him. Let's break down the unparalleled acting methods, preparations, and unexpected obstacles behind Sir Ian McKellen's portrayal of Gandalf.
Sir Ian, action. Wizard, you shall not pass! Cut! Sir Ian.
And as always, we want to give a very special shout out to all of our supporters on Patreon. Thank you guys so much, and check it out if you want to help support this channel. We always have these Amazon affiliate links in the description. Those can help support us as well, or you can like this video, leave a comment, or subscribe if you haven't already, because all that stuff helps with the engagement for the all-seeing eye of the YouTube algorithm. Thanks again, everybody.
People say, "Oh, but do you not mind being known as Gandalf?" Oh, no. I mean, what does one act for? One wants as many people as possible to come and see the work, and if they like the work, then I'm a very, very, very happy person. And if they then think of me as Gandalf, what higher compliment could they possibly pay me?
It's difficult to imagine someone else playing Gandalf, but McKellen wasn't the first actor approached by Peter Jackson. According to Ian McKellen, a biography, it was offered to at least 3 other actors: Christopher Plummer, Richard Harris, and Sean Connery. There was actually a big push by fans at the time for Sean Connery to be cast, and when he was asked about it later on, he said, "Yeah, well, I never understood it. I saw the movie. I still didn't understand it. I would be interested in doing something I didn't fully understand, but not for 18 months.
And the game is on."
Sounded a bit like Gimli at the end there.
And my axe.
Christopher Lee, the only cast member who had actually met Tolkien in real life, had also wanted to play the part for decades.
He was good as Gandalf, but there is no other actor we thought of that could do Saruman. I mean, Christopher was our only choice.
He was happy to play Saruman, but at his audition, he requested to read a scene that he had prepared. He wanted to audition for Gandalf, essentially.
The famous phrase, Ashnaz Gurbatuluk, Ashnaz Grimpatul, Ashnaz Thrakataluk, Akburzanishi, Kimpatul. One ring to rule them all.
Despite having never read the Lord of the Rings books, McKellen was driven by Peter Jackson's enthusiasm and was eager to play the part of Gandalf. But it almost didn't happen thanks to one man. Tom Cruise. He's back. We can't stop talking about this man.
Initially, I was asked by Tom Cruise to be in the Mission Impossible 2, and they would only show me a part of one scene. I couldn't read the whole script in case I told people. So I said, I'm sorry, I can't be in your film because I don't know what it is. That movie delayed and delayed and delayed. Tony Hopkins played my part.
This is not mission difficult, Mr. Hunt. It's mission impossible. Difficult should be a walk in the park for you.
And if I'd contracted myself to do that, I wouldn't have been able to do X-Men, and I wouldn't have been able to do Lord of the Rings.
But even McKellen's commitment to playing Magneto in X-Men began to complicate things when that movie ran longer than expected.
So I had to call up Peter Jackson and say, sorry, I'm not doing it because I promised to work in the other film first. He said, well, I'll keep it open for a bit. You know, this plastic prison of theirs won't hold me forever.
Productions on both films helped accommodate the delay, with Jackson shooting around Gandalf as much as he could.
Ian McKellen hadn't even arrived in New Zealand to start working when this scene was shot, so they were all reacting to Gandalf's death without having ever even seen Ian McKellen dressed up as Gandalf. Like, this was late 1999, and Ian didn't start work on the movie till January 2000. So it was one of those weird scenes where we found ourselves filming this without having shot anything leading up to it at all.
But by God, the old boy showed up, and it was time to create Gandalf.
A wizard is never late, Frodo Baggins. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. I thought of a man who smoked a bit too much, so there was a little rasp in the voice. And, he was of a certain age, of course, and the voice does get a bit tired.
One of McKellen's first instincts was to base Gandalf, at least in part, on Tolkien himself, especially his voice.
I wanted him to sound a little bit old-fashioned, a little bit careful with the way he spoke. When I listened to Tolkien reading bits from Lord of the Ring, it was confirmed that Tolkien had a voice rather like that himself, and so...
One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, in the darkness bind them.
When you listen to interviews with Tolkien, that's pretty on point.
If you really come down to any large story that interests people, can hold them attention for a considerable time, or make stories practically always, a human story is practically always about one thing, aren't they? Death.
There is one who could unite them. One who could reclaim the throne of Gondor.
This turned out to be a perfect fit, especially because Gandalf, at least in the films, so I'm not talking about the books, I don't know about the books, I haven't read the books from forever, don't get on me about the books, is somewhat of a mouthpiece for Tolkien's morals and theological viewpoints.
Great messages that come through in the scene. The first one is do not be too eager to deal out death and judgment, which is Tolkien's humanitarianism, really. It's the spirit of the book. It's forgiveness, and through forgiveness is redemption.
Do not be too eager to deal out death and judgment. Even the very wise can eschew ends.
But none of this really came out until McKellen found himself sitting in the makeup chair, testing out different beards and noses. Oh, this beard's too long. I must cut that. This nose is too big. Are you quite sure I have to wear a nose, Peter?
I have quite a large nose, which should have been sufficient for Gandalf's, but once you expand the size of your head with facial hair, then your own features might tend to get a little bit lost.
And then something just clicked.
It was looking at myself in the mirror as Gandalf, adjusting the stoop of the shoulders, and in doing that, feeling the voice deepen and getting raspier and a little more precise than perhaps my own is. And they popped the hat on. I thought, oh, I can see him, Gandalf. I put a little voice, and it fitted in with what was going on. And I stood up, I was walking like Gandalf. And from then on, it was simple. Nothing. They didn't have to do a thing. All came from the makeup.
Yet another example of how physically changing your appearance can truly immerse you in a role. And luckily, the level of detail on not just the makeup, but the costumes was thought out to a meticulous level.
And then he popped it on his head, and it's one of those magical moments where even Ian himself had to admit that suddenly Gandalf was in the room with us.
McKellen quite liked Gandalf's robe being kind of muddy and unkempt because it suggested things about his day-to-day life, like he likes to sleep under hedges and he's riding a lot.
I was always concerned that there should be mud on the fringes of the long robe, and if he'd been riding, that there should be splattered mud further up the costume.
After tests and wardrobe fittings, it was finally time for McKellen to start his adventure, although he was blissfully unaware of the challenges that he would face.
Well, it's the 17th of January 2000. It's our first day back on the shoot since Christmas in the new century, and it was also Ian McKellen's first day today.
A wizard is never late.
McKellen's very first scene was Gandalf knocking on Bilbo Baggins' door. Classic, nice and simple.
He'd just come off X-Men, flown to New Zealand January 2000, and this was the very first scene that we shot. He really hadn't quite figured out Gandalf, but he was doing a pretty good job for his first day.
McKellen's first day may have been in Hobbiton, but he had to make a pretty abrupt left turn for day 2.
The second day of shooting, we went back to Wellington to the studio, and I did the very, very last scene of the third movie. Farewell, my brave hobbits. Saying goodbye to 4 hobbits who I'd never met before in my life. So when you see the movie and you see that rather serene, blank look on my face, it's because I haven't a clue what's going on.
Shooting a film out of sequence is one thing, but they shot all 3 of these back to back to back, and they were just all over the place. So yes, that was Gandalf at the end of the trilogy, but, it's technically an entirely different character. And, just to remind everybody, right, Gandalf the Grey, he, spoiler alert, dies in Fellowship of the Ring, and
you fools!
And he returns in The Two Towers as Gandalf the White. I forget / don't really know / don't really care about all the where he came from and how he was created. I'm not a Middle-earth historian, so this is about the acting. So I'm a little in the dark. And so was Sir Ian during the first few weeks of shooting.
Yes, we were in Ruapehu. Why, I wasn't very clear, because it was very early on in the filming and I didn't know what we were doing. I didn't know whether we were doing film 2 or 3. And I didn't know quite who Gandalf the White was, but I was put through my paces and...
McKellen would have to spend the entirety of the shoot switching back and forth from Gandalf the Grey to Gandalf the White. According to the making-of book, Anything You Can Imagine, quote, Ian McKellen had days playing both Gandalf the Grey and Gandalf the White, requiring him to dash between stages, changing costume with super-heroic speed, trailed by a phalanx of out-of-breath hair and makeup artists.
The director gives me the words. Nobody else has got them. I now give them to the script supervisor, who should have had the words days ago. Right, here are the words. Not the towers, exclamation mark. Aim at the trolls. So not at the towers, at the trolls.
Now, McKellen was a pro. Now, he could easily switch between the two. The only trouble was that he didn't really much like Gandalf the White.
So Gandalf is the nice wizard, he's the reliable wizard, he's the grandfather, he'll look after you, he'll put you in danger, but he'll come and rescue you. And he'll joke along the way and let off fireworks and have fun, and he likes drinking and smoking. Yeah, then that Gandalf dies in Lord of the Rings and is brought back to life and comes back as a very stern commander who's driven, he's got a mission, he's got to save the world. No jokes, no fireworks, no fun.
I am Gandalf the White, and I come back to you now at the turn of the tide.
So, as a personality, I prefer the Grey.
You can kind of tell from the commentary on the films that he prefers Gandalf the Grey. He was more down to earth, and McKellen enjoyed thinking very deeply about the logic behind everything he did, including where he kept his pipe.
Gandalf has a staff. It is crafted from a small branch of a tree, wouldn't you say? Or maybe it's a sapling and those are its roots entangled at the top. And in that entanglement, I think I decided that it would be good to slip the pipe, so it was always ready. Where else would he keep it?
So Gandalf keeps his pipe in his staff. Let's take a look. And there it is. I genuinely discovered this for the first time. I know it's probably been out there for years, but I don't know. That's cool. So whenever he needs a quick hit, it's ready to go.
Your love of the halfling's leaf has clearly slowed your mind.
There was one bit that didn't make sense to McKellen. So in this scene where Gandalf the White is riding with Pippin and he uses his staff to sort of shine this bright light and ward off the Nazgul, McKellen asked Peter why can't I just do that all the time?
Why don't I zap them?
Because your batteries are low, and you can't get any double A's in the city anyway. You've tried every chemist. You've tried every chemist in this turf, and they're out of double A batteries. Oh, that was a tricky question, but I managed to answer it quite well, didn't I?
McKellen had a lot of questions, but also plenty of suggestions, and it was all in the service of helping enhance the emotional beats of the story.
Though I think it was I who pleaded for one last look in close-up between Gandalf and Frodo as the two friends part forever.
He also had suggestions for other actors, and that can be a blurry line sometimes. You don't want to tell your fellow actors how to do their job, essentially, but if it was in the service of the story or just accuracy to the original book, sometimes, he would softly offer his thoughts. Plus, a lot of the other actors, they were much younger, and they looked up to McKellen anyway as a mentor, gladly taking any advice.
He's the wise old wizard of the Fellowship, and he brought that to the company of actors. You know, he brought that element. As a young actor, it was great.
For example, in this scene when Frodo wakes up to see Sam at his bedside, McKellen suggested to Sean Astin and Elijah Wood that Sam, relieved that Frodo is alive, should hold Frodo's hand.
When I suggested to Sean that he took Elijah's hand, it was because I thought anyone who knew the book would care about the deep friendship, often of a innocently physical nature, and that might be missed by two resolutely heterosexual actors who mightn't appreciate that gay people like myself saw in a touch something perhaps more meaningful than others might.
Ian brought the book over to me right before we shot it, and he said, "Now look here. It says that Sam runs over and grabs Frodo's hand." He said the fans of the book are going to want to see that. And I got a fan letter the other day that a neighbor friend handed to me, and it said how much it meant to her that that Sam holds Frodo's hand at that moment, because it was something that it was one of the most important moments to her in the book.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And it went both ways. Peter Jackson had some great choices for all the actors, and I like this one suggestion he had for McKellen in terms of performance that he may not have thought of.
I will take the ring to Mordor.
I said to Ian that he should imagine that he's just heard his son volunteering to go join the army in World War I, which was that look there that he gives.
Understanding that it must be done.
Understanding that it has to be done, but it could kill him.
This was where the juice was for Sir Ian, thinking as Gandalf, working out emotional beats, bouncing things off of other actors, collaborating creatively with everybody. And it's a good thing he enjoyed these aspects of the job, because there were several technical difficulties he had to endure.
Is it secret? Is it safe?
Problem number one, the scale, right? Hobbits are much smaller than humans. Gandalf isn't human, but he's human form, whatever. Piss off, all you fuck. Jackson had a number of innovative solutions for this, depending on the scene. The more simple and practical solutions involved hobbits literally standing on their knees, using doubles, that's a child or some deformed doll, or elevating McKellen onto a platform. But when they would do close-ups, the eye lines were a problem. In any scene between Gandalf and Frodo, Elijah Wood had to look at the tip of Gandalf's hat, and McKellen had to look at Elijah Wood's torso.
I was never allowed to look Elijah Wood in the eyes in order to create the illusion of different heights. Not easy.
And then you've got these forced perspective shots, right? This is this optical illusion where McKellen, he would literally be closer to the camera than the Hobbit actor, and he would just look bigger.
We'll look at the eyes. Elijah will be roughly down here. He's not directly opposite you. He's a bit lower, a bit further down the table.
But from an acting perspective, he and Elijah, their eye lines aren't even on each other physically anymore. They're just staring at walls.
I've got a look there.
When he's standing?
Yeah, but I don't, and I got a look there for when Elijah's sitting. What I don't have is a look when he's crouching, which is the beginning of the shot.
Because we couldn't look at each other during the two shots, which is a weird thing because you rely so much on the other actor's eyes when you're acting. It's important to have that connection, and we didn't have that connection for those kind of shots.
So, okay, first you can't look him in the eye, and next, now you can't look at him at all. And the worst was when the actor was simply not there, just gone. And for those who don't know, for these shots in Bilbo's home, there were two sets made. One that was normal-sized for Elijah Wood and Ian Holm, and the other slightly smaller for McKellen, so he could look like a giant freak.
All the furniture's got to be built in two sizes. This is mainly for Gandalf when he visited Bilbo and Frodo.
They wouldn't even interact with each other. I mean, you got Ian Holm in the full-scale house and McKellen wandering around a blue-screen set talking to nobody. But despite that being pretty difficult, McKellen admits that the final result was completely convincing.
It was only halfway through the scene that I realized that all our trickery had worked and that I just accepted that he had been shrunk or that I'd been magnified.
I've got a few bottles of
and my heart stopped for a moment, and I thought, not for the first time, but we've made a very good film indeed.
Which brings us to McKellen's biggest challenge. CGI. What's great about this whole shoot is that whenever possible, the set design was practical, which delighted McKellen because of how easily he could immerse himself.
Everything was there to help you really believe that you were back in Middle-earth.
He especially singled out Saruman's chamber for how unsettling and odd it was.
It was a place like no other. I'd never been in a room like that. It didn't remind me of anything, and I just thought, oh, I see, this is where Saruman thrives and plots. And so that was a very evocative and helpful set.
But Jackson did obviously have to rely on blue screen environments sometimes, and in the commentary he calls out one specific scene that was especially hard for McKellen, Gandalf's confrontation with the Balrog.
Ian has spoken many times of acting this scene to a ping pong ball.
Yeah, he had a really nightmarish time with this scene because he was having to confront something. He didn't know what the Balrog looked like. He didn't have a clue. We were in a little studio right beside the airport. Planes were taking off all the time, and Ian had to kind of do his Balrog confrontation, and it was tough. It was hard.
And yeah, you heard that right. I looked this up on Google Maps, by the way. Stone Street Studios, where they shot this. It was less than a mile from Wellington Airport, the third busiest airport in New Zealand. And they had to time scenes in between planes landing and taking off. It's madness. There was even a crew member whose sole job was to just stand outside and keep watch for the planes and talk in a little speaker and let production know, oh, there's a plane coming.
And read books in between. Occasionally I'll pop back for a little food, but apart from that, I just spot the planes.
No, the journey doesn't end here. Death is just another path. One that we all must take.
Finally, in December of 2000, principal photography wrapped. No more Gandalf, and Sir Ian McKellen could return home and relax.
Farewell.
Well, not yet. For 2 more years, McKellen flew back and forth from New Zealand doing ADR and various pickup shots, including a bunch of close-ups of battle scenes, additional scenes between Gandalf and Pippin to enhance the story arc, and some extra dialogue as Gandalf crowns Aragorn as the new king.
Now come the days of the king.
So that was his last shot on the film.
That was Ian's last shot ever as Gandalf, yeah.
Now, no more Gandalf. Sir Ian McKellen could return home and relax.
Farewell.
He did come back and provide the voice for Gandalf in a series of video games. Does that count? I guess it counts.
Sadly, I excel at your game.
If you can't be in the movie, you might as well play the game. It's the next best thing. Farewell.
Now, Sir Ian McKellen could return home and relax.
Did I really want to go back to a part I'd already played when I could be doing something new, and I always like a challenge? And in the end, I couldn't really bear the thought of somebody else playing Gandalf.
Oh, and neither could we. We would not be happy with that.
When McKellen considered reprising his role as Gandalf in the Hobbit films, ownership of the character was certainly a convincing motivation. He also really enjoyed working with Peter Jackson, and hey, there's no Gandalf the White. Get that jerk out of here. Just good old Gandalf the Grey, or Gandhi, as McKellen and Jackson called him.
Well, we like Gandhi, don't we?
We do. It's one of the. It's just so great to do 3 more movies with Gandalf the Grey. I mean, I just love the. I love the fact that he is like an itinerant who's, you can imagine him sleeping under a hedge, scrounging around for food. It's and he's just such a terrific character.
Oh, sweet beloved Gandhi. Hair all full of twigs, always up for games and lighting fireworks and drinking and smoking. Good old Gandhi.
Oh, well, my prediction is it's all going to go incredibly well on the day. Don't you agree?
So McKellen caught another flight to New Zealand and was delighted to be working with much of the same crew from the first trilogy.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
Slipping back into Gandalf the Grey was simple for him as he filmed his very first scene of the shoot. Gandalf visiting Bilbo Baggins in his cozy hobbit hole in Hobbiton.
Gandalf.
Great to be back.
It's good to see you. Have a look around.
Oh, you've been busy.
I have. You're right, I have. I'll show you. Marvellous. Hey, Gandalf, this is Philly. Philly's staying with me for a couple of days.
Yeah, I get a bit lonely, you see.
Yeah, I understand.
But before that, they all watched some random Kiwis dressed as Gandalf and Bilbo doing screen tests with the new camera tech.
This table is Gandalf's left hand off.
So Gandalf's on the green screen, and all the props are scaled down. So he's on a slightly...
His hand is on dear.
So similar to the first trilogy, the Hobbit-sized actor, in this case Martin Freeman, would act on a normal-sized set of Bilbo's home, while McKellen would act on a scaled-down green screen environment with the camera closer to him. And both cameras were perfectly in sync, by the way.
So that when we take out the green screen, make a composite, and put Gandalf in, suddenly he's 25% bigger.
A little glass of red wine is requested.
And that was all well and good. Seems like it'd be less of a headache, but the cameras were also filming in 3D. This eliminated one of Peter Jackson's go-to camera tricks from the old days: forced perspective.
Now, of course, that trick is no good when you're dealing with 3D, because 3D tells you exactly how far away they are, and you can see that the whole thing's a big cheat.
All right, so that's off the table. Another problem was immediately apparent. In The Fellowship of the Ring, McKellen did have to act in a vacuum sometimes, pretending to see Ian Holm puttering around. Oh, I guess I'll just imagine there's a hobbit there. But at least there was just one small guy. Now there's 14 of them. There's the hobbit and there's 13 dwarves. There's 14 eye lines to keep track of. And I thought this was insane. So as McKellen sat alone in a green screen hellscape, listening to his co-stars all have an amazing time on the other Hobbit set through an earpiece, they're on the real set, he had to keep track of multiple eye lines, which were provided by just sticking pictures of the actors' faces on poles with lights, and the lights, they would light up when the actor was talking.
And they were all put in at the right ratio position and the right ratio height, so his eye lines were correct to the other set.
Now I understand. That's why we need a burglar.
Oh, yeah. Good one, too. An expert, I'd have thought.
And are you?
That is brilliant and insane at the same time. It's probably the best solution, honestly. Like, I don't know what I would have thought of. Richard Armitage, who played Thorin Oakenshield, talked about how this not only changed the way they worked on the scene, obviously, but also the way that they rehearsed.
For me, that's the most difficult thing, because I really like to be able to look into the character's eyes that I'm talking to. It puts much more importance on the rehearsal, because you have to give the rehearsal everything as if it's a performance, because what you're doing is that you're programming their memory to what they'll be getting when we come for a take. So they get this scene going. Gandalf, he's got all 14 small guys around the table, and he's talking about the map and the treasure and Smaug. And it was during this scene when Sir Ian McKellen, the beloved, celebrated actor with 50 years of award-winning performances on stage and screen under his belt, just couldn't take it anymore.
Yes, thank you. I was saying, Botha, the task I have in mind will require a great deal... Oh, God. You ready? I'm sorry, everybody.
No, sorry.
It was so distressing and off-putting and difficult that I thought, I don't want to make this film if this is what I'm going to have to do. It's not what I do for a living. I act with other people. I don't act on my own.
I can't just get it.
He truly had such a miserable time on the first day or two of the shoot. We felt sorry for him, being just dumped in green screen land.
So now, Peter Jackson had a big problem. One of the most important actors in this film and a good friend was having a terrible time.
To put someone in what is, it's not even sensory deprivation, it's like sensory torture, maybe, too strong a word, but for some actors it looked like torture to put them in that situation, and then to ask for those natural acting instincts to just be there, and the expectation of actors upon themselves is, well, this is my job, I should be able to do this.
They ended the day and Sir Ian went home miserable, and he sent Peter Jackson this long email.
And we wanted to make him feel a little bit better. We wanted to make him feel loved. So Zane Wiener, our producer, had a great idea of giving Martin and Ian a surprise.
We should do something special for Ian. How about, do you think we could sort of do up his little tent where he relaxes?
We knew about it the day before, I think, because this was a surprise.
I wait until the crew had finished for the day to go in and dress these things.
And they decorated Sir Ian's tent like overnight with props from Rivendell to make it feel more Middle-earthy and just make him feel at home.
Oh, who's done all this? Who's done all this? How beautiful. Who does this?
It's an Appreciate Gandalf Day today. and we do appreciate it.
I'm back.
And you've learned your lines?
Well, we'll see about
that.
And I was made to feel, as so often happens when you're working with Peter Jackson and his colleagues, that you belong, and I want you to feel at ease and happy and at home. However, once the flowers faded, I noted they weren't replaced. I think I was meant then to get on with the job.
Now that's all well and good. They decorated his tent, but it doesn't really fix the problem.
Finally, Pete comes over the cans going, I think we got it. I think we got it. And everyone's like, yes, thank goodness, we've done it.
No, but luckily Jackson did take some real steps to make things easier for him for the rest of the shoot by incorporating the more practical techniques as much as they could.
And I was made to feel that it was going to be all right, and indeed it was. And we found other ways of doing it, didn't we?
So low-tech ways of doing it too. I mean, a lot of what you see is Ian standing on a box. You know, so we're able to get up over his shoulder with the camera and make the dwarves look small. And
the rest of the shoot seemed to go swimmingly, with some personal highlights from McKellen. He was thrilled to see his old friend Hugo Weaving come back to play Elrond. Oh, they each shared a love for the stage.
Because I think we both basically think that where we belong is with our feet firmly planted on a stage somewhere.
He loved being able to rehearse and work with Cate Blanchett, as he hadn't had the chance to work with her in the first trilogy.
I've found it is the small things. Where's he going with this? The everyday deeds of ordinary folk that can keep darkness at bay. What he's coming round to is he doesn't know. I don't know how to put it into words, but Bilbo Baggins somehow gives me courage to carry on.
And as far as playing Gandalf, there seemed to be only one major disagreement he had with Jackson.
I mean, I drew the line one day when Peter Jackson said, I think we should see Gandalf a little bit tipsy, having had too much to drink. I said, steady on. Gandalf would go, we don't quite know what he's smoking, what weed that actually is, but no, let's keep off the drink. We don't want him out of control. His responsibility is to look after Middle-earth. We can't have him tipsy. Well, Peter had thought it'd be rather fun, and I said, well, you let the dwarves have the fun.
Finally, the last day of filming arrived.
And now we have to say goodbye to somebody who is, I think, one of the world's most beloved and fantastic actors, Ian.
As Jackson presented McKellen with the little canvas from the back of his chair, McKellen had some kind parting words for everybody.
Working with you, Peter, and everybody here, and completing these films is better than winning a gold medal at the Olympics.
Time to take a bow. No more Gandalf.
This is honestly the last of these films.
Yep. That's it. He could finally go home and relax.
Yeah. Gonna do another Gandalf?
I think we've run out of material there, and I think I've had it with Gandalf. Though I love going to New Zealand where they film it all, and yes, they were great times. But I had about 15 years.
At long last, Sir Ian could sail off into the sunset, back to London, and relax.
I know you've said you're taking a bit of time off, you're not working, but does that mean, Ian, that you're giving yourself enough time to be ready for the new Lord of the Rings? We just need to be sure.
Yes, that...
New Lord of the Rings? What's this guy talking about? No, Sir Ian, you don't have to. Please, go rest.
I hear there's going to be another movie set in Middle-earth, and it's going to start filming in May. It's going to be directed by Gollum, and it's all about Gollum.
As I'm sure all you Middle-earthians are aware, there is at least one new Lord of the Rings movie in the works, The Hunt for Gollum, which, according to IMDb, follows Aragorn between the events of The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings as he tracks down Gollum to find the One Ring. I wonder if he succeeds. So, at 86 years old, why?
I also don't like the idea of anybody else playing
Absolutely.
There you go,
No one would dare to, would they?
I get that there's ownership involved. He's done it for so many years, but, you know, after everything this man endured, the makeup, the scale tricks, the isolation, blue screens, green screens, the emotional highs and lows, why? I think it's obvious that Gandalf resonates with McKellen because he poured genuine care into every single detail. The posture, the voice, the pipe and the staff. You know, to think about something like that might seem like a little thing, but that shows that he is really just thinking about everything that makes Gandalf who he is. And at this point, sure, it probably is easy for him to come back and play good old Gandhi. But that's probably the best reason for him to do it, right? It's a character that feels lived in, wise, mischievous, weary, hopeful, ancient, kind.
There are other forces at work in this world, Frodo, besides the will of evil. Bilbo was meant to find the ring, in which case you also were meant to have it. And that is an encouraging thought.
And presumably, you know, when you've reached a certain age, you just want to be around people you enjoy working with. And I don't want to waste any of my life now with people who I don't enjoy working with. Maybe at a certain point, returning to a character like this isn't just about acting. It's about choosing how you want to spend the years ahead.
There's certain things that you'll never see Gandalf practicing. You never see him keeping fit. Who cuts his hair? These are things I worry about. Where does he buy his clothes?
Yeah, where does all that weight? Lovely.
And who washes it for him? Who washes that lovely hair for him? I never see him out in the pool.
Bill Wiggles, wouldn't it? Unless you think.
The elf. He knows a thing or two about blonde hair.
Try to put braids in it.
There once was a man whose body and face defied laws of physics, of time, and of space. His improv and physical skills were first class. He could dislocate bones and talk out of his ass. He played dumb, he told riddles, became a cartoon, embodied a liar, and lived on the moon. Occasionally, he received some abrasions, for he beat himself up on several occasions. But all of these scratches and bruises seemed moot the moment he donned the dreaded Grinch suit. 3 hours at least for 92 days, he sat, and he sat, and he sat in a haze. How could he perform? How could he survive? The feeling was like being buried alive. Paramount Pictures sure liked it a lot, but the man in the cumbersome Grinch suit did not. For all of his movements and rubbery face were buried beneath quite an unlikely place. But under prosthetics and layers of glue, the thousands of yak hairs and paint of green hue applied every day by a world-weary crew, his spirit, unyielding, knew just what to do. Though padded and painted and painfully hairy, this is the tale of an acting Hail Mary, how the Grinch came alive thanks to one man, Jim Carrey.
Hot crowd, hot crowd. All right, no more Dr. Seuss rhymes and...
But you really wanted this role, and you're highly sought after.
I definitely did. You know, this is one of the ones I wouldn't have dreamed that I'd be able to do. But when it came along, it just made total sense, you know? And I just went, well, I've been doing the Grinch since I was a little kid.
Ron Howard had been aware of Jim Carrey, like we all had, for quite a while. While he was shooting the gritty crime thriller Ransom, which dealt with some very not Dr. Seuss-heavy material,
Give me back my son!
Carrey's comedy was something that cheered him up. Quote, "There were days when it was kind of bleak for me. And on those days, I would always say to my assistant, Louisa, do you have any liar dailies around? Not only is he funny, but seeing Jim Carrey evolve the performance take after take under Shajak's direction was remarkable."
What's wrong with me? I'm getting what I deserve. I'm reaping what I sow.
couple years later, Howard and producer Brian Grazer found themselves in the midst of a fierce bidding war, pleading with Audrey Geisel, the widow of Theodore Geisel, aka Dr. Seuss, to consider Jim Carrey as the title character for Howard's live-action adaptation of How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Miss Geisel, however, thought Jack Nicholson would be a better fit.
I said, Jack Nicholson is a great actor, but he doesn't have enough innocence in him to forgive him for being as mean as he is. But this guy, Jim Carrey, has it all. He has innocence like Jerry Lewis had in his day. Ron was, I guess, aligned with that idea.
Well, I love the idea.
Yeah.
Miss Geisel needed convincing and visited Jim Carrey in his trailer during the filming of Man on the Moon to see his interpretation in person. But if you've ever watched that Man on the Moon documentary, you probably know that Jim Carrey was nowhere to be found. There was just Andy Kaufman.
Well, I didn't audition for her. Andy Kaufman did an impression of Jim Carrey doing The Grinch, which was because I wasn't around. I had no zip code at that time.
Which trailer is that, by the way, that we're paying for every day?
That's Jim Carrey.
He's not been to work, though. Jim never comes to work.
He's done very, very little work on this project, and yet he will get a lot of the glory.
Despite how confusing that must have been to watch, Miss Geisel said, quote, "I was stunned. Without any makeup, he simply became the Grinch before my eyes. Ted would have totally embraced Jim Carrey as the Grinch. Actually, they are alike in many ways and are two very, very unique individuals." It's difficult to tell exactly when Carrey began to create his interpretation of the Grinch. He certainly had an idea of where to start when he auditioned for Miss Geisel, but the real work began when he saw himself in the actual makeup. And for that, Ron Howard brought in the big guns. After his first Oscar win for Best Makeup for his work on An American Werewolf in London, Baker continued to establish himself as the GOAT. He got a few more Oscars over the years, and then he worked with producer Brian Grazer on Eddie Murphy's The Nutty Professor, and Grazer recommended him to Howard.
Ron called me about The Grinch and asked me if I was interested. I said, yeah, of course. You know, it's like a dream come true. I always wanted to do a big fantasy film where virtually everyone is makeup.
As he often did on his projects, Baker did a test on himself, first to just show what it would look like, but also to understand what the actor might feel and go through in the suit so he could determine if their complaints were valid or not.
Because the approach I wanted to go with, I knew was going to be difficult makeup to wear. So many times I'll do tests on myself. I grew up making myself up, you know. Usually when I do something like this, I'll do a version on myself so I know what I'm putting somebody through. So I did this test of the Grinch on myself and videotaped it.
I hate those who...
But the studio, seemingly wary of hiding Jim Carrey's bankable face underneath a mountain of prosthetics, pushed hard to simply paint Carrey's face green. Both Baker and Carrey were really against this, with Carrey stating that he simply looked like someone from the cast of Cats.
Universal was paying a lot of money to Jim to play the part, and they were just saying paint him green. And I fought and I fought and I fought. I just knew that that was a mistake.
The studio eventually agreed with Baker's concept, and as Carrey tested out different parts of the costume and makeup, he found entry points into the character.
Oh, it's deliciously evil.
First, there were the hands, which to Carrey were crucial as he experimented with different exaggerated gestures.
And then before you know it, you're staring down at Whoville like that. That's a good position.
And of course, he made the hands almost like a separate character. The way he used them was one of the first things that, the hand movements was one of the first things that Jim talked about when he was trying to define the character. And when we were working with Rick Baker, the fingers were something that we spent a lot of time talking about, because Jim had ideas about how he could really create a kind of an odd postures for the character and punctuate things with the hands in ways that that would be reminiscent of a cartoon.
One teeny tiny Christmas tradition I find quite meaningful.
Then there were the teeth, which helped Carrey nail down and finalize his approach to the Grinch's voice.
And then you get the teeth in your mouth, and you start hating the Who's, and it just sort of naturally happens, you know? like that. And I just thought of him as the teeth grinding guy. He probably grinds his teeth when he sleeps and the whole thing. So I tried not to do Boris Karloff, but I may have been influenced, I'm sure.
The audacity! The unmitigated gall!
These parts of the costume arguably gave Carey more freedom. You got the elongated fingers on the hands, which allowed him to pull off some strikingly cartoonish physicality. And the teeth, fake teeth can literally change your speech patterns, your breath and pacing, even the shape of your face.
She'll be on me like Fleagle flies on a flat-faced Flugal horse.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Martha, baby, but the G-train has left the station.
But the rest of the costume was like putting a muzzle on Carey's physical talents, something that Rick Baker was aware of as he made sure to give Carey flexibility whenever possible, starting with the face. He knew that Carey had a uniquely pliable rubber face from years of practice.
If I keep making this face, will it get stuck that way?
In fact, some people make a good living that way.
He could even somehow pull off the Grinch smile. It's bizarre every time I see it. Like, what muscles in your face do you work to get this configuration? So Baker did everything he could to make the makeup flexible for Carey.
Well, Rick had to make it thin enough that I could still move my face. Because if you get just like a little too much, then you're just stone face. So he made sure that some of the grooves could move and some of the things were real pliable, and I spent a lot of time when I'm getting the makeup applied and stuff, working with it and just figuring out what to do with it.
Along with the face were these contact lenses, which are ridiculous. They're like dinner plates in his eyes. Apart from solidifying a solid look for the Grinch that immersed Carey a little bit when he looked in the mirror, oh look, and I could see myself as the Grinch, they were really just another obstacle. And Carey said in a 2025 Vulture interview that he could only see a tiny tunnel in front of him at all times. But he insisted on using them as opposed to some digital effect.
He said, I don't want to use any visual effects or digital effects for my eyeballs. I'm going to have to wear contact lenses that enable my eyes to be photographed as very vivid green eyes. And I thought to myself, wow, those are like frisbees in his eyeballs. Just to sit there and do the makeup, I mean, every aspect of it was really tedious and painful. And to do it every day, then he has to insert these contacts that were really, really disturbing him.
And finally, the bodysuit. There was no getting around the fact that Carey's movements would be more limited, so Carey decided to rehearse and lock down the physical movements of the Grinch as much as possible before even getting in the suit.
When we were rehearsing this movie, of course, without the costumes, air-conditioned sets, Jim in a t-shirt and jeans, he's so physical, he'd be absolutely drenched in perspiration from just creating the character, even without the costume. So you can imagine what he was going through with all the padding and the yak hair, which is what the Grinch's costume is made of.
Oh. Ah. That's it, I'm not going.
I think this was the very first day of shooting, and an immediate indication that, again, Jim was going to be hilarious in bringing this character to life. Not that anybody had any doubts.
Well, Ron Howard is partially correct. No one had any doubts, except for Carey. He'd been fine during all the makeup tests, but when it came to sitting in that chair before shooting his first scenes, Carey had a little bit of a breakdown.
How long did it take? The first day was 8.5 hours, and I went back to my trailer and put my leg through the wall, and I told Ron Howard I couldn't do the movie. And then Brian Grazer came in, and being the fix-it man, and came up with a brilliant idea, which was to hire a gentleman who is trained to teach CIA operatives how to endure torture. It was quite hilarious. He said, eat everything you see, and if you're freaking out and you start to spiral downward, turn the television on, change a pattern, have someone you know come up and smack you in the head, punch yourself in the leg, so it was, or smoke as much as you possibly can. So I was this Grinch sitting eating. It was horrifying. Wow. It was horrifying. It was just like, it's for the kids, it's for the kids, it's for the kids.
He eventually got through the first day. Only 91 more days to go.
Jim was made up 92 days. I think that's a record. It's one thing to go through the makeup a couple times. It does get difficult day after day after day.
The torture training definitely helped, but Carey was still struggling every day.
My most vivid memory, we had a big physical scene, a thing where he jumps down and stares Cindy Lou Who, and he's hanging up on the ceiling, and it's very physical with wires and all kinds of stuff.
My son died.
But that day, I looked around for Jim. We were getting ready to shoot, and he was literally over in the corner of the set on his back with a brown paper bag.
Oh my God.
Because he was having a panic attack. And he relaxed, and we gave him some time. And I said, "Are you okay, man? I'm so sorry." He said, "Nope, let's shoot it." And he did it, and he was hilarious. So the fact that he could be in that mindset and struggling in that way, and then turn around and create this physical comedy, that blew my mind.
The Grinch!
At one point, Howard gave his old pal Warwick Davis a call for advice.
You need a warrior for a job like this. I'm a nobody.
Howard had worked with him on Willow, and as you might know from my Warwick Davis video I made a while back, Davis was no stranger to the claustrophobia of heavy makeup and costumes, like furry suits in Star Wars and the BBC adaptation of the Chronicles of Narnia. And at the time, he had already gone through a similar kind of heavy prosthetic torture when he played the evil Leprechaun in Leprechaun, and Leprechaun 2, and Leprechaun 3, and Leprechaun 4 in Space, and Leprechaun in Da Hood.
I come from the land of the Irish Spring. Dublin's the place where I learned my thing. From the Emerald Isle to your place in the hood, I'm the man of green, come to do no good.
According to his autobiography, Size Matters Not, Davis was in the middle of getting his makeup applied for Grip Hook on the set of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone when Howard gave him a call. "Warwick, I've got a pretty big problem." "What is it, Ron? What's up?" "I'm filming this movie called The Grinch, you know, the Dr. Seuss book. Jim Carrey's playing the Grinch, and he's really struggling with the makeup." "I see. It takes 7 hours every day, and we're trying to cut the time down, but it's driving the poor guy nuts. I've been made up as the Grinch, too, and directed as the Grinch to try..." Ron Howard, you nerd.
Great, let's move on.
"To try and make him feel better by going through it with him. I've even got an expert in positivity from the Marines trying to help him through it, but it's not working. I want to know how you cope, Warwick." "I'm sorry, Ron, there's no real answer. Being made up for one day is quite fun, but if you're doing it every day for months and you're the lead actor, well, I think I'd go nuts too." So much for that. Just nut up, I guess.
Too much fucking shit on me.
Besides the torture training, Carey found other ways to cope with the ordeal.
The only thing that worked in the makeup chair to be calm through the process was everything the Bee Gees had ever done. I don't know why, they just made me happy.
Bee Gees songs. Staying Alive.
Well, you can't tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man, no time to talk.
What other ones are there? It's like...
More than a woman, more than a woman to me. Night fever, you know how to do it. Skip-it-ship-doop-doo.
But the main thing that helped was simply seeing himself as the Grinch. No matter how uncomfortable he was, when he saw dailies of what he had been able to pull off, it was a huge motivation.
The one thing that kept Jim going was every other day or so he'd go to dailies, and he'd always come out of there saying, "It's so worth it. I love this character, and I love the way this movie looks, and you know, I'm glad to have this chance." So he was always grateful for the opportunity to bring one of his favorite characters to the screen, and that's very much the way I felt.
But what really speaks volumes is how Carey was able to set aside his discomfort and completely dedicate himself to this character through exploring a scene through improvisation.
That's gonna hurt in the morning.
I'm a scatter bomber. You know what I mean? I just go out there and I spew, and, you know, see what happens.
Even when Howard had like a good usable take, Carey might be the one to ask for more.
You know, you'd get the script sort of shot and done in about 4 or 5 takes, and then you'd want to do another 8 or 9, or Jim would, just to keep trying variations. And I felt like it was sort of like working with a great, you know, musician who couldn't move on until they'd exhausted sort of every improv and every riff that they could explore.
This is something that Carrey, before and after The Grinch, would do, obviously. You know, you see the bloopers in all the Jim Carrey movies, you could tell that he's always exploring, trying to find the funniest possible version of a scene. Tom Shajak, who directed him in Ace Ventura, Liar Liar, and Bruce Almighty, got it down to a science with him.
We have a process where we will do take after take in what we kind of call a comedy fishing expedition. You know, maybe we've caught a little mackerel, but we want to see if we can get an 18-pound trout and go from there.
As an example, so in Bruce Almighty, Carrey's character, now with the power of God, lights some candles. Shajak mentions that by the time they got to the editing room, they had so many choices to choose from.
I think we come away with like 30 choices here, 25 choices. And if you'll notice, the candles are a special effect. You'll hear the clicks in the background. And the effects our guys are having an impossible time keeping up with Jim. We would have fixed it in post, but nobody knows what Jim necessarily is going to do.
That worked perfect with the limited light. That was awesome.
Carrey had the same mindset with The Grinch, constantly ad-libbing, trying out new things, like this line.
Come on! Was that all you got? Was that all you got?
And this line.
No child can beat the Grinch!
And this line.
Maybe you need a timeout.
That was actually a line that Jim thought of on the day for Taylor. So he's not only improvising for himself, but it was like having a world-class joke writer on the set with you at all times.
Kids today, so desensitized by movies and television.
But the biggest playground for Jim was whenever they were shooting something in the Grinch's cave.
How dare you enter the Grinch's lair!
Some of my favorite scenes in the movie are just Jim Carrey alone in his cave. Again, it gave Jim such a chance to improvise and play with the ideas.
Yes! Down a size and a half!
Also, Carrey wisely talked a lot with production designer Michael Kornblith about the sets. Not only was Kornblith able to adjust certain things to make it easier for Carrey to move around, like little handles and things, but Carrey ended up with an intimate knowledge of the limitations of the set and exactly how far he could go.
And as the rehearsal unfolded, his cave became a place where Jim knew, oh, I can swing on this and pivot. Michael was there very actively helping to create the whimsy and the comedy.
That's more like it.
Now, after knowing all this, it's easy to see Carrey as, like he said, a scatter bomber.
I'm sorry.
Oops, sorry. What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go again. Sorry, I gotta start over. I'm sorry. Can we start again?
Right? Like he's just a wild comic that leans on throwing stuff out there and seeing what sticks. Which is partially true, but in this interview for Charlie Rose, Howard said that he quickly learned how Carrey was more meticulous with his comedy than he had expected.
Quote, he's unbelievably disciplined and exacting about the comedy and the timing and the rhythm, and down to the syllable and the head turn, the physicality. And I think this is why he was such a great choice to play the Grinch, is because he has this combination of physically kind of extraordinary and ingenious, and he's also verbally very funny, and conceptually he has a very modern sense of humor. And it makes him sort of a comedic triple threat, which is what we needed to pull off something that's kind of audacious as trying to bring the Grinch to the screen.
Somehow, Carrey got through it all, and it came time to shoot one last thing. 2 takes of the Grinch laughing maniacally right down the barrel of the camera.
When it was over, he exerted himself completely. It was insane, as you can see. He got a huge kick out of doing it, and then he began to physically tear the makeup off his face. And he said, I am so glad this is over.
There is one thing I'd like to bring up, and it's something my dad said when I told him I was working on a video about all this. I explained to him some of what Carrey went through, and my dad rolled his eyes and replied with a version of what I think some people might bring up in the comments section. Quote, "Oh, give me a break. He got paid millions of dollars and he has to wear a suit that's a little uncomfortable. Boo-hoo. I understand this reaction, but I would gently say that it's missing a little bit of nuance. First of all, there's this passing comment from Brian Grazer to take into account.
You can't quit. You can't give all the money back with interest, which he was willing to do.
The amount of money that Cary was willing to give back with interest, which didn't include any money that he would subsequently make on the back end, by the way, was $20 million. That is the minimum price tag that Cary thought would be worth paying to not do this. So I don't know, this doesn't seem like a diva situation where someone's complaining over nothing. The man was literally breathing into paper bags. Also, besides the physical stuff that he had to go through, mentally, he was in charge of portraying one of the most beloved literary characters of all time. Like, that must have weighed heavily on him.
When I found out I was going to do it, I was like, okay, now I better not screw it up, because this is like, for some odd reason, this furry, weird little character has become incredibly important to people. There are people out there that will lynch me if I don't do this right. It's so weird.
It's an enormous amount of pressure, and if he didn't pull it off, along with Ron Howard and his creative team, the whole thing could have easily become a cat in the hat situation, which nobody wants.
Loathe entirely.
Finally, it's worth mentioning that in every interview he gave for the promotion of the film, when he's asked about the difficult process, he always ends it on a positive and incredibly thankful note.
It was a hellish experience. Was it really? It was unbelievable pain. But the fact was, the whole time, you're just sitting there thinking, I'm the Grinch. Yeah. I'm the Grinch, you know? And every once in a while, I'd kind of freak out about it and stuff. And, I'd get on the phone with Renee and she'd go, you're the Grinch. Oh, yeah, I'm the Grinch.
And so, after 92 days, it was over. Apart from, perhaps, a bit of voiceover.
Chain letter, eviction notice, jury.
The man with the rubbery face was now free. He continued to act in his movies with glee. When he talks of the Grinch, he speaks with a grin. It was difficult being inside of that skin, but when all said and done, he couldn't deny. He was part of film history. So with a goodbye, he accepted his salary, back-end points 2 from the box office, 350 million point 2, and he hung up his Grinch suit behind a glass case in his own private screening room. That was the place. And there it would stay, just a shell left behind him, and some pale green pants, with nobody inside him.
Staying alive, staying alive. Stay alive.
Running late again.
There's no end to this. Another test subject. Have a little taste. That tingle?
Yeah, we're gonna have to investigate you, buddy. When it comes to superheroes, there's always that question about their stance on killing. Do or do they not execute the bad guys? And if so, why? Unless you're Arkham Batman who does everything to a motherfucker but kill them, bro literally be hurling propane tanks at thugs and has the audacity to say, "Don't worry, Gordon, he's fine." It's usually made clear on where a hero stands on the matter, especially if you were the lead on one of the big three networks, as those networks like to keep things child-friendly and lighthearted for the most part. Something like this would be just a bit too much to have take a prominent stance on your action cartoon. unless your name was Ben Tennyson. Whether or not Ben has a rule about killing is a major discussion point in the fandom, mainly when it comes to his UAF iterations. Even before then, however, Ben has multiple instances where you could make the case that he is indeed tending to kill his enemies. Outside of The Last Airbender, Ben 10 is like the only cartoon I recall making the idea of his protagonist taking a life the central part of a story, with the topic becoming a hot one due to Ben's attitudes towards dealing with his friend Kevin during the Ultimate Kevin arc. It's the most prominent instance in the show where we see Ben genuinely talk about taking a life, and funny enough, it revolves around his best friend Kevin, not someone like his arch enemy Vilgax or the villain prior Agrigor. Ben all around has a weird track record with his stance and approach to killing. So today I want to take a closer peek at it to see if I can figure out exactly where Ben stands on that side of the line, and if killing or not killing suits his character. Ben's actions in Ultimate Alien may be what caused this discussion, but Ben in Classic also has like tons of questionable moments. They of course aren't as upfront about it in the Classic series since it's a more lighthearted show. Also, you know, Ben's like a 10-year-old, and having a 10-year-old flat out talk about killing somebody would have had this show sent to Adult Swim in a heartbeat. Now, Ben never actively shows any murderous intent unless it's against JT and Cash.
Is it just me, or was that thing smiling when it smashed our robots together?
But he does get super violent against many non-organic grunts he squares off against. Him beating down on non-human goons with a bit more force is just a cartoon staple though. There's tons of action cartoons where the characters will tear through enemies that if they were human would get your show hit with the TVMA rating for sure. Ben's aggressive combat style is more so just how the artists and animators decided to craft entertaining action rather than it being proof of him being a ruthless hero, because he has a handful of moments in the show that show him to be against taking a life. He stopped the Kraken from killing that main shitty biologist guy in the Kraken episode, and Kevin, funny enough, in Classic points out how a good guy like Ben doesn't have the balls to finish off a bad guy like him.
Good guys never have the guts to finish guys like me.
Oh boy, if only he knew how wrong he was. So while Ben in Classic really shows any thirst for killing and sometimes even stands against it, there are still a handful of moments that make you question how fully against it he is. The main instances of evaluating Ben's potential of having a no-kill role in Classic comes into play whenever one of his main antagonists are involved. Not surprising that this is the case, since anytime he crosses paths with the Vilgax, Ghost Freak, even the Forever King, the stakes were always high, which is why it's surprising that Ben never explicitly pondered the thought of taking them out for good, especially Vilgax. Like, he should have been on a sushi platter a long time ago. In the season 1 finale, Ben does blow Vilgax shit smooth off with Max's anti-Vilgax gun that Vilgax does tank, but it ends up trapping him in his chip, causing him to blow up, where Ben believed him to be dead, as the next time they see each other in Back with a Vengeance, he was surprised that both him and Kevin were alive. Now, you can make the argument that Ben wasn't going for the kill at that moment. Instead, he was just pulling the Bale Batman special of, I won't kill you, but I don't have to save you, which, I mean, you know, it's a fair take, but like, he thought bro was dead. In Secret of the Omnitrix, when Ben gets access to Waybig, he literally picks Vilgax up and baseball pitches him into space. And while it is a funny ass thing for Ben to do, this to me feels more like a fuck you a-hole type of act instead of a flat out murder attempt. I can't give him that same pass though when it comes to Camille's parents, Ghost Freak, the Mycelium, or the Big Tick. Ben knew Zascare's weakness was sunlight, so he proceeded to willfully engulf him in sunlight. And yes, Zascare does survive this, but when Ghost Freak returns, Dr. Victor says that Ben thought he had destroyed Zascare.
It is where you believe you destroyed my master. You were wrong.
So yeah, I'm saying Ben thought he killed him. Same goes for the Mycelium, you know, the giant fungus from Camp Fear that Ben killed with some powder Max gave him for his Atlas foot. If you just look at how that thing went out and the fact that like it never returns or is referenced, it's safe to say that Ben killed that thing. During the episode Big Fat Alien Wedding, when fighting Camille's Lenopan parents, Ben's Heat Blast ends the fight by completely hardening the two Lenopans. What makes it so crazy is that Camille sees Ben do this to her parents and she just like fucking jokes about it.
A little big for the wedding cake.
Shorty, your parents are fucking dead. In the -10 finale, Upchuck eats his sub energy and takes down the Forever King with an explosion that ends up taking off half of Mount Rushmore and seemingly vaporized Driscoll. And yes, he does come back in Ultimate Alien. I just don't understand how he just didn't die though. Like, that armor must be something fucking serious to tank a blast like that. As much as I like to, I'm not gonna count this against Ben, as even though the show makes it seem like Driscoll is dead, the dialogue from Max and Ben say otherwise. So just chalk this up to Ben going overboard and not thinking too much about it. However, However, none of those moments are more egregious than what Ben does to the big tick. He jumps inside of the tick and we see him destroy it from the inside, decimating its organs, heart, and bones. I think that alone is all the evidence you need to assume that, yeah, this kid is a fucking psychopath. Early on in Ben's superhero career, you can make the argument that he only acts to kill his villains when the stakes are high, sometimes in both direct and indirect fashion. But how does this change when he gets older? The decision to age up Ben in the sequel series is still one of my favorite things the franchise did, especially since along with his growth in age, the show decided to grow up as well. The UAF era is the darkest and most mature out of the three eras of Ben 10. These shows tackle some very heavy subjects, and most fans believe that they tackled them well. So when you see them start to fumble, it becomes a talking point. The hybrid invasion arc is what I and many consider Ben 10's peak. It excels at
strength. Running late again.
I'll take that as a yes then. Ah, finally, you're here! Do you have a message for me from someone by any chance? There's not a single prophecy about you in that dictionary. That's what you were about to say, right? Oh? One moment then. Your curiosity seems as strong as ever, Barbeloth. Alas, my future will have to remain absent from your dictionary. The wind may be happy to let dandelions trace its form and have poets sing it into verse, but to be contained is hardly its nature. So, dear Barbeloth, please do set your pen down. Words heard on the wind are not meant to be recorded on the page. If you're truly interested in this legend, allow me to fashion it into a poem. I'll be sure to share it with you ladies at our next tea party. Barbeloth has always been a reasonable person, and I believe she heard my request. As such, our conversation should be free from interruptions for now.
Wait, Barbeloth was listening in just now? Paimon didn't notice a thing!
Well, she is a Hexenzirkel mage. They all have quite a few tricks up their sleeves.
Still, you noticed right away and even got her to leave us alone. Doesn't that make you the real master at cards here?
Given the various practical factors at play, I'd call myself a master with limits.
There you go, being all secretive again. Well, anyway, there wasn't a single thing about you in that dictionary.
You being here is enough. Barbeloth's prophecy concerning me may be incomplete, but it's not incorrect. There's something I need to do, and I could indeed use your help. Trusty as always. In that case, could you play a song with me later? Yep, that's all. But don't worry, this isn't a performance to decide the fate of some consequential event. It's just a duet between friends. The last time I played this song, the howling gale was my sole audience, and the notes scattered in all directions, leaving only fragments of the melody behind. But now, with a friend like you by my side, why should the wind alone bear witness to this music? Besides, I think my hands will be just that much steadier, playing alongside a trusty friend like you. That's all I ask. Now, let's head to the performance venue. If we follow the breeze, we'll be there in no time. All right, let's get going. Just relax and let the wind lead the way. No need to hold your breath. In and out. Easy does it. I let the birds know we would be coming, so we won't run into them. Don't worry. It's just a little ocean spray. You won't get soaked. Ah, the delightful sea breeze. Go on, breathe it in. We're almost there.
Huh. This island looks kind of familiar.
Not always. It was once an isle like any other. An ordinary, unassuming aggregation of sand and gravel. That is, until seeds of stories were brought here by the wind and cultivated by time. And in due course, the wind brought forth new tales, and time caused them to grow into legends. So with that, allow me to welcome you in truth to this island favored by time, traveler. This is the place where time and wind met in the distant past.
Whoa. You suddenly sound so serious, Tone Deaf Bard. Paimon's not sure she's following this conversation anymore either.
Fret not, dear Paimon. The best stories always start with a bit of suspense and intrigue. I told you about this before, remember? About how I encountered Time at the Thousand Winds Temple and received some help? Well, it was because of Time's help that those first winds of freedom were able to blow so strongly. But forceful gales like that are most suited to wiping things clean, not helping things grow. So, after a few crises in Mondstadt were resolved, I made the winds gentler. Just strong enough to bolster the people in times of need without knocking them off their feet. Shadows gather in the distance. I'm sure you felt it too. I've heard about the Pyro Archon's face-off with the ruler of death, Renova, and what happened to the Fatui Harbinger, the captain. And that's not even mentioning how abyssal activity has been encroaching closer and closer to Mondstadt. I fear the impending crisis may be beyond what humans alone can solve. In light of that, I need to be prepared. It is the Anemo Archon's duty to intervene in times of need. As such, I, Barbatos, will bring forth a wind strong enough to disperse whatever storm lies ahead. But if I whip up a gale of such strength in Mondstadt City, it would just turn the place upside down. Clothes, hats, the flowers that rest on people's balconies. That's why I chose to do it here. A place where I once offered an ode to time. Who knows? Perhaps time shows this island special favor precisely on account of my lovely, lovely music.
Wait, so is this place really that special? It sure doesn't look like it. There's a tide that ebbs and flows, and a bunch of birds that come and go. It just seems normal.
Time's impact on things isn't limited to what the eye can see. Think of it like a ripe sunsetia. If the outer peel remains intact, it's nearly impossible for the average person to tell whether the fruit inside is ripe. But even the tiniest hole in said peel will cause the fruit to rot, starting from that spot. Nestled in the hands of time, not one blemish marks this island's peel. Thus, time's influence on its very essence remains hidden to all. At the most fundamental level, of course, all things that lack time's favor will be erased at some point. But with the power that remains here, I can leverage time to draw a boundary around the wind. That way, the outside world won't notice a thing, no matter how powerful of a gale I whip up here. Of course, as the one requesting help, I should offer something in return. That's why I invited you here, Traveler. So we could perform an ode to time together. Just let me know when you're ready. Oh, and I can lend you an instrument if you need one.
I have a couple.
No worries. Just come find me when you're ready.
I need to collect the crops. Calling this island usual. Come on, you have no memory of the quest that was there. I mean, I also don't really have it. It's been a while.
Smash and grab!
Just let me know when you're ready. Oh, and I can lend you an instrument if you need one. Great. Let's get started. Looks like our music has moved some in our audience to step on stage. But that's against concert rules, so let's usher them out. I understand your love for music, of course. But for now, I'm going to have you leave the premises.
Stay back! The story has only just...
Brace yourselves. Time for takeoff.
How rude. Yeah. Form first. On my mark. Yeah. Charge. All right. That should do it. That was an exquisite performance, Traveler. Thank you. Don't worry. That power was mine and mine alone. No external help was involved. Think of it like tuning a musical instrument so that it might play melodies lovelier still.
Ha! So you do have some tricks up your sleeve. What else are you hiding, huh?
Oh, Paimon. How many tricks could I possibly have? I only have 2 sleeves, after all.
You know that's not what Paimon meant, Tone Deaf Bard.
I have a feeling the wind is gonna be pretty strong today. We should head back to Mondstadt and tell people to hold on to their hats.
Nice and quick.
Exil's at.
No. Wait aloud. Okay. We did that. I guess we should do that also. Considering he's in my party. Better use him. Not so many today.
Hey, Duran! So this is where you've been.
Oh, Traveler, Paimon. What are you doing here?
The real question is, what are you doing cooped up in here reading a book? The weather's nice out there, you know.
Oh, well, Ever since I've had more chances to interact with the people of Mondstadt, I've been having trouble telling when people are joking. For example, I saw a beautiful flower the last time I was at the florist, so I told the shopkeeper, and she said, if you like these weeds so much, you should add some mint and sweet flowers and make it a bouquet. So I did as she said, and when I showed her the finished bouquet, she gave me a frankly terrifying look. Later, Albedo opined that this happened because I have trouble understanding the meaning behind words. So after I learned the Mondstadt script, he told me I could come here and read. I was born from a storybook, so I felt that these books might be able to teach me more about the rules of this world. And, well, I guess I lost track of time. So, did you guys need something? Oh, I see. That's another rule learned, then.
Yep. That said, we did have business we needed to discuss, right? Yeah, we have a message to pass along from Rhindaughter.
Oh, it's from Aunt Rhindaughter? No, I'm just surprised. Rhindaughter is my mom's friend, and the mother of the dragon that once existed in my stead. I supplanted him, took the fate that should have been his. So if she dislikes me, well, I'm not sure what I'd do.
Yeah, we're here for you. But seriously, Paimon doesn't think it's anything bad.
That does make me feel better. Well, I guess I should open it.
Where are we? Did this stupid dictionary transport us to some weird place
Yes, to theater.
My mom's scent. I sense it here.
Whoa! Here comes a strange cat.
I have a message to deliver on Master Rhindaughter's behalf. Ahem.
This is the first time we're meeting, so I'm not sure how to address you. But since you're Hem's child, I suppose I'll stick with Mini Durin. Though you appear smaller than the Durin that came before you, that same strength flows through your veins, not a drop less. He was a child of Humus, an incomplete creation. Thus, he lacked the will to control his own strength. Yet this power was beyond what he could withstand, and so it twisted him, consumed him, thus sealing his ultimate fate. Albedo claims that you have transcended this tainted blood, becoming a being much like himself. That is his opinion. I remain unconvinced. I trust only the facts, only that which I see for myself. So take this chance, child of M. Prove yourself to me.
Where did all these monsters come from?
Is this the proof you need, Aunt Rhindaughter? Very well. I'll show you what I can do. Watch out! Decay! New life!
Quick as a flash! Let's move!
The power within me is surging to the surface. This is getting easier!
Looks like Albedo wasn't mistaken after all.
Next time, maybe don't ambush us with a bunch of monsters just to prove a point!
Still, I do feel like I can control my power more freely now that we've defeated them.
After hearing about you, I prepared a technique that would seal the dark power in your blood. I had planned to take this opportunity to pass it on to you. Of course, using it comes with a price. While it would maintain your existence in Teyvat, it would also weaken your connection to this world. And you are M's child, when all is said and done. How could I allow that uncontrolled power to send you down the same path as the child who came before you? But seeing you now, it appears my concerns were misplaced. M was a terrific mother, and a far more capable one than I. And I must admit, I'm rather curious to see how far you can go. How will you, an alchemical being truly integrated with this world, find your place in human society? I've never conducted an experiment like this before. As such, you may yet hold the key to some unexpected answers.
Hey! You got one thing wrong there. Dora's not an experiment. He's our friend.
I'm not sure I understand, but I appreciate your kindness, Aunt Rhine-daughter.
Ahem. And that's all Master Rhine-daughter has to say.
Yeah, we're used to talking cats at this point, but one that can imitate someone else's voice? That's a first.
I don't see how that's important, but if you must know, I am Sebas, a simple butler. You're friends of Albedo, yes? Strictly speaking, I am his elder. So make no mistake, I am no ordinary cat. In fact, from a biological standpoint, I am no cat at all, but rather an alchemical being. You wouldn't consider yourself a specter simply because you float in the air like one, surely.
A specter? What are you trying to say, mister?
Oh, I know. Sebas is implying that you are...
What thought? Hey!
Oh, and considering how Master Rhine-daughter's message ended, I suppose this technique is useless now. I'll just destroy it. Few and far between are the people that can make her reconsider. Quite the impressive feat, young man. With that done, I'll be going now. I have another message to pass along. Perhaps we'll meet again sometime.
Meet. Right, that's only... Okay, so... that just increases the damage. Cooldown, duration. bonus. Okay, let's go for the last one. I guess. No, not the last one. I also have sucrose. Let's go for sucrose first, then.
Running late again.
First. Oh.
Whoa, that doesn't sound very good.
More. Here. Skrill locked up again. Uh-huh.
Time to roll.
And this is Albedo and or Durin's room, right? Probably Albedo. There's nothing to read. Oh.
Look out below.
Dictionary. Well, Musk.
Hurry up, Brassa. Kapow! Whoop. Mona! We have something for you.
Oh, Traveler Paimon! You're full of energy today. You have something for me, you said? Is it some quick and easy way to make Mora by any chance?
Well, actually, it's some kind of task from your master.
Yeah, that's a hard no. But I guess I don't have a choice, huh? An enterprising spirit is important and all that. I just know it's going to be torture, though. I know that old hag all too well.
Why don't you just take a look first?
Huh. This book doesn't seem so special to me. Oh, whoa! Letters just fell out of it.
Oh, maybe she's trying to reconcile with you?
No idea. Either way, it looks like I'm supposed to open these 3 letters in order. Well, let's start with the first one. If this is her task, it should be okay for us all to read. Come on, let's see what this is about.
Oh, how long it's been, my student. I'm afraid to report that getting up and about is becoming harder and harder these days.
The sympathy card. She could have tried to make it sound a bit more genuine at least.
Remember when I would chase you and you would run for dear life, trying to use that hydro phantom of yours to distract me? Oh, seems like it was just yesterday. Now you're off on your own, and I laze the days away in my rocking chair. I really should get some exercise again.
Well, then get it some other way, you old hag.
Now, I'm sure you're curious as to the purpose of this letter. And to that, I say this. If you want to learn how to predict the fate of an entire kingdom, or even the entire world, head to Sumeru and search for the gate to an underground kingdom. Once there, open the second letter.
Huh. But she knows how to lure people in, that's for sure. Is she serious about passing on her secret technique? Guess she really is getting old.
You two have such a weird dynamic. When you talk about sentimental stuff, you fight. But when it comes to dry academic stuff, you get all emotional. Anyway, this gate to an underground kingdom sounds familiar.
Wait, you've heard of
We've
it?
been there.
Yeah, it should be the same one we're thinking of.
Perfect. I don't even need to investigate then. Oh, that means no hired guide, no lodging, no shelling out Mora left and right. Come on, there's no time to waste. Let's go.
And since you didn't mention a transportation fee just now, Paimon's guessing that means...
Yep, same method as usual. Let's go.
Which is what?
This brings back memories of summertime. It's actually kind of refreshing.
So, this is the gate to the ancient kingdom of Conria. I'm sure a lot of secrets and tragedies lie behind it.
Well, let's open the second letter.
Let me see here. Yep, it's this one.
As the ancient Sumeru saying goes, rote knowledge bears no fruit until it is watered with the showers of wisdom. With that in mind, there is a phenomenon in this land known as the Sign of Apausha. It is a celestial mark that burns in response to an all too ardent desire for the truth. In that sense, perhaps it's more fitting to call it a sign of truth instead. The records of this ancient kingdom state there are several large subterranean lakes in Conria, clear and calm as mirrors, whose surfaces reflect the true stars. This is because the sign of truth created in the water is able to bypass the false sky and connect to the outer universe.
I had no idea.
To observe the gravitational forces and influence of celestial bodies, one must be able to see past the false sky. Only by obtaining these cosmic parameters can one predict the fate of this world. Now, my task for you is as follows. 1. Find the Open a sign of truth in front of the gate to Khaenri'ah.
The rest is a bunch of stuff about the ceremony the old hag came up with to summon this thing.
Yeah, all these planetary trajectories and runes. Paimon's not even gonna try to make sense of it. So, what do you say, Mona? Are you gonna attempt it?
Well, I hate to admit it, but it looks like the parameters she came up with could work. Frankly, this prospect is quite exciting, and heading back now will just cost me another night of lodging, so no better time than the present. Emissaries of the enduring stars, wanderers over ecliptic and equatorial planes, radiant celestial brethren. Traverse the twisted paths of the cavernous void. I, Mona Magistus the Astrologist, invoke the power of Hydro to balance the scales. By wisdom and truth, let the thirst be relieved. I, Mona Magistus, the Astrologist, summon you, O stars, to stand before me!
Did it work? Ah! Monsters! How did that happen?
No dice. The sign of truth only opened long enough for the monsters to slip through. Darn it. I didn't get a glimpse of the real stars at all. Whatever. I'll just take it out on you! The ceremony failed, but the old hag's new theory seems workable. I have a better grasp of hydromancy now. And the perfect test subjects to test it on.
No clue where I am.
Watch out! Kay! New life!
Shadows of... decided by destiny! Controlled breathing! On my mark!
Watch out! Kay!
Let me scribe. Fate is upon you.
Phew! That's that!
Well, the old hag said to open the third letter once it was all said and done. But I couldn't make it work. So, should I still open it?
You know, Paimon thinks she understands your dynamic a lot better now. Look, she didn't say you had to successfully complete the ceremony, so you can open it. It'll be fine.
I guess. All the same, I doubt she has anything nice to say.
If you're reading this, it means you attempted to open the sign of truth. Seriously, I can't believe you actually tried it.
What are you laughing at, you old hag?
Khaenri'ah was home to several lakes of stars, rendering the fabric of space in that area comparatively unstable. As a result, attempts to break through the firmament through non-physical means were more likely to succeed. In any case, I knew this place was well hidden and wouldn't be frequented by too many people. As such, any negative effects of failing to open the sign of truth would remain small scale. And of course, as my student, I felt sure you would have the chops to deal with the abyssal creatures that roam beyond the false sky. Even if you couldn't beat them, I am certain you could outrun them. You always were fast on your feet. Ah, connecting hydromancy to the kind of wisdom that quenches thirst. Truly, my genius knows no bounds. The practical application of the scry glass has also reduced disturbances caused by the false sky. I'd like to see Alice try and top that.
The face of Mona. Where is it? I gotta find out. Also, I didn't check what set she was using, or anyone else for that matter. Except, of course, I checked the Klee set.
Hurry up, Grassa!
Given previous results, I should make a few adjustments to the experiment and ensure that the materials and equipment are all in order. As for the potion I need to make... Oh, Traveler, Paimon, what brings you here?
That's a different voice, isn't it? It's really unfortunate. She was nice.
We're here to help with your task. We wanted to see if you could use some extra hands.
My task? Oh, you mean the one Mr. Albedo told me about? The one from the Hexen Circle? Well, you're just in time. The experiment is ongoing, and I was just about to work on it.
Ongoing? So, you've been working on it all this time?
Yes. It aligns with other research topics I've been working on, so it hasn't been too much extra work. Still...
What? Is there a problem with the experiment?
I've been unsuccessful so far.
Oh, so it keeps failing, huh?
It's not as simple as just failing. The whole theoretical framework behind this task is a bit more complicated than I imagined.
Oh, right! You still haven't told us what kind of experiment it is.
One meant to develop a potion that can transform sweet flowers into a variant 16 times its normal size. That is to say, the formulation of Botanical Augmentation Reagent Type 4, Iteration 7. As you can probably guess, this is my 7th time running the experiment.
Wow! So, basically, we need to make growth serum. Or the 7th version of one.
Well, yeah. That's about right. This is my 7th attempt, but I didn't make many adjustments to the formula this time, because both the theoretical principles behind this experiment and the products of the process prove there's nothing wrong with it.
But you haven't succeeded yet, right?
Yes, I'm thinking that it's not my current formula that is wrong, per se, but rather, some other key element is missing.
Oh! Then Paimon knows just what to do. Well, that's why we're helping out. Wait a second! Paimon is not an ingredient!
We could try. It's just... I would need to adjust the ratios in the original formula, and that might make the potion even more unstable.
No! We are not trying that! Just show us the original!
Here it is. That said, I'm still missing 2 ingredients.
Now that we can help with. What do we need to get?
I need spring water from Springvale to use as the base, as well as Eye of the Storm fragments. But that last one could be tricky.
We've got this! Let's go!
Let's tackle the Eye of the Storm first.
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down. Take it.
Adventurers Guild. Welcome. How can I help you?
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right. But most importantly, you have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
Nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet. Yes, I'll post the commission at the Adventurers Guild.
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime?
Welcome. How can I help you? I guess I'll post the commission at the Adventurers Guild. neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet. The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down, take a deep breath, and wolf it down in one go.
Welcome. How can I help you?
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right. But most importantly, you have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet. The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial
Strength
port
is
in
one of
all
those
Tibet.
things where you gotta use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime?
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
Valeria Rodriguez and Anonymous.
I'm Sucrose, a researcher of alchemy. I heard you've been to a lot of places, so I was wondering if you... What am I saying? It's only our first time meeting, I shouldn't trouble you. But if you're willing, I'd love to hear any stories you have about your adventures. I'd really like that.
Breathy and light. High resonance.
Running late again!
Absurd! A turning point
You two work fast. That step usually takes me forever. We can get the spring water down there.
Raspy. A bit lower. Intonation is similar. Not as breathy.
Running late again.
The high quality of Springvale's waters makes for a stable potion-making ingredient.
That's all we needed, right?
Yes. Let's head back.
Okay, this one is much better. At least feels much better. Still, her voice is lower a bit.
All right. The ingredients are ready and the cauldron is just over there, so we should be good to go. But,
Yeah, and she does feel more mature. Her intonations. Valeria felt much more, innocent in her delivery.
Is something wrong?
No. It's just... Do you mind if I watch from the side? Just for the purposes of accurate recording, I mean. I know lots of people don't like being scrutinized during experiments, so...
A bit stiff, also. A bit stiff delivery. Like, she's not giving it 100%.
Thanks. Then, I'm ready to go whenever you are. I'll make sure to take detailed notes, too. So, are you ready to start the experiment?
Okay, let's leave her here. I'm just not gonna bother. That's annoying. I really liked her voice and currently still like her voice. And maybe it should just stay. Not completely changed.
What was that? Oh, it's gone. Can I go take a look? I just need a moment to quickly take down some notes. I haven't been out in a while. The windmills are spinning faster than usual today. Hey, do you think if an animal put a propeller on its back and started running, do you think the propeller would make it run faster? Or even fly?
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
I hate Genshin Impact community. At least the Reddit community. So high and mighty. Voice actors refuse to work. Boo-hoo. I mean, they fought for what they thought was right. Yeah, like anti-SJW movement or something. They fought a good fight. They lost. That is quite unfortunate.
I am Kuching, Yuheng of the Liyue Qixing. We live in an era of change, as the old order that has existed for 1,000 years is about to be rewritten. Join me. Let us bear witness to this historical moment together. Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go. I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it. In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there. Quite a downpour. Nothing will get done until it clears. Let this be a lesson to those who yesterday said I'll do it tomorrow. Thunder and lightning can be quite frightening, but don't worry. Liyue's storm and fire defenses are second to none. Don't worry. Snowfall on this scale is no impediment. We can keep moving. Ah, the sun is out. Our work's done for the day. Shall we take a stroll?
Oh, interesting.
Morning. Time to set the tone for the rest of the day. So if you're still feeling sleepy, shake it off.
The overwork queen. Cake queen. Actually does have something to say. Honestly, well... Oh, God. I don't like that they're anonymous. It pretty much says that they understand the implication. Like, you shouldn't voice this character? It can go blow a lot of hate your way. I mean, compared to what Lycon's VA currently is. Those are really missing the mark. But I don't know, maybe Genshin does use some AI.
Hurry up, Grassa!
I'm really annoyed by this. Adsorption is the adhesion of atoms or molecules from gas, liquid, and dissolved solid to surface. Adsorption. I thought she said absorption. Окей. Адсорбция. Да. Самопроизвольный процесс увеличения концентрации растворенного вещества у поверхности раздела двух фаз. Твердая фаза жидкость. Концентрированная фаза газ. Конденсированная фаза газ. Вследствие нескомпенсированности сил межмолекулярного взаимодействия на разделе фаз. Адсорбция является частным случаем сорбции и процесс обратной адсорбции. Десорбция, сорбция, поглощение твердым телом либо жидкостью различных веществ из окружающей среды. Угу. Мандарин. Russian Wikipedia.
Adsorption test.
Russian Wikipedia is the goat.
Exactly.
Or maybe it was about stain anonymous. Why did they recast Kinich? That's really weird. Why did they change Lucy's way? Why did they change Sucrose's way? Not Sucrose's, but you know, Sukaku's way. I can't wrap my head around this. Alright, I'm just gonna. Convert this one more time and switch to this. Would you look at that, Game Time Tracker actually started to work. For some reason only today. It didn't work yesterday. And only for Genshin Impact so far. Yes. It doesn't see Zone Zero. Meeting days. Specific amounts of $391. Doesn't count. Growth plan. Upgrade. $300. Some monochromes. Okay, how much do I expect?
I'll give you a hand.
In that case. No. €4. 57. Okay, so 177 to up 7, I can purchase 5? Inclusive 30 days. Can only purchase when its remaining effective period is less than 170 and days. Okay. Okay, so 179 or 150? Definitely. Okay, so no, it's then I can purchase for 87, 117, 147, 177. So 120. That's only half. Why did I do it here? I'm an idiot. Should have checked the dog first. Let's go. What if I bought a pizza? I'm so annoyed. What's the time on record? Uh-huh. I see. It's 8 hours. That's fine. Okay, I'm go quickly get the food. Enjoy myself a bit. Well, the usual. That was a bad idea. It was a really bad idea. Just drop my fence here. Oh. Second sock. No clue. No at all. Aha. It is in the pant. It is in the respective pant. Какая разница? Совершай, 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 совершай ошибки. Выйди из комнаты, baby. Behave. Прямо выйти из комнаты. Okay, first. We might actually go to the regular shops if I have the time. I probably don't. Maybe just Так-то. На ценнике написано, что оно 42 рубля и со скидкой 32 рубля.
Ну.
Я пробил их, если от 4 штук покупаешь, я пробиваю 4 раза 180 рублей.
180 рублей. Это 45.
По 45, а там 45 вообще цена не была указана. А там 45 вообще цена не была указана даже.
Ну так и что получилось-то?
Ну, я...
Взял ценник?
Я, короче, да, вырывал кошелек свой из рук мошенника, пытавшегося меня ограбить.
Понятно.
Успешно вырвал.
Нет, ну в таком случае идешь на кассу с чеком, который
Не,
там...
ну, я это говорю. Так, в общем...
А что у тебя еще будут? 3 вещи.
Да, 3 вещи.
А 3?
Ищи.
Не вижу. Ой. Наверное, все съела.
Что, нашла?
Нет.
Я тебе подсказываю, оно на столе.
Точно бутылка. На тебе еще.
Меня так и не интересует.
Маша тебя не угощала?
Угощала. Я съел одну с вишней, и мне хватило.
Чего тебе носки, Дим? Потом растеряем все.
Но это свежее. Они не растираются. Это свежее.
Ну ты их не будешь надевать?
Буду, но не сейчас.
Ну так давай на место положи.
Нет.
Они ж чистые.
Нет, не дам. Не важно.
Пуговицы. Пойдем, Ась. Знаешь, что это бунту есть.
Вот это, я думаю, тебе тоже захочется попробовать.
Горбуши. Цена нашла.
Я особо не искал, они сверху лежат.
Ну что, тебе греть вот это?
Да.
А это тоже 5?
Да.
Сейчас все с стебулаской. 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 Дурак, конечно.
Ты А черт его знает. Откуда ты знаешь, что она
соленая? Это
соленая?
мокрая. Видишь, блестит.
Мам, ну масло же есть, должно быть.
The rapid and extremely high daze application, while also massively increasing the enemy's stun damage multiplier. Let's begin with Chingy's unique resource, Flash Connect Voltage. It is as per usual indicated right below her HP bar and caps out at 100%. Guess it would be weird if it wouldn't after all. If the bar reaches 75% or higher, however, the bar turns orange and Chingy then enters the Flash Connect state. While in the Flash Connect state, Chingy gains access to her health basic attack Enchanted Moonlit Blossoms. Holding down her basic attack will have Chingy perform a series of strikes, inflicting a good chunk of damage and a large amount of daze. The last strike is referred to as Finishing Strike, and releasing the basic attack button early will make Chingy directly perform said last strike. If attacked right before doing so, Chingy will then also trigger a perfect dodge, and this will become very relevant in just a bit. Using her health basic attack will then also consume all Flash Connect voltage she currently has, and the damage and daze dealt by this attack will then be increased by up to 25 and 12.5% respectively, depending on how much Flash Connect voltage above 75% she has had. Lastly, as for her basics, Chingy features a 4-part basic attack string, with the third hit being infinitely loopable by simply holding or spamming her basic attack. Releasing the basic attack will then transition directly into her basic 4. Her basic 3 is integral to her kit and hence will be used more than just frequently. Additionally, most of her relevant skills directly lead into said basic 3. And also, this thing exists, but we will never use it, so we forget that it exists. When Chingy lands the finishing strike of her Flash Connect state held basic attack, she will apply 5 stacks of subjugation to the enemy. If she does so while also triggering a perfect dodge, she will then apply 10 stacks instead. Subjugation is kept at 20 stacks and lasts until the enemy recovers from stun. Because of that, we want to make sure to trigger perfect dodge twice with her held basic and apply 20 stacks in between each stun window. For each stack, the enemy's stun damage multiplier is then increased by 4%, hence capping out at a maximum of 80% additional stun damage. Chingy's dodge counter is quick, deals a good chunk of daze and damage, and directly transitions into her basic 3. We will use this very frequently, but that also is all there is to say about it. Her quick assist, defensive assist, and assist follow-up all do what we expect them to do, but both her quick assist and assist follow-up directly transition into her basic 3 as well. We will not use her special, and her EX special does what we expect it to do. However, we can also hold her EX special rather than just simply pressing it, increasing the damage and daze and anomaly dealt while also granting her more Flash Connect voltage at the cost of an additional 20 energy per second held, as well as an increased animation time. And lastly, her EX also leads directly, unsurprisingly, into her basic 3. Her chain does what a chain is supposed to do, and so does her ultimate. Her ultimate does instantly grant her 75 Flash Connect voltage, however, and we should hence use it right after fully depleting her resource bar. As a side note on her chain attack, it does gain up to a 60% damage bonus, but outside of a very specific use case with primarily Yijuan's ultimate cancel technique, we will actually rarely use it. To lastly finish her kit overview, Chingy requires either an attack agent or one of the same faction, and if that condition is fulfilled, her basic attacks gain a 20% daze bonus. In addition, she gains up to 600 flat combat attack, 6 for each point of impact over 120. Means we would need 220 impact to max this out, and because this does include combat impact after all, it is realistic to do so for most premium weapons. However, her additional ability matters surprisingly not a lot, so we are totally fine simply not activating it, as she would sometimes stun too far for certain teams anyway. Most of her days comes from her basics, ultimate and EX special, and because of that our skill priority will be core into basics, followed by her EX and chain, and lastly her dodge and assist. Depending on how much you parry and dodge, and hence also depending a lot on the matchup, this can shift massively, however, making it worth to level all of her skills. Her quick assist follow-up EX special and dodge counter all directly lead into her basic 3, so her combo is, well, do any of the first and then spam basic. Because we can infinitely loop this with her dodge counter, this is the most effective way of filling up her Flash Connect voltage. If Flash Connect is above 75%, we hold her basic attack. Ideally, we do so triggering a perfect dodge, and we can then follow up with her ultimate into another health basic if available. As a stunner, she has no real combos for that matter, so I suppose this section is just really short. She is incredibly simple to play up.
It's showtime!
Calculating stunners is always interesting. Her signature is theoretically her best in slot across both daze and damage, but it does have some ramp-up time to it. Blazing Laurel and even Fossilized Core both have higher potential in terms of daze, but sometimes we just don't want higher daze. Honestly, the biggest selling point her signature has is the generic 20% damage bonus. Personally, just choose whatever you have. She already stuns super fast anyway, and she really does not. need her signature. Her usual best in slot is a 4-piece King of the Summit, with her 2-piece being ideally either of Shockstar Disco if you are in need of more days, or a 2-piece Woodpecker Electro if you cannot hit the 50% crit rate requirement of King of the Summit without it. Within certain team comps, such as Yugo, who runs double stunners, other 4-piece options such as Astral Voice, Swing Jazz or Protopunk will work as well, but most of the time we really just want to stick to a 4-piece King of the Summit. As per usual, adapt your builds to the current team. We are looking at crit rate in slot 4, electric damage attack percent or pen ratio in slot 5, and impact in slot 6. There really isn't much to say here. The most important part is to hit the 50% crit rate requirement of King of the Summit if we run it. This is also true for our substats, and hence we focus on crit rate until at least 50% in the stat screen, then crit damage into attack percent, and lastly flat pen and flat attack. Frankly, her damage doesn't really matter too much, so while you can always make her deal more damage, really just focus on the crit rate first and foremost. Save your resources for other higher requirement stunners such as Dylan or Jufufu, or, you know, just farm better discs for your DPS instead. Chingy's Mindscape 1 is actually pretty good. Faster resource accumulation helps her massively, as she already requires more field time than many characters would like, and a 15% defense threat is always nice to have and universal to be used as well. Well, that is unless you play her in her best team, which is a Rupture team that does not care about defense. In that case, she at least gains the 20% crit rate for herself, and she can profit from shorter field time. If you play her with Yijuan, honestly, her M1, in my opinion, is not really worth it. Her Mindscape 2 increases the stun damage multiplier she provides from a maximum of 80 to 108%. Honestly, it is okay. Given how expensive it is to get to Mindscape 2, personally, I do not find this to be worth it. Her M3 and M5 exist, and because they increase her days dealt even further, they might actually hinder your gameplay, as you are likely to find yourself stunning way too fast now for most agents, such as Yijuan. Her M4 doesn't matter, and her M6 is such a massive personal damage gain that DPS Chingyi is not only real but actually viable. Please note that these calculations reflect her personal damage and not team damage. You also probably want to actually build and play your Chingyi as a DPS at M6, but I did not adjust my calcs for that as I do not have an M6 Chingyi to test with. So it will be more than just those 40% you see here. Anyway.
I'm sure I will get the
Promise to tell me if anything's wrong, okay?
Frankly, the only other option that is better than Chingyi for Yijuan would be Dylan. But without Dylan, Chingyi is the second best in slot stunner for Yijuan. She also works super well with Hadomasa and Sujuan, and Nicole is off.
Who? Sujuan? Juan.
Be Dylan. But without Dylan, Chingyi is the second best in slot stunner for Yijuan. She also works super well with Hadomasa and Sujuan, and Nicole is often the best in slot choice for those two as well. Technically, Chingyi fits into a lot of different teams such as Seed, Zambi, Neko, Alan Corrin or Yugo, but it should also be mentioned that she is heavily outclassed by other choices in those. However, if you are a newer player and you are severely lacking stunners, it is at least an option I do want to mention, and in that case she might be actually worth getting. Generally, Chingyi has a lot of teams, but she is basically never the best in slot choice, which is a good point to start the pros and cons with. Well, yeah, Chingyi does have a lot of teams, but is effectively never the best in slot choice. Although I do want to say that I cannot judge and speak for Hadomasa specifically. Chingyi is also relatively expensive to invest into if you want to get the most days and damage out of her. She is pretty simple to play and can also stun extremely quickly. Sometimes just too quickly. She has a good range of weapons to choose from and does not need her signature. Her field time requirement is too high for many characters, and Chingy's Mindscape 1 is also one of the reasons that kept her relevant for a while, making it one of the better Mindscapes to obtain, but it does also not matter for Yijuan teams. And with that, we are at the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, leave a comment on your thoughts on Chingy and her current state, and of course, join the Discord. A special thanks to my YouTube and Patreon members who make this
Haven't even started cooking properly and I'm already. Shouldn't have started with cheesecake. Yeah, I'm not going to eat right now. Not anymore. Oh, I have eaten enough. Когда остынет, не надо перемешивать. Ждать, когда остынет, поставь стул. Просто. А чуть. Ну, наверное, потому что я понял, что я наелся чистым. Да.
I have 1 week to learn everything I can about physics simulations and games by coding my own engine from scratch. Physics engines are the core to games like World of Goo, Unravel, The Floor is Jelly, Line Rider, and a casual game that I play literally every day, Skate or Don't. So in this video, I will attempt 10 stages of difficulty using just simple intuition and one easy math concept. The goal, to recreate my favorite game in my brand new homemade physics engine. So the foundation of everything I'm going to do starts here at level 1. I just have to make a bouncing ball. I've done this a million times, so we'll fly through this one. It starts with a circle, and it has a position, a size, and of course a speed. To simulate the circle moving, we just add the speed to its position every frame. And then we run that at like 60 frames per second, and now we've got movement! We'll make it bounce off the sides of the screen before inventing gravity. So for the ground, you'd think the best way to do this would be to, say, if the circle's Y position is below the ground, minus the radius of the ball, then just reverse its Y speed, right? You'd think so, but if I place things just right, it does this. Why? Well, because numbers in computers are not precise, and in this very specific case, if you add 4.1 to the position here, and then subtract 4.1 on the way back up, a tiny precision error causes the circle to still be underground, and it just keeps reversing its speed forever. Not what we want. Well, I'm mentioning this now because in Infinite Bounce, one of my first games I made when I was 12, I used this exact same logic, and I was always so confused why this happened on some levels. The circle would just sometimes stick to a wall out of nowhere. Well, now I know. But this will happen even more when we add gravity and friction, so we do need to fix this issue now. We'll just only detect the collision if the circle is moving towards the ground. We can also force the circle to be above the ground when it collides, and that should fix the issue. When I made Infinite Bounce, I had no idea how to add angled walls, but that's because I didn't know about the most overpowered formula in physics simulations, dot products. Oh, how I love dot products. In games, this simple formula helps calculate collisions, make shadows, shade objects, create reflections. It's used everywhere, because just look at it, it's so simple. x1 times x2 plus y1 times y2. That's it. This is how I visualize a dot product. First, I imagine an arrow placed in the center of space, pointing in some direction. It always has a length of 1. Then, I imagine a second point in space, and what the dot product tells me is, how far in the direction of the arrow is this point? Like, if the arrow is pointing straight up, it tells me how high up the point is. If the arrow is pointing to the side, the dot product tells me how far in that direction the point is. So if we place the arrow pointing away from the ground, suddenly we know exactly how far away our point is from the ground, no matter what angle it's at, thanks to dot products. And this arrow is called the ground's normal vector. So now we can detect when a circle is close enough to the ground to collide using a dot product. To make it bounce in the right direction, we just need to look at how much of the circle's speed is going in the normal direction and how much of it is sliding along the ground. Hey, look, more dot products. Okay, we just reverse the part going in the normal direction and do nothing with the part that's going in the sliding direction. Or, well, we can reduce it a little bit due to friction. Then we just throw in a little gravity to the vertical speed and reduce the bounce speed by some percentage so it loses energy over time. We'll call this restitution because we're fancy like that. A high restitution is like a bouncy ball. It keeps almost all of its energy. And low restitution is kind of like a hacky sack where it loses everything to sound and heat. Perfect collisions with angled walls. Take that, 12-year-old me, and 13-year-old me who tried again but gave up and turned the broken physics into a sponge. This was my screensaver era. The sponge is a screensaver. All right, but what about bouncing off of corners? I mean, this is the last piece needed for a circle to bounce off of any shape. And my approach is to split each shape into individual line segments, and then split each line segment into 3 sections. The middle part can be handled just like we did in level 2. And then the trick with the end pieces is that the normal direction is literally just pointing in the direction of our circle. All we have to do is detect which piece of the line segment the circle's in. In other words, its distance along the line. In other words, we take the dot product. If the dot product is negative, we're on one end. And if it's between 0 and the length of the line, it's in the middle part. And if the dot product is bigger than the length of the line, we're on the other end. Now we can have any shape we want. And it works way better than my attempt when I was 16 years old, which moves the ball in the normal direction rather than correctly bouncing across it. Look, I didn't know about dot products back then. How could I have possibly conquered level 3 physics without that knowledge? Circles still aren't colliding with each other. When circles collide, the first thing we'll notice is that their normal direction is just the distance between them. That's pretty simple. Using our normal direction and sliding direction, we can get how much of the speed goes into the bouncing and how much goes into the friction. Instead of the circle reflecting its own speed, though, we need to consider the relative speeds between the two circles. Think about it. If a circle is not moving, but it gets hit by another one coming in really fast, if we subtract the relative speed between them, the fast circle stops and the stationary circle takes all the speed, just like in real life. This is called an elastic collision. Some collisions are less elastic, and instead of bouncing, they'll just kind of stick to each other more. They both end up with the average speed of the two. So we can implement both of these collision types and then have restitution be the slider between the two. Oh, and this code reduces down nicely if you prefer that. We should now have circle collisions. If you look really closely, you can see that they're squishing together weirdly. We can fix that. Instead of running the simulation at 60 FPS, we'll run it at literally 20 times faster. And there we go, way more stable. When we can connect two circles with a spring, suddenly that unlocks objects and structures, ropes and cloth simulations, and way more. And it's surprisingly super easy. I have a new spring class that takes in two circles and a target length. Every step of the simulation, we just propel the objects closer to that target length. I got the best results by not just using the circle's position for this, but their predicted position 10 steps ahead. This helps prevent the spring from overshooting and vibrating out of control. There's probably a better way to adjust that, but this works fine for me at least. Game dev is an art, after all. We can now connect circles with springs to create ropes, and it all just kind of works. It's how I made those tree animations in my PowerPoint video, and in a way how I created wetclap.com. Except that's only in one dimension, not 2D. And in the intro music of this very video, I used a new plugin called Anukari, which runs a spring simulation to create sounds. It's so cool. If you add structural support beams inside of the object, instead of it being like a cloth, it becomes a soft body. There's really nothing new to code here. We can just model a cool looking shape and let it loose in zero gravity to see it bounce around. Basically, our physics simulation is at the point where it can do a lot of fun stuff just by us tweaking values and combining elements in creative ways. One creative thing we can do is make new points grow in between existing links. This is called differential growth, and it can create some really organic looking structures. Here are some things that I made using differential growth in the past. I'm not sure if any games actually use this specific concept, but hey, if no one else will, maybe I should. Now, I want to tackle something that I've never succeeded at before: rigid body collision. The last time I tried, it looked like this. I gave up really quickly. Since then, I've often heard of an algorithm called separating axis theorem, which can detect collisions between convex shapes, meaning shapes that don't have indents. The idea is, for every side of the two objects, you cast their shadows onto its normal direction, using dot products. If you can find a side where the shadows don't overlap, then the objects aren't colliding. But if you can't find one, then the side where the objects are overlapping the least, that's generally the side where the collision's happening. Then, to find the exact point where they're colliding, well, I actually had a really hard time with this, so for now I just picked the closest point that both shapes share, using a dot product. What followed were hours and hours and days of debugging, flipping random signs, realizing I implemented collision detection wrong, and generally getting so confused about what in the world was happening with these poor shapes. And finally, I ended up with, well, a half-baked solution that is still wrong. But hey, way better than my last attempt, so take that, 19-year-old me. The good news is, I don't really need perfect rigid bodies to make an homage to my favorite game. In this level, I'll recreate the Skate or Don't player controls. The skater character is a set of circles connected with springs. We can make a simplified version of it using 2 connected circles as the skateboard, connecting them together to form legs, and then supporting the torso with invisible springs. Same thing with the head. The arms are really interesting because in the original game, they can either be in the up position or the down position. To replicate this, I took inspiration from compliant mechanisms like the hinge on the ketchup bottle. So there's an invisible node that the hand is linked to, and the hand is in a stable state when it's either above or below it. Nice. Finally, I added controls, which affects the various spring lengths, so you can lean, crouch, and jump. Whee! Can you make it to the top of my obstacle course? It's frustratingly inconsistent and poorly designed. So in the past week, I already made it further into physics simulations than I ever had before, by a lot. But I know there's so much more to explore. Alex Austin, the developer of Skate or Don't, has specialized in making games with physics simulations for decades. He made 3D human simulations and vehicle controllers, added the Magnus effect for better golf ball simulation, coded physics for multiplayer, and made the world's first bridge building game. He's a legend. And yet, early on, he mentioned being frustrated by the rotations of rigid bodies. We all start somewhere, and while I could have just plopped in someone else's physics simulation code, like using Box 2D, I wouldn't have gotten the opportunity to walk the path of one of my heroes, and I think that's pretty valuable. Subscribe, check out my Patreon, and I'll see you next month. Bye! Man, do I love dot products. Whoa!
Excellence. Oh, that's cool.
That's me, and that's my cake catapult. I have a lot to explain. This video was meant to be just a simple metaphor about what exactly makes games fun, but it somehow became a multi-month research project about the philosophy, psychology, and physiology of fun, where I analyzed 100 of my own games across 37 indicators, asked you guys what you find fun, then put it all to the test as I designed and built a cake launcher in my apartment, all for this moment. Let's go. Well, as with all fun things, we'll have to work our way up to it. This is... Alright, the philosophy of fun. My first thought was that maybe someone already put together a full list of things that are scientifically fun. I could just list those and this video would be easy. But here I am, investigating fun in my own weird way. Look, it's the Cake Launchinator. Right, so the closest thing to a list would be frameworks that categorize desires. So if a game fulfills these desires, it could be more likely to be fun. For example, we got Schwartz's value theory, which asked over 60,000 people globally what's valuable to them. Some of these values are great for games, like the quest for achievement, power, self-direction, stimulation. I mean, under the definition of stimulation, which is excitement, novelty, and challenge, most games actually apply very well to that. But anyway, when you get things like benevolence, universalism, and conformity, which boy, I can't wait to open up GTA to conform and be benevolent. Yeah, I don't know if all of these values are describing fun per se, but I guess people roleplay as regular schmoes in GTA Online, so I guess that's a thing. And I was a full-time developer on a game called Golden Treasure, The Great Green, which is about surviving as a dragon hatchling. And that one is immersive and spiritual and tries to connect you with nature thanks to the beautiful writing by Ludwig. So games can appeal to these deeper values in a fun way. So I did an analysis. So games tries to connect you with as a dragon hatchling. And that one is immersive and spiritual and tries to connect you with nature thanks to the beautiful writing by Ludwig. So games can appeal to these deeper values in a fun way. So I did an analysis on all my games, and the results are in. All 10 of Schwartz's values correlate with how fun my games are, which is kind of impressive to me. Most obviously, games that are less stimulating are just less fun in general. In fact, I think excitement, novelty, and challenge, which is the definition of stimulating, are not only great reasons why games are fun, but it's also why I like developing games and practicing art in general. So to put this in practice, I impulse bought a bunch of wood for the first time, and I'm gonna build something because it's novel, and I'm excited for the challenge of turning this into something stimulating. I also checked if my games are more fun if they have 2 or 3 or 4 Schwartz values. And yeah, they are. Games having no Schwartz values, 0, averaged 1.6 out of 10 fun. That's a terrible score. Games having just 1 Schwartz value, rated 3.5 out of 10, not bad. And games that had 5 or more Schwartz values, averaged 6.5 stars. Yeah, I should probably mention I did not rate my own games very highly, so 6.5 stars is actually pretty good. You always gotta leave room for improvement, you know? All right, here's another framework called the Octalysis framework. It's meant to be a tool to gamify products, so it's super corporate and makes me question the actual research behind it, but that's why it's under the philosophy section. Again, a lot of it seems to just sound right. It says accomplishment is fun, creativity is fun, curiosity is fun. I mean, I think games appeal to all those things, yeah. So let's put it through the same test. The category that Octalysis seemed most accurate on was, strangely, scarcity and impatience.
Promise to tell me if
But it captures the idea that a game is more fun if it shows you up front what you could win. The drive to obsess over what we can see
Number
but
0,
cannot have.
Bambi.
Laying out the expectations like this avoids confusion, and confusion is the enemy of fun. How's that for philosophy? In any case, just like Schwartz's framework, the more parts of Octalysis that a game has, the more fun it seems to be. In fact, every one of my games that had nothing on the Octalysis checklist were rated 1 out of 10 fun. The lowest possible score. So even if these philosophical frameworks are mostly marketing tools at this point, something does seem true about them. And I suspect that might be because of the underlying psychological frameworks behind them. The most esteemed psychological framework about fun is probably self-determinism theory. It's a collection of theories built up by many, many studies since the 1970s and 80s, and it identifies autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Autonomy? Where's he going? Get back here. What are you doing? Autonomy clearly likes feeling like it has control, like its decisions have an impact and they matter. Autonomy also likes being creative. As you can probably imagine, autonomy likes open world games, sim games, things that make you say, yeah, I caused this. I think games with level editors are really appealing to autonomy, but I haven't really made any games with level editors. There are, of course, my 2D Minecraft games, which very much appeal to autonomy because the player is in total control over what to do next. But the only other game I made where you manipulate a level in a relatively autonomous way is Bouncers. It's one of my first games, made in 2008. You can even autonomously decide which song plays in the background. But it's really simple. You just drag these walls around the screen to prevent the bouncing balls from colliding with the red barriers. Most of the levels you can just cheese by trapping the ball in the corner, but honestly that kind of feels like you're outsmarting the game, which makes Autonomy happy. The best designed level is this one, where it kind of forces you to play Pong to win. Autonomy is a huge reason why I like making games and music and art in general. It just feels incredible to be able to create whatever I want. And the cool thing about Autonomy is, even if a game doesn't provide you with any control or freedom, the simple choice to play the game in the first place is your autonomous decision. So I'm going to choose to let this cake generator decide my fate. I made this when I was like 12. Welcome to Cake Maker. Your cake is ready. Hooray! Yeah. All right, I never baked a cake before, so I'm kind of excited to let this decide what I'll make. Here we go. Ooh. So we got vanilla. We got chocolate inside, frosting, sprinkles. Yep, makes sense to me. I never baked a cake before, so I'm excited. Competence. It loves to get smarter.
Better, faster, stronger.
So technically competence is supposed to be an internal realization, but games try to trick us into feeling competent all the time, using things like leaderboards, achievements, stats, difficulty, leveling. But as long as it feels earned, it still works. A couple years back, I released my collector's bundle, which is a collection of my best games. The one thing they all have in common is that they have achievements, and you can track all of your achievements in one place, which ends up feeling pretty good. It's designed to reward the ultimate feeling of competence by the end, but hey, no one actually completed it yet, so I guess some achievements are simply too hard. On that note, I'd say one important thing about competence in games is that it's so easy to accidentally invoke a sense of incompetence, which can obviously feel demotivating. Okay, first of all, turns out 2x4s are actually 1.5s by 3.5s. So now I have to go back and redo the designs a little bit, but part of the learning process. But second of all, I thought this battery-powered drill would be able to work, but it's just so weak. I tried to use a manual screwdriver for it, but that was also nearly impossible. So then I got a real drill for grown-ups. It's time for me to do it the right way, right? And then right after that, I broke the bit already. I was truly learning the hard way. I powered through. It all hinges on this. In terms of competence, some games are much more straightforward, like Super Hexagon. You get better, you get further. Competence is super easy to quantify just by how long you avoid the obstacles. The earliest competence-related game design trick I remember learning is about how arcade games often add extra zeros to your score to make it feel more impressive. The earliest pinball machines back in the 1930s, if you remember back then, had static scores in the tens of thousands, even though like a score of 10 would have been exactly the same thing. It was all to trick our minds. Now Wikipedia says this is why pinball machines were nicknamed Máquinas del Millón in Spanish, but I'm pretty sure that nickname is actually due to people generalizing the early pinball machine in Spain called Millón. Wikipedia. Out of my own stuff, games with large score multipliers or extra zeros were on average ranked just 10% higher than games with uninflated scoring. But yeah, competence. It makes skill feel good. The third and final motivator of the self-determinism theory is relatedness. Relatedness here loves feeling emotional comfort, community, and social attachment. So co-op games like It Takes Two appeal a lot to relatedness because you're working together to conquer tasks. But it doesn't have to be multiplayer games. Moments where you're taking care of your village and Animal Crossing can absolutely feel equally comforting. You'd sacrifice everything for these guys, wouldn't you? Out of my own games, well, surprisingly, my games that appeal to relatedness actually are less fun than my average game. Go figure. But one interesting one in this category is called Left and Right. It was extremely simple. It's just a single text field where you and a friend over the internet have control over a different side of the keyboard. It was really funny to see what random stuff we'd end up typing together. Zan's Lands is a political gumball. I really eat a lot of Kraft dinner with the side of undercooked lemons. Here are the specific letters that I wrote in green. Game development in itself is difficult, as an understatement, but it kind of makes it all worth it when you see people enjoying your game. It literally makes the work fun in the end, and I'd say that's thanks to relatedness. But yeah, I don't know. Self-determinism theory still feels too abstracted, just like the more philosophical ones that we were looking at earlier, even if it is technically backed by more studies. So no, I think I can only be satisfied with an answer to what is fun by investigating what exactly is happening in my brain when I experience something fun. Turns out, we have brains, sometimes referred to as the most complex structure in the known universe. But a lot of it is driven by neurochemicals and specific processes that we share with our rodent friends and our monkey friends, and they've been researched a lot. Here are the areas of the brain called the reward center. A bunch of areas light up when you're having fun, but ultimately, the nucleus accumbens and the orbitofrontal cortex are the ones coming up with the prediction about how much value you're actually experiencing. If it's exactly as valuable as your brain expected it to be, then you're probably not even having fun at all. But if something is surprisingly valuable, then dopamine is released, which adds meaning to your active memory and makes it a lot more likely for you to do whatever you're doing again in the future. That's why doing the same thing over and over again isn't really fun. Unfortunately, this specific brain system is exploited all the time in chance-based games like slot machines and loot boxes. The dopamine release reinforces that gambling behavior even when the activity is no longer fun or meaningful. But in normal gaming, you'll experience this all the time. In my own games, I usually use random chance to create unique environments or puzzles. For example, in my game Broken Cloud from 2011, flying through a cloud gives you a chance to encounter a cloud diamond, which are valuable. So by the end, the game will very likely inspire you to aim for the clouds, even if they slow you down a bit. That sounded poetic, but it's just the game. I believe all that's due to the dopamine loop, though, which makes it a powerful tool for game design. But this all begs the question, what does the brain even think is valuable? Well, brains like the taste of sugar. That's kind of the go-to reward in science, to study the reward system. But yeah, the nucleus accumbens can react to so many things. Problem solving, meaningful social interactions, awe-inspiring visuals, satisfying stories, the absence of stress, and baking soda. Not baking soda, that's just to make the cake. Maybe that one represents noradrenaline, a neurochemical release during surprising moments that make you enjoy the reward more. Eating chocolate, just like many rewarding things, releases endorphins, just like exercise. Wild mice were found to enjoy running on exercise wheels that were placed in the wild. So we can just kind of assume that they're having fun. Also, slugs were caught using the exercise wheels. Make of that what you will.
Are one with the wind. Right on cue.
In terms of actual brain anatomy, I kind of reached a dead end there. However, there's one physical reaction that I noticed that is pretty strongly linked to primal human enjoyment.
Recalibrating.
About roughly half of humans experience chills regularly in response to pretty specific things. Stuff like specific moments in music, beautiful art and scenery, emotional poetry, and even the solving of a math problem. But for some of you, math probably makes you shudder for a different reason.
But don't worry, I'm making a tape.
But yeah, chills are weird. They're unique to each person, just like fun is unique to each person. I mean, you might enjoy a game more than someone else would. People even enjoy horror games, which can absolutely be chilling, but your prefrontal cortex knows that you're safe. So even when you're terrified, your brain ultimately marks it as thrilling, which is a form of fun. It's kind of beautiful how the full human experience of fun is uniquely personal to you and to me. I mean, just look at all the different reasons that you guys find games fun. A lot of it matches what we talked about, but also a lot of it is abstract and very personal. The way your brain values experiences makes you unique, and what gives us chills is our form of purpose. And let me tell you, standing here at the end of this long project, I'm feeling it. The autonomy to start this project, the competence to learn new things, and the relatedness of our shared experience of fun. And the incoming dopamine rush of an impending reward prediction of sugar, of course.
What you deserve.
This moment is my metaphor of fun. All I have to do is pull this release cord, but my mind is racing.
Move it.
This is it! Over a month of work! Man, when I pull this, it's gonna make such a loud sound and all my neighbors will hear. Oh god. What if I don't catch the cake? I have to catch the cake. It'd be such a mess if I miss. So wait. Have to catch the cake. Pull the release cord. Come on! Say let's go and pull it!
Target locked. Roger that.
Hey, this is for you, Crystal, Lee, Gary, Elixir of Will, ZZOX, and Max S. Thanks for being my patron. Also, it's September 3rd, my birthday.
Down static. Envy. Adjusting for wind. Lose yourself in the music. Right on cue.
What the fuck? It's lower. I don't get it. Physical. Let's go like this. Have no clue what I'm doing.
I shall refine the unclean!
Need a hat? Adjust your breathing. Solid hit. Score one for me. Perfectly symmetrical. Let's dance. You're all riddled with flaws. Watch out! The enemy I'll handle it. Move with the blade. Focus on the target. Blinker strikes to score. For the time field name, I will never lose. No time. Come on! Don't be nervous! Woo! Ha-ha! Hey! Let's have some fun! More fire! Break time! My turn! Yeah! Let's go! Keep it up! Clear your mind! Sorry for stealing your spotlight! Here to dance! with the blade. Your weakness has been exposed. Behold, the most symmetrical swordplay. Adjust your breathing. Time for a surprise! This party is just getting started. Stay on offense. Keep it up.
Purify the world!
I can take him.
Strike! The voice of truth!
Break time! It won't hurt. I'll make it quick. More fire! You're all riddled with flaws. It's time to settle this. Ollie, you're gonna pay. Careful, don't get scared. Need a hand? Like that? Where could they? Don't get scared, no! Fire! Ready for a fiery feast? Focus on the target. Blink your strikes to... Time to split! My turn!
Eternal vigil!
Flurry of thrust! No time to deal with you individually. Apologies.
The dawn of revelation!
Crank it up! Clear your mind. Sorry for stealing your spotlight.
The voice of truth!
Oh no. I have no clue how to do this.
My turn now. Yeah. Are you ready for this? That's as far as you go. Noise, be gone. Here we go.
Understood.
You asked for it. Into the frozen abyss. Relax. My aim is true. Now, little cuties, crush them! Yeah, evade the enemy assault and circle around.
Take this.
Even like a shadow.
A little reward. Why struggle? Rest in peace. That's as far as you go. Noise, be gone. You asked for it. Into the frozen abyss. Rest in peace. Why struggle?
With this power?
Thanatos Storm! Pretty, right?
Noise, be gone. You will rest amidst the ice. Yeah. That's as far as you go.
Drawn from countless legends, melodies, and dreams!
Let me help you chill out. How about I smash it? I knew it. Let's break the ice. Into the frozen abyss. Are you ready for this? You asked for it. Rest in peace. Sleep well.
Close an opening!
Lucia, I'll think. Why struggle? Now, bloom noise, be gone. The next page is the ending.
Want a glass of nitro fuel?
If I give her, you're reliable. Actually. Resistance electric, weakness physical. There's no problem with just
Good day, Lord Phaethon.
something like
Where are we going? I would never
that.
turn down Lord Phaethon.
Item is highly unclean.
Okay. Now it's time for a surprise! Don't underestimate me. How about that? My blade is already sheathed. No room for mercy. Weakling. You're done. Scatter. I swear on my blade. Careful, don't get scared. You better not get my trust dirty. It's over. Come on! Don't be nervous! Oh, for Lord, who dares get between me and Lord Phaethon? My blade is already sheathed. You're done. Don't underestimate me. Weakling. Victory, the only option. It's over. You're done. Don't get scared now! Fire! Oh, for Lord Phaethon! What an eyesore. You don't want to mess with me! No forgiveness! Perfect opportunity. Notice me, Lord Phaethon. We should act now. Purging slash! It's over. Press forward.
A call to purify the world!
My blade is already. Don't underestimate me. Scatter! You're luck to run out! Go, come on! Oh no! Hit my dress dirty and you'll pay.
I swear on my blade.
Elimination score. Because I eliminated them too fast. This is ridiculous.
I am the Eye of Obel.
I'm the Eye of Obel, the blind girl says. This.
I've got your back. I've got you covered. Let's move.
Let my song move everyone.
Down strategy. Target locked. Recalibrating. Pin them down. Show no mercy.
Off balance. It's time.
What you deserve.
Retreat to advance. Now you pay. Wide open.
You're in my...
Move it. Witness the magic of music. Current overload. What you deserve. Engaging. Let the melody move you.
Supporting position. Take the shot. My bullets are one with the wind.
Right on cue. Loyalty.
I'll pierce you through.
Now you pay.
Envy. Envy.
A sound strategy.
Time to
Roger that.
supporting position.
Engaging. Let our souls resonate. Roger that.
Press the advantage. Suppressing fire. Adjusting for wind.
Now you pay. Right on cue.
Fire support ready. This bullet will reach its mark.
Engaging.
Supporting position. Take the shot.
Roger that. Resolve.
Supporting position.
Now you pay.
Okay.
Hang in there, Ambi. I'll get us through. Ether vision activate. Suppressing fire. The melody of combat. Adjusting for wind. Fire support ready.
Lose yourself in the music. This song is dedicated to the world.
The target's exposed. Press the advantage. Take the shot. Ether vision activate.
That was a struggle. I have no clue what to do here. What? Man, this is bullshit. Анье, Алис и Тхари.
Promise to tell me if anything's wrong, okay? I'll show you my real value this time.
This. Really. Just fucking.
I'm here. Need a hand?
I'll give you a hand.
I'm here. Need a hand?
Today's reading is... Ooh, we really harmonize.
Dingada dingada!
Wata anna?
Attack, anomaly, or support. Attack, anomaly, or rupture. Attack, rupture. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Fufu's here.
Hello, Rep 2493 at your service.
Attack or rupture. No, teammate. Whatever.
Time to change shifts, Senior Zhao.
Winning pieces are in place. The enemy's up to no good. Be careful. Intercept. Seal. The enemy looks kind of tough. Receive judgment.
I love her animations.
Witness the magic of music.
Fuck it. I'm being building Zhao as a DPS, I fucking don't care. Бля, я понял.
I'm feeling great. I can totally keep leading the team. The stage is mine. You're not gonna take a breather, darling.
How about a cup of joe? A little bitterness can make life's sweetness all the more satisfying.
Time to farm some money.
Be my guide. Ask the shadow. Here we go.
Are you ready for this?
Hey there, I'm Nivmiz and I like to make games. But beyond games, I'm a big fan of simulations. Whether it's a physics engine, fluid sim, or Boids, I've just always been a massive fan of using code to try to recreate some aspect of the real world. One of my favorite kinds of simulation is the Falling Sand game. You've probably come across one of these before. They used to be pretty common online, and recently they've also had a resurgence because of the game Noita. A few years ago, I made one of these Falling Sand games in Unity, and uploaded a video about it as the first video on my channel. It's since steadily gotten more and more views, which means more and more people have gotten to see the truth. The code for that project was awful. I could barely get the simulation running at 30 FPS on a 120 by 68 pixel screen. But I've learned a lot since then, so today I'm gonna redeem myself by making a blazingly fast Falling Sand simulation. Now, before we can optimize the hell out of this project, we first need to understand exactly how it works. The algorithm for Falling Sand is a type of algorithm called a cellular automaton. Essentially, that just means that every grain of sand is a cell in a grid that has a predefined rule set that tells it how to behave. Famously, to make sand, you only need 3 rules. First, if the pixel below the current sand cell is empty, move there. Second, if that pixel is blocked,
Hello, my name is Kree Gotcha, and I'm the modern day equivalent of a medieval jester. Welcome back to part 2 of 2.5 beta videos. In the first part, we took a look at Yishun Guang, the new physical Void Hunter. Very strong, very good. Really enjoy her. Definitely would pull for her if you haven't watched that video. If you haven't watched that video, go check it out. But today we're going to be looking at Xiao. Xiao is our brand new free S-rank ice defender with a bunch of buffing capabilities. She slots damage. That's what we're gonna do. Other than that, it's funnily enough M0W0, which is very convenient with a free-to-play engine. I'm sure if you gave her a like a limited attacker's W engine, she'd do a lot more damage because it has a higher base attack and you can get more crit rate or more crit damage. The secondary stat, like the advanced stat, not the advanced stat, like the effect is going to be worthless. It's not going to activate because she's a defense unit. So it's more of a stick, a crit stick, pretty much. So we have been running her M0W0. She does have some very good mindscapes. Her M1 is very good for supporting. Not really useful for a DPS because whenever she swaps off field, it's like 15 res shred, which is really good, very good, like 5-star level, like very good mindscape to pull for. But it's not useful for her DPS unless you're quick swapping her a lot. On this team you are, but I wanted to keep this as low cost as possible, so she's going to be M0W0. She's going to be free, so it's up to people's interpretation on whether they want to count her as a cost on your team or if she's no cost. I know a lot of people didn't count Haramasa as a cost because he was given for free for a long time, but I'm in the camp that she's still a limited unit. You're just getting her for free. She should still count towards the team's cost. Other than that, I'm just running standard 4-piece, 2-piece, crit rate, crit damage with Nekomata's Winjin. 4-5-6 is just crit, ice damage, attack. So I've seen a couple of other people thinking about HP for Disc 6, even with a DPS build. And I did test it, and I didn't notice that much of a difference. I think if you can get HP substats, you're fine. It just depends on which, like if you have more attack substats, maybe an HP Disc 6, and if you have more HP substats in attack Disc 6. I have tried to not make this that sweaty. I do have a couple 4 effective substat rolls, but I don't have anything too crazy. I think I have like 3 4s. Other than that, like they kind of all just rolled into crit, so it's kind of a mediocre build, I'm not gonna lie. With her, I think it is her. Yeah, there it is. 1.4 crit rate per 1,000 HP. So at 10k, that's 14. At 11k, that's, oh no, math. Oh my worst nightmare. That's crit rate. Yep. Yeah, I think it's like 16 or 17 or 18. 6, 7, or 8. Something like that. But she gets a lot. I think she's almost at 100 with her buff. So 100, 174 with 2.4k. Attack's a little low, HP's a little low, but she's a weird split scaler. She's not really meant to be doing a lot of damage. She also gives everyone a ton of buffs based off her HP. I had to go skip for a second to clear my mind. Yeah, whenever she activates her Ether Veil, which she does quite frequently, she gives everyone 1,000 attack. So her attack being a little lower is not that bad. There is if her HP exceeds 1,500, every 400 additional increases damage by 1%, up to 2,700. 2,700 is important for her support build, but that's a lot of HP you'd have to be going for, and your crit rolls would have to be way lower to get all that bonus HP. You'd probably have to run her on her signature Winjin, and we're just trying to do a low cost, easy investment DPS build. Okay, for this boss, everything's kind of Yishan Guang. But like Yishan Gong build, but we'll go ahead and just pick ultimate damage increased. Agent's attack increased by 15. After they're stunned, they get more stun multiplier. That's a spoiler for who we're putting on the team with her. It's Dylan. We're putting Dylan with her. So it'd be Dylan, Rabbit, Zhao, and then for a third teammate, we are going to be putting Orpheus. Orpheus is very good. She supports and makes a very nice wheelchair with Lighter and Dylan for Zhao. She supports damage. She gives attack. She's just very all-around good sub DPS. Zhao's not the strongest character ever, so Orpheus really helps. Orpheus Lighter is a very good wheelchair, but I found Dylan is a little more fun. You get a little more ultimate and just a little more time with Zhao in general. So that's the team we're going to be running. For our Dylan, it's just going to be 4-piece, 2-piece with signature, and then for our Orpheus is going to be 4-piece, 2-piece with signature. The build is decent, but not amazing, because I didn't want to make it too good. Originally, like when I hopped on, the build was like 3380, and I tried it with that, and I was almost clearing with it, but I was like, no, I think my Orpheus needs to do a little damage. Like, it's definitely like a prerequisite, like it's not like the craziest like Zhao clear, like Zhao's doing all the damage. With the cumulative numbers that they added in 2.5, you'll see like Orpheus and Zhao are pretty close. But if you want to on-field your Zhao a little more and do damage and feel like you're, you know, having fun with her, the most important thing in games like this, it works. It works, and she definitely helps support Zhao to be able to, you know, have fun on her, and that's good. We will go ahead and rearrange this just because we want Orpheus's EX special to chain into Zhao, not the other way around. They'll both chain, but she'll chain into Dylan, unfortunately. If there was an Astra here, it would probably be better, but we want to stun her just to do a little more damage. For Bang Boos, we will of course just be picking the Krampus Bang Boo, because we have 2 Krampus members. That'll give us a little extra damage and a little extra days build up, which is nice. We are fighting marionettes because they are ice weak, and I like fighting marionettes. Alright, so Xiao is meant to be an off-fielder. She builds her bar at the top left by her teammates attacking when they're on field. But for Xiao DPS, obviously, we want her to be on field, we want her to be doing damage, so we're really just going to be spamming left click and hoping that everything works, pretty much.
Ooh, nice.
A little bit of damage with Orpheus, hold our E so we can go in, we're going to spend our bar, and we're just going to start spam clicking stuff, blocking, defensive assisting, the whole kit and caboodle, just because we want to kill the boss. Even though that will definitely not happen with Xiao, but we can dream, can't we? And basically, we're just trying to stun this boss before it can do anything, like go and start throwing its marionettes at us and become invincible. She does do pretty respectable damage, and she's easy to swap out mid animation, which is really nice. And then we can go do some damage, do some belly flops, tap her ult, and just get a little more damage at the end. The stun window will run out, but it's okay. There's just too much to do at the same time. And we'll get a little bit of stun because this boss is going to do its enhanced state.
Please.
Yep.
Okay. That's nice.
And we'll try to kill some marionettes and just frankly be terrible at it. But it's fine. She flies everywhere. She's so fast. It's so funny to look at. She literally just goes everywhere. We need to try to kill a little bit more of these marionettes just for the extra score, to be frank. I don't know why we're named Frank, but it's okay. Okay, get one chain out. Do a nice cool 0.5 mil. And then we'll go in, we'll use our free ultimate with her, just to get a little bit more damage. And then we're actually going to Orpheus ult, and that's going to give us a quick swap back in. And we'll start smacking the boss, and that's pretty much all we're going to do, over and over. Use our point to get a little bit of phase. Kill some bosses. On this stage, we can go ahead and swap off of Xiao while this is happening. We'll lose a little bit of decibels, but it's able to help us get her like little state back and refresh her buffs, which is really good as well. After that, we're just gonna keep smacking the boss and fly around everywhere. Her run animation's so funny. I saw it for like a split second there. It's so stupid. Yeah, this is it's a tough fight. It's not the easiest in the world, just because like you're using a non-DPS as a DPS, so it's a little tricky to get that 20k with this, but it's okay. It's okay if you have enough what's it called, enough resolution. You can do it. You can definitely do it. If you learn like her animation cancels and everything like that, it's definitely possible. And if you're a little more on-fieldy with Orpheus too, that's there. But I really just want to try using Xiao for the most part of this.
I don't have Orpheus.
I can't even dodge one marionette. This is so unfortunate. This is embarrassing.
I'm doing great.
Yeah, there's no way this gives me 2.5k score. But sometimes it's okay. It's okay. Sometimes you got to show that it didn't work the way you wanted it to, and you couldn't 20k with it. That's called being realistic. But we will keep running it until it works. I have, I think, 22k'd with this before. But I wanted to try to naturally just talk during it and get that score increase. Sometimes it's about showing that it's not the easiest thing in the world to run as a casual player. But that's okay. We will get our rotations a little better, and maybe she has a charge attack where she holds her blade forward, and it's actually very swappable, like off-field swappable. So maybe mixing in a couple of those can really help, and killing, especially killing these marionettes, is very important to our success. And just getting a fast stun. maybe even doing a couple of chains on Orpheus just to get a little more damage. The double stun with Zhao is funny, but it's not the most damaging thing of all time. There we go. Now we can do our normal attack spam on these marionettes, and let's try to actually dodge this time and maybe kill these things. Get a shit ton of stun right now because I'm going to be able to get a couple of these enhanced. One chain on. Oh, that was the wrong ult, but it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, don't panic. Don't panic. No, it's fine. It's fine. I think we might be able to 20k this time around. Hopefully. I definitely was noticing her doing a lot more damage a couple of days ago, so I think some stuff might have changed on the Creator Experience server. Hopefully not, because I was having a lot of fun with her, even if it was semi-hard to clear with. It was really fun. So hopefully that was not the case. Sometimes it's really hard to swap onto her because she just does some stuff off field and you can't swap onto her while she's doing that. So like DPS
Zhao is for free, and she comes with great universal buffs and lots of off-field damage support. But is that really all she got? Not even fully built? Instead, rocking a full crit build? Here we go. So priority number 1 is to have Zhao farm decibels.
I'll give you a hint. I'll show you my real value this time.
So I need me Abyss. Since I get to me Abyss engine, might as well. Get the Abyss right disc.
I'll show you my real value this time.
Let's go right here.
Have a walk around a little bit, get some dodges in.
Watch out for hidden threats! This must be the mission target! All done! Watch closely. This is the real deal. Customer service follow-up. Xiaojiao here. Don't you underestimate me. Final hit.
How can you underestimate Murder Bunny like that? Okay, let's just It brings so much joy.
All done. Switching to one for complaints. The winning pieces are in place.
Shame I don't have Orphe yet.
I'll take you. Out of my way.
Don't you underestimate me. Target spotted. This one's for you.
I'll take you.
Final hit. Time for my favor. Xiaojiao here. Hope you enjoy it. Let's go. All done. Don't you underestimate me.
Ah. All doing can be cute. Well, you know, the older side still can be cute.
Got one for complaint. Target spotted. This is necessary for victory. Don't you underestimate me. Final hit. Got baddies way out. Call forwarding. Forward. Premiums. I call this move Bunny Slash Combo. Time to change shifts, Senior Zhao. Is it my Zhao Zhao's here. Let's keep this advantage. Call's not over yet. Target spotted. All done. Hello? This is the end for you. Method flushes. Don't you underestimate me. Intercept! Xiao Zhao is here. My apologies. Press the advantage.
Hopefully, come on, nice. And we even parry into her to get even more decibels. And priority number 2 will be to build up days with dial into stun. Okay, some scrambling. And parry 1. Alright, good. Let's look for another. Parry 2. Perfect. Now we have enough to ult. Here goes. Chain attack 1. Chain attack 2.
Now, there is a question that I have. Permanent works. You know what, fuck it. There's lots of stuff I want to do. Lots of stuff I should do. But I don't want to bother. Let's just press.
I'm here. Need a hand?
Mm-hmm. No, that's really useful. It's really useful even like that. That's cool. And that's... Well, just straight up like that. Ah.
I'll show you my real value this time.
I'll give you a hand.
give you a hand. I'll give you a hand.
I'm here. Need a hand?
DPS Zhao. Uncle Tails. Steel cushion. Understand why you recommend steel cushion, not steel. 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 7. I'm actually feeling quite bad right now. You little boo. Man, am I into older, cute women.
I'm here. Need a hand?
Promise to tell me if anything's wrong, okay?
Mm-hmm. That's the wrong over tempo. Anyway, it's going to be it for the stream. Good luck, Phantom.